I'm looking forward to playing against a lot of the new academy teams. I think that brings competition and stakes to the matches, so it should be a lot more fun.
The players. Oh, Geezer running into the volley. Oh, this is all sad all day. Renz gets 2 though, kills 1 on default, but quickly shut down. Still in a very tough spot, but Welly didn't need it.
I'm excited to gatekeep teams from going to champion and beating them so they can't go, and maybe us going.
Jerwin finds another. Shondex falls over. Krolik and Geezer at backside. They take a little bit of damage, but Krolik at least kills Welly. But Geezer is all alone. But Krolik finds an unbelievable angle on Jerwin, but they're slow creeping around the corner. It's gone so awry. Geezer ends up finishing off the round.
Just like excited to show off my skills because I've been grinding in tier 3 for quite a while, and then I could finally get a chance to prove myself.
You might sacrifice Tanza, but Leo needs to hit this shot. The timing might just be perfect for nature. Injured, dead.
Plant, but Sleepers are around the corner. 5v3 retake. No. Here comes Sleepers. They're wide awake, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good. And it's the ultimate upset in map 3.
I'd say that I'm most excited to show as a player and as a team that we can beat everyone easily and qualify for champs.
Down, wait a minute, who is that? Satellite also knocking at the front door. Sleepers, they know what to do. It's the end of the round. And follow in Duck's footsteps. But SRB had the manpower in the end. What an onslaught of battle, Shio.
I mean, I would just say the possibility to go to champs. I feel like now, like, everyone's dream is to win champions. So be able to, like, qualify through tier 2 is the best case scenario.
1v2, all up to Jack to try and save them in this series. A shock dart launched over. Moose 20 HP now. One bullet will do it, but Jack needs to be perfect. And, well, it looks like Core just lighting this one up. There's 3 for Jack, but he can't get the 4.
It's been exciting to finally play in tier 2. I don't know. I'm just excited to play. That's all I got. I don't know.
Stallion falls though, and well, Moose is just hiding in the smoke. Jack B hopping through it though. Double shorty shot, easy kill. YFP still need to clear smoke from this cubby holder from YFP. Yeah, unlucky. Didn't really expect that. Now smoke has to look 3 different ways at once, and with that HP, you ain't surviving long. Jack with a nice kill on YFP and make it 7.
Yeah, I'm excited to play Shopify the most. I like nature a lot on that team. So other than that, it's kind of unknown. I'm excited to play the academy teams too. A lot of friends there too. But for now, we'll keep it very simple and keeping myself humble for now.
He's got a flash ready. He's got the outlaw too. Core are not careful. GMD, hello! Welcome to Spawn. You've been infiltrated by the enemy.
I want to show that I could still compete. I do want to come back with some vengeance, and you know, I want to be able to show that I can compete with the best. So
taking a 2v2 near the Viper's wall, and Klorig still makes his mark. EG just trying to take angles around, surround and conquer. Zerona, Mitch work perfectly together, and EG take the pistol.
1 up, 1 down, 14 to go. It's been a crazy week for Challengers North America. Let's run it back. All right, I'll start with the bad news and work my way up. Blue Water is out of stage 1. First, they went up against Pigeons and traded a solid retake game on Haven for paper-thin defenses on Abyss and Breeze, leading to a 3-map loss. Then they switched it up against Azure Dragon, giving Heartless the duelist role, and while bold, it still couldn't match up against T-Dog, Stratting, and Hugh's first breakout match of the season. Azure Dragon will go up against a wounded Winthrop to stay alive in the Swiss. Meanwhile, the other sudden death duel will be between 2 teams that have been so close to finding their footing thus far, Nightblood and Rose. Pigeon stacked 2 wins this week, and the reward for such good fragging is playing the team that was slated to be the best at it, M80. After underperforming against an ever-improving core, they got to play a Winthrop with 2 subs, and it needs to be the game that gets them in gear. YFP also felt a core this week, which has kept them in the middle fighting against another team on a hot streak, Evictix. Their wins this week against Azure Dragon and Rose, 2 teams with very cerebral IGLs, came partially at the hands of Raccoon's improvement in that role. But Shaw's, Traded, and especially Scotty have been lights out lately. This match against YFP is going to go hard. EG Academy got dealt a rough hand this week, and for it, they'll play in the 2-2 against an Alliance Guardians that is looking very awake.
You know who else is awake? I'm not tired. Are you? Sleepers!
A team of relatively uninitiated ranked demons insta-locking Clove and running it down, winning every time. Where have I seen this before? And yes, a lot is a great clove, but my eyes have mostly been on Sorex and his Viper. Such aggressive control and incredible confidence. The whole damn team gave Sad a run for their money in the 2-0 round, but ultimately fell in 3 maps. But then they turned it right around and mollywopped AXG to get their confidence back. And if you don't know, now you know. Tune in when Sleepers take on NRG Academy. It'll feel like a dream. And on the other side of that 3-1, we'll see who between Core and Shopify has hit their stride sooner. But the team that's won the 100-meter dash here in the Stage 1 Swiss is none other than Sad Esports, who got that 3-mapper against Sleepers and then slugged it out in a 71-round slam against NRG Academy. In my opinion right now, Styles' coaching and Welly's IGLing are just a little ahead of the competition. They clearly came into this with a lot of ideas and confidence, and it shows on the field. But they're directing a fantastic cast, with Zaj and Payne being the breakout rookies of the season so far. This has been such a fun team to watch. We'll see the herd get thin the most next week in rounds 5 and 6. Make sure to tune in and support your team. Until next week.
Together, fight together.
Last player standing.
Exactly what Core needs to do. Moves, delivering as the anchor.
Spam early. Prowler through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get his classics involved in the game, but Seven says, just stand right there for me, please. Around this time, though. Not so serendipitous. Nerve here. No reason but to stand and fight. He's down to 8, and there's Alum. That's the Phantom. Brought up by the save.
And trouble without his rifle. Will get it just in time to fight this all the way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time to... And isn't caught by that bite, actually, so no extra damage done. Early drop down, and Ange catches all of it from hell. Every...
Hello everyone and welcome back to another wonderful day of Valorant Challengers North America. Stage 1 is almost done, which is crazy to think, as we're still discovering so much about these teams. And of course, it's starting to become do or die as teams are trying to qualify now for the playoffs. Welcome back everyone. I'm Sierra, joined here by Roy and Ash. Roy, how are we doing today? How are we feeling?
I'm feeling good, feeling great. The competition is building up steam, guys. I feel like I'm at an airport. I'm saying goodbye to some teams now. I'm saying hello to other teams. It's kind of crazy out here. Today's going to be another great day of Valorant. I'm here for it. I'm ready. I'm excited to be working alongside you guys. Let's get this show on the road.
And I'm excited that we get Ash back. Yesterday was Ash Cast. Today we have Ash Analyzes. So welcome back over to our analyst desk. Always love having you here. I mean, yesterday's matches, we certainly did say goodbye to teams because, again, do or die here. And we've really gotten to that part of the competition for some, especially with how we kicked off our day yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday was kind of crazy as well with how strong of a performance ADG was putting up. They constantly had that momentum behind them. Unfortunately, that did mean that we ended up saying goodbye to Winthrop in a 2-0 series. But I think what was really impressive for me yesterday out of ADG was the calling out from T-Dog. The conditioning was really great coming out from him. And then the mid-round pivots there as well. And unfortunately for the side of Winthrop, they just weren't able to find the answers when it mattered the most.
Yeah, a team that just so many moving parts at the beginning of the stage and unable to quite find their footing, which is really unfortunate. But to see ADG start to get this turnaround, start finding their identity a bit more, and be able to remain in the league to fight another day is certainly nice. And when we go on to the next series as well, Roy, it was a series 2 where teams, again, they're not an elimination. We're not quite at that point yet, but still kind of dire situations where we needed to see a step up, which we certainly did.
Yeah, this was like a connecting flight between the EG Academy and Lions Guardians, right? It doesn't really mean a lot in the grand scheme of things, but it does build you towards that qualification match. We saw actually a very close map that could have gone either way. And I think we were having a lot of discussions on like the fact that there was a world where Lions Guardians could have closed out the series, but the individuals, the team play for EG Academy did best Alliance Guardians, and ultimately it was a great match, but it did go in favor of EG.
I think that was the impressive part between the two of them, right? When it came down to the predictions on the desk, it was that sweep for EG. And I think that the community also definitely viewed them as more of, or they viewed Alliance Guardians as more of like the underdog in that matchup. But this was a huge litmus test to go up against Evil Geniuses Academy and just be able to take them to these overtime maps here as well, and really taking them the distance throughout the entire series despite it being that 2-0. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that team also continues to gel as we move forward, right? Because it's great early signs for like the entire season when you're thinking long term here for 2026.
Yeah, I think that was the most impressive thing to me, was what we got to see out of them in a series where they were the underdog. So even with the loss, they still get to fight on forward, though. The conversation we always have with this bracket is as we push further and further along, Roy, it gets more and more terrifying. That 2-3 bracket is a little bit scary, but even the teams that are still yet to play, we'll get to see Pigeons maybe later. We still have like 3-1s. As those super teams start getting knocked down, it's going to be a tough one.
Listen, production, if I seem distracted during the show, just know that on my other monitor, I will be watching Core versus SRB. I think that's also going to be an absolute banger. I'm really sad we're going to be missing that one, but I'm excited for today's lineup. I think we have a lot of cool matches up ahead, and of course the 2-3 bracket that you mentioned looks kind of scary as well. ADG, NBG, those are all rosters that we've talked about. Lions Guardians, YFP, one of the sleeper rosters that we highlighted coming into this season. I mean, it really is heating up. Like the steam is building, the pressure is building, and we're starting to see players step up and teams step up, and it's just great. It's fantastic.
And 2 more teams qualifying into the playoffs today. I love to see that, and how the matches are going to go is so up in the air. But let's start focusing in on the very first matchup we have for today. Sleepers going up against NRGA. And as you said, Roy, there is going to be that side stream. Make sure you're tuning into that as well. But let's focus in on this one, because I think too, Ash, when I saw this matchup, this is the one I was most excited to see.
I'm so stoked to see this head-to-head. They're 2 of our strongest teams that we have here in Challengers right now for NA. And it's also hard to almost say 2 of the strongest teams because, like Roy was just saying, so many of the teams have been stepping up to the play. You also see some teams falling to the curse of what the schedule is looking like for them too, right? But it's been really impressive to see what Sleepers and NRG Academy have been bringing to the table, focusing in a little bit more on Sleepers here as well. First, I think this roster, you take that name into account, right? Sleepers, because this is a roster where you look at these names, and I think we even saw in the preview out from Leo talking about how he's grinding down in tier 3 for such a long time, was so ready to prove himself. A lot of these names are, you know, up and coming players who haven't necessarily been playing at this level. For a lot of them, it's the first time that they're playing in this tier, and it's a roster that you're like, okay, with the name in hand, like I was just saying, on kind of gets slept on. And I feel like that is kind of like the storyline for them, and I love how they kind of play into the name in that sense, because they've taken everybody off guard.
Yeah, for those unfamiliar, let me give you some keywords that really represent this team in my eyes, okay? Hashtag young, hungry, passionate, cracked Zoomers. Those are 4 words that I would use for this roster, okay? They're very passionate. They play very team heavy. They're super cracked. All of them are so young, and this is like the Envy-esque like team that we have this play, right? It's like probably the only one that's really living up to like the Envy playstyle, something that we saw work really well. And I feel like up until this point, they've had such a good run up. They've 2-0'd Core, they've 2-1 SRB. They went 1-2 against SAD, the first team that qualified into playoffs. They handedly defeated Alliance Guardians, and I feel like the players on this roster are so sick. When you look at Sorex, who, you know, he has very clean first kill first death ratios, but he's also literally the best clutcher in the league. You have Leo, the crack duelist, here as well, and of course Solata is also just insane on this roster. And then you also have Tanza. Like, it's just the talent on this roster, and we could just talk about it for days. It's really crazy.
It really, really is. But the talent that I want to talk about, Ash, is Solata, because Solata was the first name that I came to know on this roster, and one that has not disappointed whatsoever.
No, the Clove has been insane. And I love that Roy actually gives that shout out as almost feeling reminiscent of Envy, previously known as Rankers from last split. And that was that team that was bringing the Clove into play, where it was such a staple for Ion to be on this agent as times, even though we did see him on the Omen here as well. But for Solata, he's been kind of stepping into a very similar playstyle that we've seen from Ion previously when we knew him on that Clove. And I think that it works so well with the kind of team play that Roy was also giving a nod to when we were talking about this roster as a whole, because being on that Clove just enables him to be just that additional bit of, you know, aggressive, being able to feel like he can play up with the team a little bit more, because even if he does end up perishing in that round, he still has that one smoke to play with and has that survivability too with the rest of his kit.
And to be able to see just a couple of these highlights, whether it's through Challengers replays, whether it's on his own socials, I mean, this kid has so much potential. And it's been really cool to see him and the rest of the Sleeper roster really step up. On the opposing end, though, the team that had a lot of expectations going on into the league and lived up to said expectations, we have NRGA. The team that Roy, honestly, I thought was going to be the first to qualify. It was a really close match up against that esports, but I still think NRGA might just be the next. Like, they're so good.
I think we all unanimously believe that this was going to be the first team to qualify. Honestly, up until their last match versus SAD, they had the kind of the flawless run. They are the most well-rounded team in the league despite their loss. I think for me, like the only like kind of glaring thing, which is like just how top heavy of this team seems to be, which is not what I thought it would be when the split started. But it feels like a lot of this team's success is falling on the shoulders of Chloric, and it's falling on the shoulders of Shondex. I really want to see a big step up here from Giza and Renz. I feel like once they really step up in a meaningful way, we're gonna see this team achieve their final form. We're gonna see the team that we all expected them to be, the flawless, the most well-rounded team, so much experience in every role, and just so much firepower.
And it isn't just about like, you know, them having to step up. It's the fact that we know that they can, because NRG Academy, don't forget, this is, you know, who we previously knew as Maryville University in that last split. We only got to see them at the tail end of 2025, but they were so impressive with how they were able to work as a unit. And the fact that this roster has been able to carry themselves over into 2026 too. There's more of that expectation with the foundation that they've already built for themselves over the past year playing in collegiate on top of that, compared to a lot of these teams who have gone through a bit more of that roster mania.
I mean, when the conversation too is maybe wanting a little bit more of a step up from a couple of these players, at least if they're going to be semi in a backpack, let it be Chlorix, because Chloric in Challengers has just been insane. Like, he is the truth, Roy. Like, it has been so wholeheartedly impressive, and he is just one of the top prospects, if not the top prospect here in the league right now. Like, this has been insane.
No, it's the with a capital THE. Like, he's the #1 performer in the league, statistically speaking. His rating is super high. His stats are super high. His kill to death ratio is very, very high. He's by far ahead of almost any other player in the league. It's actually kind of insane. And when it comes to impact, I would also give him the #1. This guy's calling full time. This is a reminder. Like, the IGL tax is non-existent. Bro's tax evading. He's calling a lot of the rounds on the tax side. He's popping off. He's clutching so often for this roster. And it's just it's not even the degree of like variance. It's the consistency that he's putting up these numbers. It feels like whenever this team needs him, he's just there. That bro is 24/7 online.
It's sometimes we highlight a player and then in the match it's a little bit of a curse, right? They don't quite live up to the expectation. Clark, you can talk about him all day long. He gets out there and still just puts up those crazy numbers, some of the most insane plays, and it's truly been such a delight to watch in this league. But of course, we got to talk about a little more of the flash coming out from each team and talk about our duelist head-to-head, especially too, if we're talking about ramp-ups throughout the season. Leo maybe was a smidge of a slow start, but last series, I mean, Roy had this pop-off. Renz, though, too, like, man, he can put up numbers.
Yeah, I think that's really the kind of the big difference for me between these two players, guys, is the fact that Leo is like the young cracked zoomer. He's very flashy. He's very like kind of in your face sort of style. Whereas like for Renz, he's relying a lot more on that experience to be in really good positions. Like, it's more positional, it's more team based, it's more team structure. Whereas for Leo, he's kind of just the X factor, right? He's the chaos. He's the person that's in kind of in the front. Him and Tonzo, they're usually the ones that kind of leading the charge for the team. So I feel like, you know, that these kind of stats represent that as well. I think another thing that you don't really see on here is Renz is 3 for 4 in the clutches as well. That's kind of insane. So whenever Renz does find himself in the late rounds, that experience really pulls him ahead of this other duelists in the league.
Absolutely. I think you're also thinking about the fact that, like, in this head-to-head, with the fact that Roy is just highlighting these stylistic clashes here as well. We just had the conversation about how good Maryville, I'm like throwing back right now after I called back to their old name. How good NRG Academy's spacing is and their synergy. I think that we're talking about how in-your-face Leo can be, but in my eyes, that also means that for this particular head-to-head, I'm looking at the back line when it comes down to sleepers. How are they going to look to space themselves so they can support Leo as best as possible on a lot of those entries, on a lot of those fights? Because NRG Academy is one of those teams that's not going to allow like a player like Leo to just kind of get away with a lot of those very flashy divey plays. So I'm going to be looking at the rest of sleepers and seeing how they're really going to be able to tighten up a lot of these protocols to be able to close these rounds out.
I think for me, a win here for EEPY would like really solidify them from like the evolution from this team that I mean, at least I can only speak for myself, but I still see them as this underdog team despite the great results that they've had. But I feel like a win versus a team like NRG Academy, like that's it. You've graduated, you've leveled up, you are that team now. And it's kind of like what Winthrop University did in the beginning of last year, if you guys recall. And kind of Sierra, that's how you fell on board as well with them, where we kept calling them underdog. We kept calling them underdog. And every game, it was like, oh, they're playing this top team, beat them. Oh, they're playing this other top team, beat them. Like at some point, that's not an underdog. That's just the dog. You know, it is what it is. Like
that's just the top dog out here. That's all I'm hearing. I mean, they're definitely getting tested. Saudi Sports last week, NRGA this week. Whew, it's going to be a great series. And let's start pinpointing how we're going to be seeing it play out. Getting into the map picks and bans, NRGA. The fact we're going to see a Haven versus Ash doesn't necessarily surprise me too much. We've seen this quite a bit coming out from this former collegiate squad.
Yeah, it's been a very comfortable map here for NRG Academy, especially when you're expecting to see, you know, runs on that Neon. And I think something that makes that composition from them work as well, because they still run that double controller that's gotten really popular on Haven, but they're doing it with a Killjoy there as well. And the Neon pick makes all of the difference there with Ren's being able to have that additional abilities that he can kind of use to like set up and whatnot. But then when you're looking over at the fact that they have had all of that success, they've played it 3 times so far for Sleepers. It's only been the 1 time. It's been a loss for them, but there's so much I feel like Sleepers there's tape that they can look back on, right, for NRG Academy in that sense. And then also a lot that they could learn from their loss to take away. And I'm looking forward to seeing if they did do their homework going up against this top dog.
Also, if you'll notice that NRG Academy banned Corrode, I mean, honestly, I don't really blame him for that one. I think Sleepers and Corrode is so strong. We're seeing G2 trying to like emulate one of the styles that they're pulling in this league. So it kind of makes sense to see why that's banned. But then you look at Bind and you see that, you know, EP, they are 5-1 in officials. Obviously not just VCL and other tournaments as well, but they are 5-1 on that Bind. And it's going to be a really interesting one to see how it unfolds, because they look super strong on that one. I think this is a great veto, and I think this will be very exciting. I'm excited.
NRGA did not want that Corrode smoke whatsoever, but you guys talked about Sleepers being an underdog versus top dog, but 2 out of 5 on the desk, Ash, that doesn't necessarily scream underdog to me. I'm not gonna lie.
No, it doesn't. It does not scream underdog, but there's a reason why, right? For me, at least, when it comes down to Sleepers, sorry, I'm like mixing up. Today's not a good day, guys. I did not have caffeine. But when it comes down to Sleepers, I think that, you know me, I've always loved an underdog story. And I feel like these teams that don't have that pressure on them, that don't have, you know, that org name necessarily attached, that are kind of coming into the fray for the very first time, they're always able to catch us off guard. And that lack of pressure, I think, has always done so much in the history of VCL for them to be able to find that success and just focus more on playing their own game without succumbing to it.
Well said.
I mean, you're voting for Sleepy. You're a little sleepy, need a little caffeine. So I'll let you take a couple of sips of whatever coffee you need as we head into the agent select for the very first map. I mean, Roy, when we're working with a little bit of a known quantity, we start to not get surprises, but I'm still really excited to see these 2 go toe-to-toe.
Whoa, what am I looking at? Obviously, NRG Academy, nothing has changed. It's exactly what we expect. The double controllers, very good at the push-pull, very good at the A-info denial, right? But what we look at from the Sleeper side is a complete compositional swap. This is a stylistic huge change from what they're running prior with the ISO, with the double duelist. Now it's the Neon, now it's the Veto, and obviously Clove is going to be coming out for Slaughter as well. So I'm curious to see what the defensive setups looks like here for Sleepers, because this first half is going to be super important for Haven specifically. You want as many rounds as possible. I'm curious to see what they've cooked up with the Veto.
I really like this change coming in here as well. I think that, you know, seeing the chamber comp that they're running the last time Sleepers played on Haven, you're looking at the double controller on the side of NRG Academy. I think it gets really awkward trying to get that op posted up for the chamber there as well. Now, Leo also has a bit more of that utility that he can use to be able to set himself up, try and maybe deny some of this space when you're looking to like re-clear through some like flank positions or inserts that they might be expecting out from NRG Academy. Tanza on that Veto is going to be interesting. I feel like teams are still trying to learn how to use him the most efficiently. I'm excited to see what they've been cooking.
I mean, we've been calling Sleepers the MV 2.0, but Big Deviation here is not afraid to be switching up comps. Excited to see how it's going to play out in the map going up against NRGA as it's time to head into the server with your casters. It's Lemon Kiwi and Zobi.
Thank you so much, Sierra. This is by far the most anticipated match of the week, and this is for a spot in playoffs. And Zobi, they're already throwing us for a loop with these comps.
Yeah, I mean, you just got done with a really rough 3-9 up against Sad, where you're clawing back a comeback, it doesn't work. So going back to the drawing board, trying to throw a wrench into the preparation NRG Academy might have pulled out, I think is the right move. And I think I'm most interested to see how it changes the way they play the defense. They leaned so heavily into that chamber and Sorex and then just played Retic on the other side of the map. Here with the Neon, right, with the Vito, I might expect them to get a little bit more aggressive, fight for a little bit more space.
Yeah, this is NRG Academy's map, so the fact that Sleepers chose to be on defense when there's such this duelist heavy, offense heavy team, and now incorporating this new Sentinel, having Sorex, like you said, away from the chamber, this is such a cool, different look. But Renz is the truth when it comes to Neon play, so I'm excited to see how Leo will match up against that. Right now, we have to look at how NRG Academy are going to set the tone here. A recon. Tonsa doesn't even get pinged, but he does get a bullet to the dome. That's going to really get Sleepers frantic. And as they try to cover up these gaps, NRG Academy, they pave the way. And they're not even going to wrap to C. They're just going to establish on B with all the smokes they have.
Yeah, B split felt like the go point from the get-go, and Tonsa falling first was only the final straw, right? That chokehold fell, B site was open for the taking, and now they have numbers coming into the post.
Renz is watching and playing time, playing his life, and even through the smoke, you're not even safe. Look at Renz even getting caught. Kind of an aggressive slide over there, but that's just a confidence that this team has, and behind the captain, the IGL of Cloric, I wouldn't have any doubts either.
Yeah. I think they had a clear plan from the start of the round. There were no hiccups along the way, and they stuck to it. And when you're in, again, a 5v3 post, you can get a little, you know, confident. You can take some of those peaks like Renz, the Death mentioned. They want to see get online early and hold his own over there towards C-Link. And when all else fails, yep, Cloric is there to pick up the remaining pieces to still top the leaderboard and say, I'm going to carry a Sheriff into the second so I can maybe get a Vandal or a Phantom in the third. But I will be looking towards this Outlaw and Renz once again to maybe stop anything too dicey on the second round eco. And speaking of dicey, a 3-scale down A long that it looked prepared for on the NRGA side.
Leo in the corner, but NRG Academy sensed something was up. All that movement, that sound, Renz, oh, the high-low, it's a collat sandwich, perfect, scrumptious for Renz, and NRG Academy just one step ahead.
Yeah, with an Outlaw, it's not really one or the other. It's just, it's going through both. And now they're looking for that trifecta. Drone going to force Duck out of short. Really no players to rely on either Clove and Viper. Toying with the idea of the mass rotation, but just seeing what Duck can accomplish first.
Duck could get lucky here. No, he gets overwhelmed. Thought maybe if he got close enough, a lucky right click, any kind of damage, any kind of impact into NRG Academy, as they really have set sail for a strong start. Now do you go down with the spike or to do damage? Because all these weapons into the bonus with Cloric that can buy up to later on. It's a solid start.
No, absolutely. I think you try to die to spike too, because Cloric, Renz, those two players already just 3 off, right? From big round winning ults that can convert off of, like you mentioned, that weapon buy-up they're going to ideally have in the bonus. And that's why Cloric is leading the charge. He gets both of these. He's 1 off. But splitting up between the two, I think, is also a fair shout here. And I think is going to be the main point for NRG Academy coming to this next round is, again, get a gun in Cloric's hand, get some old tours maybe in Renz's hand to complement this Outlaw, and you can take that pace up to 10 following suit.
Maybe there would have been a chance for that high-low if just, you know, any other gun but an Outlaw. But I just love that Sleepers will try anything. They are that shenanigans team, and why we often compare them to that Envy-esque team. And just watch how they deathball on offense, because that's a whole different story and a whole reason why a lot of teams should be banning Corrode from here on out. But that first rifle round from Sleepers, at usual default. See what NRG Academy want to test out as they leverage that Viper's wall.
Okay, and we are in fact playing Ultorb Simulator there, right? Some nice bodyguarding coming out from Giza for Cloric. In the meantime, they didn't let EEPY take any space over towards the A side, which they didn't want, granted, with Tonsa the Vito obviously playing contact here instead and having that cross cut to get away. But this is the end goal, right? Is A side or was gonna say, yeah, if they don't get any retaliation, fast lane. Oh, that's a nice kill for Tonza, and he's gone. That's the advantage they wanted before playing retake.
I love that teleport back, and this is a new look. We've been seeing Vito on different maps, and at least first-time challengers for this guy, NRG Academy. They won't let that slow them down, and at the tip of the spear, Ren's in position, along with Ange that can throw that paranoia. Sleepers, they're going to be identified here maybe by the drone as they just going to stare it down. Here the walls are up. Sleepers just kind of using it as bait. No shots. And Ange did throw the paranoia out, but he still locks in and locks onto the targets as they try to slip by those defenses. Giza with a cutoff opportunity in B, but now it's just Sleepers kind of feasting on more kills than you would expect, trying to get through very impossible choke. NRG Academy should still be safe.
Yeah, I mean, these two players, such low HP. Sorg's only 10 HP. A single shock dart would have finished him off, or at least buy enough time for Chloric to get the clutch, to get NRG Academy up to a third. And I think what we just saw towards the end of that round, again, EP played out how they wanted that round to go, playing the retake after Tonza gets one and gets out. The issue is, I think, the learning curve of not having the same util available for that retake. I feel like in the SAD esports match, where again, they had a great job on the defense, coming back from a 3-9 deficit, it was kind of dumping the ISO utility and blocking all these sight lines. And here with the Vito, without the ISO, with the Neon instead, right? It just, I think they were taking a lot more of these fights, especially up against Ange and that Outlaw head on, and I think that's where a lot of the fights went NRGA's way. So now, I mean, Sorix, Hero Rifle, Bucky for Salada, and some ult still to lean into for NRG Academy. VP, don't win one of the next 2 rounds, they might need to start looking towards a timeout.
Vito is so strong at these, I feel like, initiator heavy comps when you want to explode into the site, like something like Abyss. We saw that just yesterday. But with Renz, like, you saw how this team only has 3 assists. Like, Renz can just go in, go kill. With the Outlaw, he'll maybe, it's more like hunting season. But the Vito is so strong at getting rid of that util, where I just don't think NRG Academy even need that to be successful. It sure does help to have the information from Chloric, which, speaking of information, Sorix seeing that presence in mid.
Yeah, we're leaving Chloric maybe to fake some initiator util towards A. Well, the real hit's coming in towards C, and so it is going to be once again Tonza to kind of receive the full. We're going to shape up, but as we jump back into the action, Lemon Kiwi, we get to see it's going quite well.
Yeah, NRG Academy just take it one step at a time. They cover each other's angles. When they go in as a team. One looks left, one looks garage. You dot the I's, you cross the T's, and it's NRG Academy looking like another flawless round. And just with this economy building up, the fact that they've got still 2 ultimates in the bank, more on the way. This is NRG Academy's map pick for a reason, and Sleepers, we've talked about it. They've banned this map before. It's not their favorite. They lost 13-7 to SAD, which is a formidable team, but I wouldn't say this is a strength from Sleepers, at least on the defensive side.
No, I completely agree. I'm thinking this comp is to kind of address the attacks, and they hoped their strengths that showed in the last years in the defense would carry them through it at least for enough to make the comeback. But honestly, when I saw the Vito, I was like, both teams just need to win their map picks, and then we battle it out on split. And I think we're getting that proof now. But Leo, Operator is online. That's why no timeout was taken. They have a game plan. Can they shut down this A take off of it?
You know there's a stack here, and Leo's gonna try to escape. Ren's on his tail, closer than expected. Ren's the king of Neon for now, but stuck in this corner. Duck with an Odin. And Salada lingering in his own smoke, it seems, or at least in a smoke, hoping for a chance to surprise NRG Academy. They just gotta trust each other to cover these entries, while NRG Academy cut noise, may think about clearing and going elsewhere.
Yeah, well, I don't think EEPY's gonna move too much, right? You're gonna wait, hopefully, for Duck's util to cycle. We know they're not afraid of playing retake towards the C side of the map with that Viper's wall, with that Vito util, but I mean, the players only have to survive first, and Salada steps right into the duel.
Perfect moment for Salada to strike, and then shifts little 180 towards sewers, and maybe wanted to scout to see where the rest of NRG Academy were set up and needed to slow things down after a successful run. NRG Academy walk into a hail of bullets, and NRG Academy stuck to their guns. And I thought maybe there would have been a shift from NRG Academy side based on how they were droning. They had that turret in mid, but they kind of just stuck to, well, this is the most information we have, and this is plan A, let's go with it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think if the drone didn't see anything on B, especially Sorix not in his usual anchor position for the rotations, they should have rotated, but I think they more wanted that to be a fake, and when it didn't work out, they doubled down on the A hit, and honestly, Slaughter just had perfect timing, and that's what you need from this Clove, this confident player that also fights forward, much like we've seen Leo do. And I think also, Tones of baiting for the Odin was perfect, but NRG Academy say, burn us once, we're coming back to play with fire. We're going back A again.
Yeah, Cloric's recon didn't get shot, so there was a safe mode for Ange to ult towards heaven there, and this could be another pick opportunity, something to even up these numbers, but now you have the advantage of the clock being on your side and that Judge being up so close and personal. A lot of A hits for the NRG side. This is a very familiar wall that Sleepers put out to fake. This is a flank, a lot on Shonix's shoulders. The one. Now the old pop for Solana. Bait and switch, flank activated. NRG Academy starting to get crunched from all sides as the front line has been pushed. Ange tries to go unnoticed, but it's going to be as impactful as he can. But finally, a successful retake from Sleepers.
Yeah, I said it was going to be a learning curve. I didn't say it was going to be a lengthy one, right? That one looked a lot smoother. I liked the awareness, right, from Shondex, so there was likely another player accompanying Solana for that just bold resurrection, right, back from the dead. And I think just them winning that is what kind of allowed that crunch play, which forced the NRG Academy players on site to get a little bit antsy, and they really were spread out. And the group ups from EEPY were really nice, and why the retakes are one of their strong suits on this defensive side.
Ready. Still strong when you have Ren's 9-4, having an ult too, and Sleepers, I like their crossfire setup on A, and they've been playing a lot of retake. I'm surprised with the amount of hits that have happened at A that are fully trusting in Tanza. But hey, he's been the go for this long, and NRG Academy just being a noisy nuisance, but one that is walking in a different way.
NRG Academy is slowing things down just a little bit, which I do like now, since they've, for a few rounds, they've allowed EP back into the game, are hitting into these kind of heavy stacked sites. They're not doing much to break up the EP players, and as we've seen, aren't pulling rotations either, so I really like the deposit from Ange. Hoping maybe to piece off a player like Leo, who is holding the offline, but in the meantime, the regroup towards A is called because that drone from Duck didn't see anything front B. And if it does get to A in time, they are correct on this end call from NRG Academy for the time being.
Such a nuisance to get through Salada, though. That's been an MVP. All eyes have been on him, and how the desk highlighted statistically how impactful he has been. Now speed activated there from Renz. Tucks around his own wall as Ange and friends take care of sewers. And Tanza tries to put a stand to this and confirms the 3K. Chloric kind of fumbled. And this Sentinel has done enough to get Sleepers back into this round, especially when Leo is pushing up with the up, gets the pick, gets the spike down, and Ange doesn't have the HP to really dance around with this, and no one's gonna challenge him. No time for the plant jumping down. Leo's not gonna waste any time.
Yeah, Leo may have the op or the now, but I will say it's the shotguns that we've known from him series after series to finish the job. But yeah, I think these dives that for NRG Academy aren't quite working. I really want to see again a timeout or more of a committed fake style approach. Aside from that, again, the delays are really, really nice out of EEPY, and they're leveraging, I think, Leo's rotation off of that high gear as well, so they can have these players immediately there. Instead of playing for the pure retake, it's again a little bit shoved in the face of NRG Academy upon the entry, so now they're broke. They only have runs in this overdrive really to rely upon, and heading towards the C site with the operator is very high risk, high reward here, Lemon Kiwi, I'd argue.
Yeah. Now, the big win condition would just try to get a plant. Even for Giza, can get that much closer to a lockdown, but I'm full coping. You can't even step foot into a site without Sleepers trying to collect taxes or be tax evaders, I guess. Or I guess that was more on Chloric, I think Roy was talking about, but now it's Duck with the Odin. Even a little crossfire with Salada. NRG Academy just don't have the guns to walk into a crossfire with. They're trying to pick their battles, but every one of them looks like it could result into a pretty quick L. At least combining with the drone, it does catch Solada. So this is going to put pressure onto C. Sorix, Leo expecting this, and the op rings true. Maybe trying to break up these fights. NRG Academy had a chance, but that has dissipated away. And I'd be coping if I said they had a chance, really.
Yeah, I mean, when they got that kill in Garage, I was hopeful for a chance as well. But then, as soon as they pause and go back towards C, back towards that operator, I was like, oh, that's dicey. And I'm curious where that decision came from Cloric's mindset. I mean, we know they'd be running into Odin, so it would have been just as quick and painful as a death. But I'm wondering if they thought Tonza maybe rotated through spawn, right? Didn't want to face that evolution, because I do feel like if they went into C-Link into B, that would have been a lot closer angles for these sheriffs to work with. But all in all, no decision was right, and no eco goes their way. 4-4, no timeout taken. This is kind of where they have to remedy, or they have to put new navigation in for this ship, or if they don't, EEPY get the lead back.
Ooh, the crosshair a little too high. Ren's best the neon again, and it's a 3-stack into sewers. So now Solada stepping up with a lot of confidence. 3v5 to put a stop to this, but you could only delay and not stop the inevitable when NRG Academy tempo up like that. And kind of changing up where their stacks are headed. Now Sleepers have to adapt to that next.
Yeah, I mean, where the op is too, they just completely overwhelmed it, like you mentioned. Shot falls, and so it does the site hold, and the save already called by EEPY. The NRG Academy, instead of taking the timeouts to make the changes, were like, the A exec will work eventually, right? You can't expect players like Tonza, like Solada to get these 3Ks every round, right? And I think they were proven correct in how that round went.
Go, go, go. And not even needing to invest again these ults. So NRG Academy, they had that strong start, was quickly tied up. You got to get back on that high horse. drive it into the sunset, and now you got the op too, so a lot of good options for NRG Academy to explore.
You know, I really like if they keep this operator in Renz's hands, because we kind of mentioned how the fault for NRG Academy this half was them running to these stack sites without kind of dampening the field, right? Not finding a pick here or there. And that's what they tried on the eco, right? They left a player C long, they left a player A short, and neither of those kills went their way. So then Cloric didn't have a clear call of what site to lean towards. If you do something like that with the operator and you get a kill, then it's kind of easier to call towards that weaker site, and then EEPY have to retake a numbers its advantage, which we saw earlier in this half just weren't working for them. And so now this timeout, this one's interesting to me. I don't want to say it's too early for me, because we've seen EEPY take really, really early timeouts from Coach Hu back-to-back when things are going down the drain. But I feel like after they fix things, we haven't seen a big enough problem to see another fix. So I am curious what the change is out of this.
It's also addressing just those win conditions of Cloric, the Hunter's Fury, Ren's, like, I don't imagine he goes blazing in with an op and the ult. And so depending on if he'd want to give that op to someone else. But like you said, it's so good in his hands, and 2-0 KD is huge. Soric's not popping the pit early, even though he had it last round. Hasn't seen too much action at C. It's like there's been glimpses at C. It's more about that garage control. If Sleepers have it, they're confident. And maybe a change up in the Viper's wall too, because that's been more... Is it pretty close to the one they had?
Maybe Sleepers?
Yeah.
That's the same, I believe. This one does go really deep, though, into the grass, which is nice for if NRG Academy go for that B split. Sorry, that C split.
Well, Leo has an op too, so op v op. It's been just those two, man. I kind of want to set them up as rivals. They're killing each other all the time, first time.
It's like new duelist that's been grinding in tier 3 versus... someone that's come back into the duelist role after kind of switching off of it, failing while NRG Academy were trying to find that consistent fifth with Shondex.
Yeah. I like that Leo just immediately dips after seeing the drone, because it's been the NRG Academy flavor of you throw a drone or a recon and there's an immediate follow-up, like a duelist or somebody peeking off of it. And it's a nice combo. Sleepers more aware of it, keeping this up as safe as possible, almost tucking away from Renz.
Yeah, I am worried that we're down to 45 seconds already, but this is going to fall a lot on Sorix, and yep, the snake bite timing here as soon as the dark cover goes out. They knew that this was the win condition if Leo hadn't made contact. See, another possibility is, look at this lurk.
30 seconds left.
Lucky for Tanza, he saw Shondex first, and wonder if there's a moment Sorex puts the pit up. But with these picks going their way, maybe you just keep leaning on the op to do all the talking. And if this pit would cover garage, you want it to get into C main, maybe, you know, you just think of it another time, another round.
Yeah.
That would be a consideration, because NRG Academy have not even got into close proximity of anything. 5 seconds left. We didn't really play too much Valorant.
Yeah, I think that round hinged on, again, them getting into garage, maybe catching them off a position where the Viper wasn't ready with the snake bite, or really Ren's finding the kill onto Leo there outside of long, and then they would speed up with the ultimates, perhaps, right? With Ren's and that overdrive. But when those tools are taken out, they lean and alert players like Shondex over towards A, like Giza solo in garage, trying to pick up the broken pieces, and both of those players fall, so the remaining ones are left to save. This round, though, I mean, if you know that these split plays aren't working, I hate to go back on what I said, but with this many ults, maybe a hard dive is the win condition. And with just Sorex here, I'm expecting a pit. I'm curious how that'll pose for the C exec.
Well, that lets Leo play the op at a different point of the map when you can just pit it off and so deep into C. No coverage into garage, so Salada will go for a more aggressive peek just to make sure. NRG Academy have Ange with the ult, and last time we saw that, he ulted into a heaven, which created a fun play for NRG Academy. And Tanza is going to be falling back to point.
Ooh, huge risk from Salada there. Renzo on top of it, bodyguard for the team, and now immediately speeding up towards B. They know what the maximum util here is, usually that chokehold, but do they expect Tanza backside with the TP ready?
Oh, Tanza. They're all looking the other way. Does he go within the smoke? Well, Renz gets ahead of the game. Now as the chaos breaks down, the smokes are gone. NRG Academy are pretty exposed, but they've taken care of business. They've planted, and it's just Sorex against the world. After that pit limited the options, NRG Academy found the right one. And the op rings true, and NRG Academy back in the lead.
Guaranteeing at least a tied half before the last round. So looking good to that regard. And yeah, that round could have gone Sleeper's way if Tanza was able to find just a little bit more. Or if Leo was able to get around that corner that he got trapped on in a link, right? Small mistakes added up. Giza gets 2, gets spiked down there, good to go. And Ren's 15-7 right now. You sometimes see when players, especially duelists, pick up the operator on the attack side, their options are limited, right? They aren't as close in the fight. They aren't finding as much impact. He has gotten like a multi-kill every single round that he's not been first-blooded by Leo with it.
God, so consistent with it, because I feel like a lot of the best Neons and Challengers got promoted to VCT. To be able to be that much of an expert at that agent, to be as fast and mechanical, and often in these solo situations, you got to look towards Renz to give him a contract very soon if he can keep up performances like this. And he's just going to hop right into B. No one's saying anything about it. Breaks up the fight already with some smokes. And you got the plant down. NRG Academy are learning from their mistakes of waiting forever for the plant. And that Hunter's Fury, that pick from Leo, that's really shaking things up. And Renz has been put in a cage. And that offensive Viper's pit, low-key, let Renz be all on his own towards the top of the site. NRG Academy, they've covered the spike, but they need to cover their backs because Sleepers are on a flank. They're pushing through all sides. Salada lurks within the pit. And Swords just tries to poke and prod. The pit eventually comes down, and Caloric is looking for the 4K. Sorex ring around the rosy, taps the spike, and does get revealed. So his next move will be predicted. Caloric doesn't want to mess with it. He's half HP, and Sorex doesn't have time for this. So it will be NRG Academy going into the second half, 7-5.
And honestly, that is the best way, I'd say, for the half to come to a conclusion. An all-out brawl with all resources invested from both sides, right? Leo, great job navigating the pit with the ult. I loved the back pressure from Sorex to handle that lockdown as well. But once again, Cloric just left in the clutch situation. The leader is able to get NRG Academy a lead at the half. And now with the side swap, this is where we're gonna see if Sleepers have an easier time with this composition, because honestly, I don't even know what was going wrong with that Rankers S composition that's known for getting onto site super easily. They just, like, Sad was just mowing them over, right, when they were trying to enter into these sites. So I'm curious if it's gonna be like slow things down, default a little bit more, or what complexities will add, but it's a pistol. It might just be go away and see what happens.
Solana has been punished so often on these solo swings, and it's often a style of his that we compliment, where he's that big playmaker from Sleepers, because who expects someone to do that? And Sleeper's been punished a lot. Those 12 deaths, something to note, but Sorix will have this attack start on a good note, and to have that Viper's wall up to cut off B doesn't seem to hinder NRG Academy too much. But look at the helm. You have Solana ready to greet some unwelcomed neighbors. The smoke's about to go down. He tucks away, and Shondex looks away at the wrong time. And Solana gets that surprise he's been hoping to get. Fantastic timing this time around.
Ooh. A fantastic round, flawlessly done. And I feel like there's some consistencies you'll always see in some of these attack rounds from Sleepers. Is you think they've left a lane open like Cloric did, trying to wrap short? Nope. Once they get on site, someone calls for the reclear, and it was obviously Sorix that did it that round. And second, they are always going to be super deep into the site, running some sort of interference on your retake, and that's exactly what Solana was able to achieve. I thought for a second we might get to see Giza back out and play off this paranoia, but Leo gets ahead of it, maybe even while nearsighted finds that kill onto the Killjoy. And yeah, no chance at a cohesive retake there for NRG Academy, where they typically thrive. And now they're left on a Nico. Gamble stack that's getting picked apart. C-Long.
Wasn't easy for Sleepers, but still successful with the Guardians. And okay, little swing, little tap from Shondex. He's half health though, so he needs to be gone yesterday. Renz is challenging this without Shondex, and Renz did okay damage, but Sleepers are still gonna get the plant. And this is gonna be interesting how NRG just approach this defense too, while they have a Killjoy as their sentinel choice. So they've been leaving Garage open and stacking elsewhere.
End of this round, I like the call from Sleepers to fall off long. You've already lost 2 players. You want to keep as many weapons as you can going into the bonus. We look back at last half, right, for NRG Academy, how they kept everyone alive, right? And that was including a player with a Sheriff lighter by, so we'll be able to achieve that. An Outlaw 2 Guardians. We'll see what Duck and Solana opt to do, but for the time being, well, you can't pry into that too much, right? It was a gamble stack towards C. I'm wondering if they intentionally meant to swing long and expected the entire team there, or it was more going to be like, okay, they haven't made sound, we're going to start clearing down C long ourselves and then be able to rotate A. But either way, head-on collisions happened and Sleepers came out of the wreckage on top.
Giza turret hasn't affected Sleepers too much yet. We'll have to figure it out where it is, and maybe even a changeup of Giza seems to be floating around Garage, around B, and has allowed him to kind of assist Shondex at C. There may be more of a push depending on this Leo Outlaw buy. This turret's front and center. They want to know what's coming before it hits them.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. Mentioned no Garage util, and I mean, this early turret in front of C-Long has already been destroyed. Now, Giza has to have head on a swivel, which weakens the C-hold, but if they do in fact go towards B, which is a common bonus draw angle, they have the stacked util here, and they have the shot through the toxic screen from Shondex to shut down Tanza and get numbers up in the round.
That drone going around Garage too. Sleepers are trying to keep their options open. NRG Academy may not be full sold. They're just playing so far at the back, waiting for Sleepers to cross in front of them, not taking any aggressive peeks. And like that NRG Academy, they work their advantages.
Now, aside from Cloric, who we've seen full anchor this corner, doesn't much of a retake angle if they even need to get there, right? Ren's reinforcements arrived. The tag team from Cloric in that Addy corner are done, dusted, and ooh, wow, that's a good shot around the site smoke that should allow plant to go down.
Ooh, yeah, that pick through the smoke may have made a huge difference. Wait a minute. Sleepers are getting back into this game. That was insane. That first engagement at the A main choke made all the difference. And that shot right at the edge of the Omen smoke. I really thought NRG Academy had that. They were 5v4 the whole time.
No, completely agree, right? Off of that site smoke, they took all the space. It was Renz and Chlor taking these fights together, and the decay was perfectly timed from the toxic screen as well, and it honestly is just that relieving of pressure from Duck, who's been having a slow map that allows that huge turnaround round to go Sleepers away and get the lead back 3 in a row, deny the buy round, and we're back to an NRG Academy Eco, where this time on the menu we have an A stack.
Okay, Chloric. For a up-close engagement, and look, it's a lot of down to 2 HP. Renz punishes Leo, and Sleepers are just fodder. They're getting farmed by NRG Academy, who have Sheriffs and 1 Stinger. What is going on with these rounds? Just when you think the buy was going to be good enough for Sleepers, you're left with just a Duck, 5 HP, and an Odin.
Yeah, that's kind of how I thought the second round was going to go. They silent stack some of these corners, and once they're set up, they wait until EEPY are too deep to back out, and we were shocked for them all swinging one after another, seeing Long and getting mowed down with better weaponry. This is how they wanted that round to go, right? Just replicate outside of A, and the round comes to a conclusion and finishes off the NRG Academy Thrifty. I was a little wary about Giza and Anj playing split there, but worries nullified, Odin collected. They are good to go and back on track in an instant.
Yeah, with 5 HP, you just need one person to sneeze on them, but ideally, do it as friends. Do it together. Odin's so slow to react. We have ourselves a really good game going on, and we expected this to be close, but NRG Academy being pushed to their limits. We have 1 Op, 1 Odin on the menu from the defense.
And that Op's fighting and landing haymakers. Downside A short. That's what Leo wanted to do last time he was A short, and Renz ran up on him, but on the other side, Odin's not having a quiet day either in Garage.
I don't think Renz has missed with that Op when he does have it. Creeping up through Garage after out-pressuring Giza. Shondex and Ange try to cover up their bases and keep Garage in check. NRG Academy will always play numbers and always play for retakes, not go for unnecessary battles. Solana wants that battle bad, though.
Had needed it to stay alive.
Yeah, and it's like duck, duck, goose, and Ange, nice TP to get away. Even without the ult, I feel like Solana would have gone for that. He's just that guy who's always aggressive. Sure. A retake now for NRG Academy for that defuse. They're back in the lead.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that side hold on C went so well because of all the chip damage that Giza found through Garage window with that Odin. Without that, I think the trades would have come a little bit easier for Sleepers, and they probably would have had a few more numbers once they got onto the C site because they found Giza, because it was essentially a 3v2, almost a 3v1 at time in that hallway fight. So yeah, huge team effort there from NRG Academy to get back on top with 9. We're coming into a pretty big round. Ults for both sides, kind of a half-buy situation here for Sleepers. Curious to see if it's still gonna be this kind of one-speed nature for Sleepers.
Just being careful of this turret that's been in Garage. Obviously, we know it's not there anymore. Giza changing after how much he's been pressured and giving up Garage control. They'd rather play numbers and surround it. Hunter's Fury is trying to assist Sleepers into guiding themselves into C. That pick onto the Sentinel is huge for them, and that really inspires confidence. Look at slipping and sliding through his own walls. Leo and Solana, impactful as ever. Being careful now to play through C main with that smoke now that that's gone. NRG Academy, this is going to be a really difficult 2v4.
Yeah, I would see if Chlor can find something, maybe think about saving that operator for the long game, but they're going for it off this drone.
Slippy got the drone not being shot, and it's the well-timed swing. Sleepers have really found a good stride here. And now we're shooting bodies. Okay, Solana, welcome back to the lobby. He's still frying.
He's like, I'm gonna prove them and keep his point of pushing, even if I don't have my ult online, into their spawn. Did not want them saving the operator, essentially. And I think this is a great time for an NRG Academy timeout because, again, I mentioned how last round they were able to win it because there was chip damage done, but it seems like this C Anchor cannot withstand the full force exec of Sleepers, and you could argue it wasn't full force, right? They didn't have full weapons. Someone had a stinger, you had a regen shield here or there, but it was that Hunter's Fury that kind of fragmented Shondex and Giza, and I liked Giza. It was a bold move to cross once the snake bite was there and put himself in harm's way for the trigger discipline angle, but yeah, the ping, the finisher was good, and Shondex gets overwhelmed after some unfortunate whiffs. So I feel like, to me, the solution here is, if they're leaning towards Garage time and time again, do you think it's time for a mid fight where they use, again, the Neon? They kind of send it out mid-door, send it out mid, or send it down C long. That's kind of where I'm headed towards if I'm NRG Academy.
Yeah, it all depends if where Shondex is going to sit with this pit, because I mean, usually these Vipers, these Sentinels like to sit around C, and that's where we saw our last Vipers pit from Sleeper's side anyway. But this Hunter's Fury, I mean, you said it beautifully. It just broke crosshairs. It broke up the fight and the focus and allowed Sleepers to take control of the chaos. And now you have an offensive op. You don't get to see those every day, but at least it's usually, last time it was Leo versus Renz with the op. Now it's Tanza.
Ooh. The player usually run a double duelist alongside. Leo's the one sporting it. I like it. The pseudo chamber cosplay, right? If you have a TP at your side. But I do like how weary Sleepers aren't trying to get repetitive instead of going towards Garage, where the only switch really was Renz just playing contact here instead of Giza. Giza instead has split util B and A. I think they really wanted to play heavy C-side retake. Even the wall, right? For this A anchor. How did Salada get here?
There's no... Shondex is not bringing that wall up, so he's just got to walk in for free, take down the turret. This is suspiciously quiet. Now the wall comes up. Sleepers are split from each other. Evolution from Tanza, so he won't be too affected. The damage is... Oh, he's just living through that. Okay, I gotta look at every interaction, and he is unaffected. Okay, give Tanza the spike.
He just ran through the swarm grenade. Doesn't care about the Hunter's Fury and is now out back with the operator down grass, and Salada's fighting like normal forward.
Oh my god, he's playing chicken with bullets. That is a deadly game, and all three stacked up. A strike right through the pins. And Sleepers post plant holds on, now playing from main. NRG Academy fight tooth and nail, and it's a shotgun to the face. And not too stoked about that.
Wow, I mean, we come out of NRG Academy timeout. We expect the defensive switch-ups. They come, and somehow Sleepers are still able to find the chink in the armor there in that front B main space. I think there was a Killjoy turret there, but it looked like NRG Academy didn't really respond to it being broken, right? The idea was, oh, they're just defaulting. They've been destroying our util super early anyways. And I think that's where that fatal mistake was. Shondex got there, but it was too late, right? It's after Salada had already cleared out all the back sight. It's after we already had Tanza cross with the evolution popped. So again, we had to play full retake, and we know how good Sleepers are at managing the chaos.
And from Klorg, look at just the threat level that he creates just by himself. That kind of delayed recon. You got the front smoke from Ange. Klorg will take these close engagements with the Stinger. Usually he sits by the orb and will get to not only be aggressive, but get so much information just based off of listening to Sleepers.
Okay. They're expecting some sort of eco-style aggression out of NRG Academy, and at least they spotted out a component of it here with Klorg.
Don't repeat that. Oh, you're crazy for that. Klorg, you're trying to sign a deal with the devil here. He's still peeking. Klorg, they're definitely 100% there.
Yeah, your cave might have a few holes in it after that.
We still got plot armor, I guess. Can NRG Academy pull off another thrifty, though? Sleeper's gonna flip the map right at the door that Renz is guarding. The smokes that Ange has in place, or maybe even Shondex. No pit yet. I don't think you could stop this tidal wave. Sleepers check all their corners, but wait, not this one. Shondex catches the duelist. Giza gets a pick too. NRG Academy did damage. But speaking of taking damage, Klorg is the last one left. And Sleepers will barely get away with the plant. It'll be a round in their favor.
Kind of know where Klorg and that Hunter's Fury came from, which I liked, right? It complemented that backside crossfire well, but that slight pause and regroup from Sleepers to then refight over towards Logs, just chef's kiss, and reaping the rewards are probably going to get this 11-9, but Klorg is definitely going to make a go at it, not saving a stinger.
Sorix is a Klorg respecter. Salada is locking in that crosshair. He says, peek me again. Chloric dashing in. There we go. Salada does it again. Sleepers, though, encroaching on that finish line, 2 away from the big win. NRG Academy, they kicked off their second half with a thrifty, but haven't garnered too much gas in the tank, too. Now the lead is definitely slipping away.
Yeah. I mean, this round, we talked about how when they have these big, like, weapon rounds, they're winning them pretty easily for NRG Academy. And they're in a similar position here yet again at keeping Sleepers off of map point on their pick, mind you, or they would run the risk of being broke going into that map point. So I do think, I was curious if we were going to see this timeout here, if they were going to run the risk towards an OT one instead. And I think they're definitely worried here with, again, the momentum more than anything that Sleepers have gained, right? Every single time Sleepers have got round, it's been, again, they're very dangerous, and I don't think that danger's been nullified. Let me keep it. They still have 3 big ults that exemplify their fight factors. Leo with the overdrive, Solana with the not dead yet, and it's gonna make things even more difficult.
Even Sleepers have changed their style. We've compared the MV because, you know, the way how aggressive and deathbally they are, but also the ISO Yor they incorporated on this very map, and even maps like Corrode, where it was so hard to punish this death ball, and you couldn't even bring out the op, and now you definitely can. And Renz is dropping 20 kills for a reason. A lot of them using that op. He does not miss, but Tanza is the one handling op business for Sleepers. Early pit for Shondex will may nullify a chance of an op battle there anyway.
Okay. Early pit, try to shut down this C-Tick simulator. EEPY have used to get the last few rounds under their belt. Slow down. Reevaluate. Giza playing this far forward, I do like. Leo, that spear is so, I was gonna say, not ready for this.
And Leo took so much tag damage early. It was 10 HP. Yeah, he's first point of contact, and Solana, he doesn't stop at just garage control. He wants the whole spawn control. He has the ult. He can get away with that. And Shondex is terrified right now. Look at where he's hiding. He's even gonna leave the pit. That is a surprising choice from Shondex, and that opens up the whole lane for this post plane for Sleepers.
Ooh. Just like that. Feels like they'll inevitably get to that map point. I was gonna say, Clark and Renz, you went for this exact situation last time without a Viper Spit, and it didn't go too well. So I'm curious to see what the differences this time will be. I think it's less committal is the difference.
Renz doesn't miss with that op. That's great and all, but it doesn't always win them rounds. I think it really came down to how that pit broke down, of Shondex getting pushed from all sides, feeling like pressured to make a play. Pokes out thinking Tanza would have been looking elsewhere. And Tanza reacted beautifully, and that really opened up the round for Sleepers to be on match point.
Yeah. This is an interesting round. It's again the trades, and I feel like for a team that hasn't been together as long as this Maryville core has, right, as a collegiate squad, it's just their chemistry is next level. And to me, it comes from all the reps they're getting from, again, some of these tier 3, tier 2.5 tournaments on the weekends, right? That's where they get their reps and where they're making up for lost ground that these other teams have in experience or camaraderie. And it is showing here. I said each team needed to win their map pick. Well, NRG Academy running the risk of losing their own right here, right now.
And just like, okay, you see me? You see what I'm holding? You don't want the smoke. And Sleepers, well, they don't even get to see because of the smoke. So kind of limiting Leo's choices here. You could still activate the ult and go crazy, but could be stepping into a trap, one laid by Giza. Could wait with a lockdown chance. And it's do or die. Will Sleepers take the NRG Academy map pick? As Salada be the first point. Tip of the spear Now he puts the smoke in place. The left side is pretty open, and that's where the 3-stack of NRG Academy are. You have Tanza watching with the op through mid. You got to keep an eye on what Renz can create too, pushing through spawn. Sleepers, now time is on their side. They don't want to waste a second as Leo gets activated. And it's just a good buddy system from Sleepers, ready to put NRG Academy to bed. But Ange steps up, not the best weapons, but the Guardians could still pack a punch. Wait a minute, that's an unexpected shot to miss. And Renz panics, and they walk right into the hands of Sleepers. 2 versus 1. Ange just got away with the defuse? No, at the last second he shot. That round was wild, but Sleepers deny it. 13-9 win for them.
Wow. I mean, that round was chaotic in all the ways, from whiff shots to denying the post-plan util to us thinking that Andrew's about to get that shot off, and then you get a shot through the smoke with the operator onto the player when it's a pixel away. I mean, yeah, we're gonna need a replay of that one. Thank you, production. Let's see this. I mean, do we get it from the off defuse?
Like, everyone is dying. There's chaos, there's blood, there's screams off in the distance, and Ange is just holding the fuse. Like, I was not expecting the round to possibly be turned that way.
Like, I guess you're hoping that the player's windows survive a little bit longer, because I think, like, you guys are losing that round in terms of, like, numbers dropping like flies, and it would have come down to, I think, a 1v2 after that exchange, so that would have been difficult if Duck, like, hadn't fallen, so there's... Yeah, it's a very difficult position to be in, and that's what allows Sleepers to get them at 13-9.
It was like so tied up between both these teams for so long. The 5-7 half that Sleepers were able to overcome. This is a map that they've banned before, a one that they've lost 7-13 to our first playoff team of SAD Esports. And wow, we have Bind up next, and that's Sleepers Playground. I'm excited to see how they're going to operate without the Brimstone, or will they change something again? I don't know, but let's visit the desk and we'll see you after this.
One enemy remains.
fight together.
Exactly what Core needs. Delivering as the anchor.
Spam early. Through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get his classic round this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to 8. There's Alum, that's the Phantom. Brought up by the save.
And trouble without his rifle. Way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And isn't by that bite act done. Early drop down and Ange catches all of it from hell.
First map in the series with a playoff spot on the line here for Sleepers and NRGA, and it's going to be a pixel perfect finish by Sleepers. And I mean pixel perfect. If you did not watch that last round, you need to rewind and go watch that now. 13-9 victory in the end. I mean, going into this map, Roy, from the get-go, NRGA, they started stringing the rounds together, but Sleepers, they stayed calm, composed, called their time out, and managed to flip the script. But it was such a close match regardless.
Oh yeah, neck to neck that entire time from start to finish. I mean, we talked about how important that first half was, right? The defensive half for EP, but the fact that NRG started 4-0 kind of started making me second guess my pick. Like, am I still confident in this EP win on Haven? And then boom, they answer back. They get some rounds together. They start to look kind of confident. They're regaining a bit of their flow, and it was kind of like a full-on defensive assault. And what I like the most about this team is the fact that they're pulling up these unusual comps that they don't really have a lot of inspiration to draw from. Like this is strictly an identity pick from them, and the fact that they could they consistently play these compositions that suit their style, that suit their identity, and have these results against these like amazing teams is so crazy to me. And I think that just speaks volumes, and it reminds me of a very specific team that did all of that last year, Envy.
Damn, I wouldn't have imagined that you were gonna say Envy. Like, that's crazy that you would say Envy. No, but all jokes aside, like we have been comparing them a lot to Envy. You know, this team that's been able to march to the beat of their own drum. The fact that they're able to continue to do so, and you're talking about how like impressive this has been. I think it's also the fact that these players who have been grinding for so long to get to this point in the scene to be able to compete at that tier 2 level. And a lot of the times we talk about that dynamic between these teams that have a lot more of that veteranship on the side of NRG Academy versus a Sleepers where it's all of these like young players. But I feel like we also don't necessarily always touch on the fact that when you are going through that grind in tier 3, trying to get to that tier 2 level, that also just, it builds so much character. And that was just so impressive with how they were able to flip the script and take that momentum back after a very slow start and dominant start out from NRG Academy. And then also taking a look at the first kills here for NRGA, also having that 11 first kills. EP, I think that also does highlight their ability to take those rounds that don't go into their favor and completely flip the script. And it feels like any of these players is able to pop off and have those multi-kill moments to just seize control once again.
And for me, like, the crazy part is this is not one of those instances where EP wins 2 pistols or they win like the bonus and like everything's going in their favor, right? Like, they traded pistols. They actually lost the first bonus. They had an 0-4 start to the game. They also got thriftied. Like, there's so many things that went against EP this game, and they still had a pretty decisive win against NRG, a team that we unanimously consider to be one of the best. But for me, the devils and the details for how this team plays, like, they are consistently displaying such a good grip on the game's fundamentals, the macros, the way they move around, the way they choke hold positions, the way they interrupt rotations, like their understanding of, oh, we got this kill in garage after not making noise on the whole map, now we can accelerate, someone get window quickly, someone let's fly out on C site. Like, there's so many of these like small little details in the way this machine is functioning. Just shows that this team, there's not just a bunch of puggers running around. Like, they actually understand Valorant. They actually play very good fundamental Valorant. And that's why I think the comps don't matter. It's just an identity thing.
Yeah, I think like you talking about that as well is kind of what we're trying to highlight in that head-to-head before this first map even was underway, right? How were Sleepers going to look up against an NRG Academy that we know are so good when it comes down to a lot of that spacing, those timings, working as that unit? Because it's one thing to, be able to play your own game on the side of Sleepers up against other opponents, but up against a team like NRG Academy, that's where I was really looking to see how that head-to-head was going to look. And it was just so impressive to see them be able to continue to move forward playing their own game and then match that kind of play style and overtake NRG Academy despite that strong start. I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to continue to develop throughout this best of 3 series.
I think one of the most impressive things, obviously, when we get to the end of a map, we talk about who had the most kills, who had this, etc. But we got to talk about the least amount of deaths in the server. For 22 rounds, everyone averaging 13 to 18 deaths. And here's Sorix. He's had only 7 to his name. And Roy, you were talking about, too, going into the series, just the pure clutch factor coming out from this player. Like, bro just never dies.
No, literally how, though? Like, how are we in this very close game from start to finish? It was, what, 8-7 at one point, right? If I'm not mistaken, give or take. And you press tab and he's got 6 deaths. How is that possible? How is this player such a consistently good anchor for this team? Like, he doesn't take an excessive amount of risk, but it feels like in every single scenario where he needs to have impact, he needs to have value, he's capitalizing. He doesn't overextend, he doesn't overheat. He's very disciplined, and whenever you need that clutch player, like, he's pretty much there to help close out these rounds. Like, that is so impressive for such a young player, especially when you consider the fact that NRG Academy is such an experienced team with so much, like, even the coach is very experienced. Their fundamentals have been drilled. They've been a team for so long. Like, a lot of these areas that you would think NRG has an edge, it seemed like they didn't in this game.
And that was something from the beginning of this stage. I mean, the fact that Sorix was always alive and just so reliable for the team. You have the people that go get the kills right away, and then Sorix to back it up. Like, this team has a lot of depth to it. One that's going to get them a win, and going on into the series puts them one step closer to qualifying into the playoffs, especially, too, when you look at the maps, that very first map of Haven was an NRGA pickup. Now we're going to Sleeper's territory, and they're going to be picking up Bind Ash. And so there is the potential. This is a 2-0 series.
There's definitely a world where it can happen. They're also running that double controller, double duelist composition here on Bind, which is a bit of a contrast to what you see out of NRG Academy, where you do have that deadlock coming into the fray. I'm excited to see how the styles are going to clash here on Bind as well, especially with the fact that, you know, NRG Academy will be starting out on the defensive side first. I do think, though, that with the Waylay and the Yoru we're expecting out of Sleepers, that's just such a great composition to be going into the deadlock to break up those setups that are going to be had on those anchored sites there.
Dude, I totally agree. And if you recall back to NRG's last match, they actually lost to that same exact composition that SAT Esports was running, that Sleepers is kind of trying to run. Maybe like some small variants to it, but the duelists are the same. And I feel like the Yoru and the Waylay, they pair so well into the deadlock because they can bypass, or they can send a Waylay in to bait all of the, you know, all the trap setups and all of the gadgets, and then just recall back and then re-hit or use it as a fake. Like, there's a ton of explosive pressure coming out from the Sleeper side. And I'm curious as, you know what? My answers it's been answered. I think NRG realized the flaw of their composition in the current meta, and they're running it back themselves. The mirror compositions coming out here from NRG Academy. I like the new look. I want to see Shondex unleashed. I want to see Renz on this Yoru. That defensive half, it's going to be so important for NRG. I'm curious to see how they're going to fight back against these crack Zoomers.
I'm really excited to what this is going to look like. This is kind of what the kind of stage that I wanted to see out of NRG Academy, with the fact that deadlock has been dismantled, especially with how this meta has been developing throughout the season so far. I don't know. I don't really have anything else to say. Like, I genuinely just want to see the head-to-head, because Haven was just such a nail-biter as well, especially with how that map ended. You know NRG Academy are angry going into Bind with that defuse being denied.
For me, I'm kind of questioning, okay, how deep can this, like, the strategy pool be for NRG, though, with such a last-minute comp change, right? Like, the composition is fine, and I think the players are all very capable. The composition fine, I think all the players are very capable, and I think there's a point where, like, it's going to come down to, obviously, one, how comfortable is everybody in those roles, and I feel like that's going to matter so much. And ultimately, it's really going to come down to the individual performances, and a lot of the things that we've been highlighting, a lot of the fun stuff, the player v player, the duelist v duelist, the 2v2 on the duelist, the mirror comp. It's going to be a fun one.
It really, really will be. I love the fact that, hey, we lose to this composition, NRGA, let's just pick it up for ourselves. But on the opposing end, this is the sleepers that have been just so disciplined, so drilled, and such a firepower, not just today, but throughout the entire stage as well. Is it going to result in a 2-0 win to get their spot in playoffs, though? It is time to find out now as we get ready to head into your bind and send back over to your casters, Lemon Kiwi and Zobi.
Thank you so much, Sierra. This has been a banger of a series so far. Haven was tied 9-9 until, you know, the last 4 rounds happened and Sleepers took over the server. So I'm really excited for Bind, Zobi, especially with these comps. So yeah, going into Bind, this Sleepers team, they're a little bit allergic to that brimstone, but man, do we love Salada on Clove and this Sleeper stack encroaching on Giza, who's hoping to put up more of a stand and play safer than ever before. Now, Shandex by his side. After that MVP performance, surely they could do something. And it's Leo that carves his name into Ren's first. And it's an all-out brawl just to establish. And now, lingering. He's at 13 HP. He's already been tagged through the smoke. And he decides to fall back. Maybe Chloric could be the front line here. Sleepers still have to plant Sorix on watch. And man, Sleepers are just one step ahead of all these engagements, Zobi.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you're going to get a lot of NRG Academy receiving and having to deal with this Sleepers aggression. They are going to go a lot. They're just going to rough you up. And honestly, something I wanted to mention before was, I don't know about this composition change either. I was excited to see the Deadlock finally shut down some of these entries from players like Leo, and without that, I'm not sure what their win condition's going to be. Here, for example, fighting back out of showers. Obviously, when you have deep base control like Sleepers had, they can just pivot on a dime and handle it. Now coming into the next, I mean, whew, I like the toxic screen. I like what we could see outside of Belong, but also Sleepers looked ready for it, and now the TP was called a bit too early.
This double duelist is something we're more used to when it comes to Sleepers. Like Tanza dropping 20 kills on the Sentinel, and now he's like, put me on the duelist. I'm already fragging like one. All Giza is being gatekept girl boss by Sorix, though. So they're going to have a bit of a staring contest while Sleepers scale up behind Tanza.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're convinced that there was 2 players. So Sorix thinks one's tucked away in TP, but they're concerned with a minute counting on the clock as they get onto the site itself. So curious to see if Giza will have a late round impact. But for now, with Spike being planted and ideally the call coming through, NRG Academy begin the rotation all the way over.
Man, maybe it's Giza living in Sorix's brain rent-free, and maybe it's like, well, he's not been there for that long, right? Like, it's not that, but here comes the follow-up, the retake through the top, looking towards Chloric. Can you have a nice lineup to maybe get some info here? But you're maybe just going down with the ship, not trying to give up any orbs. I'm more used to NRG Academy trying to take a fight where they can, but now you got to give a lot of respect to Sleepers after how Haven broke down. Duck is gonna test the waters, look both ways before he crosses, and holy, they just annihilated NRG Academy and farmed those orbs.
And of course, Sorix still gets the kill on Giza after he finally leaves the TP trying to die to the spike. That's just the cherry on top. But we cannot understate the importance of Duck being the one to get so many of those exit kills, right? 2 off from the Nightfall, coming in to the bonus round with a Phantom in hand as well. Is, I think, it'll really set them up for a decent execution if they play some Ult Orb Gathering Simulator, at least from the start, which I think is where NRG Academy and this plan between Shandex and Giza to fight for shower control should come in clutch. But we'll see if Sleepers are going to let that happen so easily.
And Duck could really use that ult. They're just bouncing through the smoke. NRG Academy, they just got to tuck away. And Sleepers, they'll take the space, but can they hold it? Maybe it'll just be the orb for now, and they could take the TP and follow up with Duck, who is quickly flip the map. No TP, actually. He'll take the long route.
He has a winning this would be huge, because not just does he get the orb from the kill, but then he would get the one in showers. So I'm surprised that with that early presence, they didn't take that. But time being, this feels like a fake out, and obviously NRG Academy haven't budged an inch, especially with NRG getting that early kill. They know they've made the correct call to stack here for the time being.
And the fact that they still want to go B after Sorgs died in Hookah, and now Solana. They want revenge, and Leo will sign his name. Cloric has fallen. NRG Academy still linger, and it's Ange is currently still watching Hookah. Shondex watching the entry. Sleepers disrespecting the wall. Duck 1v4. Not gonna happen, man. Ange, the ultimate anchor for this team.
Wow, and in the back of my head, alongside the possible deadlock pick, I was expecting NRG Academy and just their ability as individuals to anchor sites to be some, I guess, uncomfortable kind of dynamic to handle for the side of Sleepers. And Leo charging with the Bucky, I completely foresaw coming, and he still gets one, which is crazy and just proves that he's gonna get one every single round he does that. But if they can't get past Ange, if they can't go for these dual avenue takes instead of taking by one avenue, re-clearing the other later, I think they're gonna have issues up against NRG on this attack half.
Cloric, Prowler, already pings one. Back to default positions. Renz just wants to add to this equation after how overwhelming Sleepers were. Nightfall at the ready. Oh wait, you still also have Tonza. I guess he can gate, no, not can't gate crash over anymore. Is NRG Academy peeking and taking a fight? Outnumbered? They're gonna just hold their positions.
Smoke's down.
Less than a minute left. Yeah, it is just a mass fake to get back into the A side. They were scared. They're shook by Ange last round. They'd rather go to their tried and true. Good clearance of Nightfall into this close corner as well. They're just trusting that they can handle it while Leo takes the dive. And there's some retaliation from Heaven with Shondex still alive, but the site should fall.
Right here. Shondex playing as safe as he can, creating a threat level. And oh, that ping through the box. Shondex benefits. A huge setup from Cloric. And this guy's unstoppable. Just like that, he pulls off a 4K in the blink of an eye, and NRG Academy tied the game.
Wow. And we were curious how this composition was going to go, right? Last time they played Blind, it was actually Renz reprising the duelist role with the Waylay instead. And now that they've switched Shondex back to it, it's looking really nice. 6-2, what's kind of allowed NRG Academy to stabilize after a pretty decent fake out from Sleepers. And now they're the ones a little bit broken of a bye. I'm expecting just another kind of all-in A exec when you have two Buckies on your side and a Waylay, but we'll see where they take these short-range weapons when we go back into the round.
NRG Academy haven't been proactive in these fights, but imagine off of a convergent paths what kind of trouble you could really cause. So Shondex definitely feeling himself. There's that dive you're talking about, but slips behind those defenses through the smoke. The Bucky can hurt close range, but Shondex will still find his target. And Giza falls around Showers and through the Prowler, through the fire and the flames. NRG Academy, they trip up Sleepers on their walk-in. They have the better weapons, so Sleepers were going for a Hail Mary here nonetheless.
Spike down A.
So it seems like an easy round. Not perfect, but easy.
Yeah. And if we as casters could read like what map we thought Sleepers were going to pick, I think NRG Academy have. And that round to me, I think is the first one that kind of sold that NRG Academy knows exactly what Sleepers A take, especially on ecos, look like, right? In that Alliance Guardians game, there was one round where there's like 3 players with better weapons stacked right outside of U-Haul, and that exact play comes through, right? Where Leo gets behind them with a Bucky, they have the entire force of their team ahead of them, and they get absolutely crunched and thriftied. So instead, what does NRG Academy do? They have 2, 3 players stacked triple and shower side and fight back into it perfectly before Sleepers get through their protocol, clearing out all U-Haul, and then shift their focus to showers and clear that out before the spike goes down. So I think that's exactly why this timeout has come through, is because their playbook has been copied, has been antied, and they need to come up with some new things on the fly with Coach Hu.
And Renz has gotten up going this round. He's been sort of trying to flex between both sides, gate crashing where needed. This could really help supplement either side of the map. So Sleepers, it's been a lot behind these pushes of Duck's Prowlers, usually encountering Chlorix, at least if it's through B long. But Sleepers have been trying to default and, have these 3-2 split ups or whatever, and trying to really go for the best option and not just rush in unnecessarily.
That's where I'm not sure if Sleepers have been pushed enough on this map to have that bounce back, and that's why the coach got involved. So we'll see what it looks like when they do slow things down. Looks like the idea was for Sorix to open up the B site late while they faked this A pressure off the lurk wall, but if you're getting kills on the A site, does it really matter?
Sleepers just take these outnumbered duels first. I mean, remember Ange? She had that, 3 or 4K in hookah? And Sleepers have already adapted, overcome that. U-Haul punctured too. They're taking these important power positions and a lot of advantages away from NRG Academy. Here comes Chloric, 1v3. The only thing going for him is that he's on the flank and they may not know it. Duck watching it. Protections are up thanks to Sorix. Maybe that has isolated Duck away from the flock. Prowler's not going to help anything, but Chloric is running out of time to do something about this. He may just walk into Solana accidentally, and it's an ace, and it's a tie game once again.
Here we go, 3-2-3. Now I want to take a peek at that replay to see exactly what changed. My guess is that because Sleepers were so silent until they got into U-Haul, they did catch NRG Academy off guard, and it's also surprising because Ange was all the way downstairs and didn't make contact with anybody. So they should have had some realization, but all in all, that allows them to flip the site, get the spike down, have plentiful numbers that, as we saw, Chloric was able to clutch up against. So, coming to the next, at least there's money still for both sides. There's ults for both sides, so get your free cams ready. This is going to be a spicy round.
Yeah.
Time to jump.
And then you can at least send Solana to maybe clear it off the dimensional drift info, of course. Conversion pass, no Leo will sign up for that job. Hasn't really entered the pit yet. Tanza is going to need some assistance. Here comes the army marching down through the Viper's pit, and Ange has to abandon ship, enough to at least get the pick, force the ult out of Solana, who will not be returning into the fray. 3 versus 3, just like our score line, and Sleepers still have to scale into the site. At what point do you just take the TP and leave, or just, the long way? They're going to flip the map.
I am curious. I do think Renz could beat them there, and if he gets the sight line on Hookah, this op will be right place, right time. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, it's a sprint. Like you said, Renz finds the shot that matters.
And it's gonna go all the way. I hope he beats him again. I hope they beat him there. Oh, they're not. Okay, 35 seconds. Should get the spike down, and then it's dimensional drift since Renz is low HP. Hopefully to set Chloric up
30 seconds
for the clutch. Oh, we are using every single one on the server that we could. Wow, okay.
Yeah, good to give Sorix the plant, one away from the pit. Is this gonna be enough as Sorix steps out? I don't know about that one. Nightfall in a 2v1. Leo, 35 HP. At least the plant went down. That's all he has to work with him, and now he's dancing against danger, and it's Chloric that takes over and gives NRG the lead back.
Wow. I mean, I know I said there was gonna be a lot of ults, guys, but that mixed with just the 40 level chests we had, the mind games back and forth were crazy. And I have to give props to Sleepers in that initial clear out of the Viper's pit on the A site. They clearly overwhelmed Ange with all that util. The dimensional drift as well to take the back line support of Giza out too, who had extra delay after that orbital strike was procced to cancel the conversion pass from the waylay. It was just, again, layers on layers and led to a great round and dessert. So, and that's just for one round, Lemon Kiwi, right? 4-3, we could be up to 4-4 after this round immediately because you have a few here rifles and still the Nightfall for Duck.
Oh my god. Tanza kind of a jump scare, and Giza reacts well, pulls the trigger, and Sleepers will still get into showers thanks to Solana. Spike behind, usual default. Shondex has been camping out A and U-Halls, so that's still a final boss that Sleepers have to take on.
I do like from Sleepers how they're waiting to punish against some of these walkdowns like we saw Sorex do up against Ange, how Duck was trying to do here up against Renz. I hope they don't dry peek this. So orb goes up. They force Renz out, at least for the time being. I don't think they made contact like player to player, eye level.
Ren's playing as safe as he can. The Nightfall, he does not budge and just hopping right through the bullets. Ange will stand, and the anchor has an impact. But Sleepers will not sink yet. They'll get the plant. Snake bite in. Here's NRG Academy, already trying to get information off of Caloric. As Shondex creates a threat in Hookah. You can see this NRG crunch start to come in, and Renz has a flash, throws it out, gets vision. Solana swings solo. Sorex is protecting the plant, and it's just one that remains through all the chaos. NRG Academy have Renz to thank.
And again, Renz in this operator, right? Just like one of the more flexible players I've seen with this weapon. Close fights, team fights, it doesn't matter. All right, he's able to gel with the situation that demands and is able to clutch out again a important round. We mentioned the back and forth, right? The 3-3, the potential 4-4 that could come. And even when they hadn't made contact with players, they knew that pop was coming. They got out of dodge. They handled it on that retake.
Because you had that big ult exchange, not last round, but the round before, you're down to some bare bones Valorant. And Sleeper's not going for that showers control this time. Just kind of laying back and see what NRG Academy pull out first.
Yeah, once again, on these extremities, waiting for a player to peek out Hookah, fight down long, and Ange almost got burned for it from that pre-fire from Sorex. And now, again, you have to play the game of where's the op, and Renz this time in showers. Position, I was going to say exposed with the Yodo. It's a great counter to that Leo dive.
Yeah, I trade the dashes for the gate crush. I think you take that if you're NRG Academy. Because now it's not going to be as fast and loose for Sleepers to get into the site. They can still play this from front to back as Tanza will be laying on it after Renz picks him off. Giza pressure showers, and the spike is down at a really bad spot because Ange is watching it. Sleepers gonna take the wins where they can, at least clear out the backside, maybe even try to access this op in heaven. Leo is on the case. Renz watches his back, but scopes in a little too late. Ange has one job, buy time for Cloric to get back. Leo has a mountain of paperwork ahead of him, and it's over just like that.
Yeah, it's really just NRG's selective swing timings there that got the edge up against Sleepers, right? I mean, Renz is just this consistent threat in the back lines, but again, it's like this wall separates the players. Usually have Sleepers as this mass force, just this tide that sweeps over the entire site, and there was a lot of just timings, a lot of players not even staring each other down as they took each other's lives. And like you mentioned, when it came down to the 2v1, Ange just tucking away safely towards the spike, waiting for Cloric and that regroup. And as soon as they made that contact with the spray down triple, Ange swings, gets the job done, and guarantee at least a tie at the half, looking for a lead that Sleepers need to shut down with this timeout.
And I've liked the changes that NRG Academy have done. Like we were kind of talking in the break about where we're going to see this deadlock come back and what was going to be the pivot after, well, NRG Academy lost to SAD 13-11. Most importantly, they were down 2-10 on that defensive half. And look how much better NRG Academy's defense looks now. They've won six rounds, doubling the Sleeper's score. So getting rid of the deadlock is definitely part of that solution.
Yeah. Okay. Well, NRG Academy up 6-3 versus Sleepers. Honestly, I thought this was going to be the stronger half too for Sleepers, so I'm not sure what this is going to spell with another round. And Nico, that should go NRG Academy's way. But when all else fails, you take that dive, right? That crunch we talked about that they do time and time again, and see if it works.
Leo slips past. Pass now going to the back line, checking every nook and cranny, and maybe not even full committing to that fight. Shondex is now getting toyed with. But Sleepers have taken more damage and more losses, but anything they can do here would be impressive considering it's Bucky's and Sheriffs doing all the talking here. NRG Academy keeping their distance, keeping showers, but they will have to retake. Their hand will be forced. They have to defuse the spike. And Ange on the flank gets checked. He won't be pulling off any shenanigans against this team. And Tanza and Duck, beautiful through the smoke, finding these quick kills. And now 2v1, you gotta get on this spike yesterday. And I don't know if Renz has enough time, he just doesn't. They still keep their weapons, but that's a thrifty for EP.
Wow. I mean, we just said earlier how that exact play for Sleepers might not work because NRG Academy has seen it before, and we thought they were going to get away with it again as well, right? That shower space never cleared out, but clearly Sleepers learned their lesson, right? I love this orb to quick scale towards the spike. I like that they never directly fought these Showers players head on either. Instead took, again, the fragmented fight that the Clove Smokes offered for some weapon upgrades, and they bought that down to the bitter end, the timer, to get that thrifty through. It's a 6-4 again on the course correction route, and get to see if they can keep up the momentum, which we saw some great momentum swings on Haven.
Yeah, Sleepers need to try to close the gap in the score here because NRG Academy is their best side has definitely been on attack on this map. As Sleepers try to get themselves the tools to vanquish this beast, and it's the convergent pass now just earned from Leo after that orb. And they're heading elsewhere, and they'll leave Tanza to disrupt and keep them guessing.
Yeah. Was interested in a potential be hit there from Sleepers just because Renz wasn't there and I wanted to see what the anchors would look like without Renz, but does feel like Spidey senses singling. They lean away towards the lighter side, but also the delay side, like double Molly's orbital strike. So if they do invest that convergent paths, I think there's a pretty easy nullification factor for NRG Academy here.
Convergent paths to get into U-Haul. Shondex not there this time. Help is on the way, though.
30 seconds left.
And Showers is another threat. Orbital strike from the defense to stop the plant. Sleepers in a lot of trouble. They panic, but they still stick to their guns, and that's what's worked out for this team throughout challengers. Ange will not be touched either. Showers control a last-second pivot for Sleepers. They'll get the plant off just barely. 3 versus 3.
I liked the backstab thought from Sorks there, but Ange handles it, and then they go this 3v3 retake.
Shondex. 21 HP. Giza flicks, turns, and burns. Duck will pull out the Nightfall, just earning that after the double kill. Really putting a lot of respect on Ange and that 48 HP. Like, even the dimensional drip, this is a very respectful team. Like, a little bit too much respect. But this is just the cherry on top, the guaranteed win that Sleepers needed.
Oh, yeah. We'll see the next round if it works out using both of those ults, right? They need the 6 that those could have gone towards. But yeah, no, respect shown, round earned. And that was something I also saw from Sleepers is because they're so scrappy at times, I think this was one of the more well-coordinated rotates that we've seen out of them, right? They get on the B side pretty easily. They set up really well around it, too. The spray down, Slaughter obviously leading the charge there, fighting into elbow. Not unexpected at all from the Sleepers mindset. But this round, we have a B long fight set up. We have a Viper's Pit towards A. They want to push these players into this exchange. They've got it.
Oh, if Renz would have lived there, Dimensional Drift would have been huge for this final round of the half. The Nightfall only delays things. Salada will be cut. This keeps NRG Academy guessing, though, while Sleepers are very limited on their options after that, taking that L at B long.
Okay. So the gate crash there as well, so I do like Clork scaling down here. It would punish the B pivot. Iza usually has survived when they actually exit out of Showers just by tucking, playing the smoke timing. See if he can do it again, because yeah, they are challenging this Viper's Pit once again, tooth and nail, and winning it effortlessly.
Perfect for Leo. Ian just trying to step away. He gets found out. Now here's the Uno reverse card. A pit to cover the spike. NRG Academy gonna have to sandwich this one in, but as solo heroes, it's not gonna be enough. And Sleepers may just get away with tying our game up once again. Both these teams have been exchanging punches throughout this series. NRG Academy are going to have to pull off some heroics to get back in the driver's seat here on the attack.
I mean, they switched away again from a Sentinel comp into this, so defense ending 6-6, not too shabby for NRG Academy. Also, Sleepers apparently did not need the 2 ultimates to get their 6th round. We got the answer for that. And honestly, it comes out of their fearlessness, right? I feel like, much like Rinkers, much like that NV, they just don't care who's on the other side of the server. You still have Leo diving in fearlessly into a pit. You still have a lot of fighting deep into spawn, and that caught NRG Academy off at times and overwhelmed even star players like Ange, who was at the top of the leaderboard, 12-7. So we'll see what they can do on their lurk plays, or if Sleepers can survive what this composition offers are these similarly strong dive execs.
Oh, the quick swing out from Sorex. I love that shot. Sheriff hurts. First blood for Sleepers. Taking matters into their own hands.
And they're gone.
NRG Academy have Chloric that can try to lead that charge. He bought some light armor too, so he's got some main character energy right now. But wait, Shondex is kind of solo. Split off because of the Viper's wall. And Duck is keeping everyone else at bay. Shondex, was he used as bait? NRG Academy don't really have an answer or a trade. You just sacrifice Shondex. They're a little bit stuck at the entryway. And it's an exchange. It's not really helping NRG Academy's case. Have these small lapses. Who takes the pistol here is going to generate some serious momentum. And for Sleepers, to head towards the end of that series, there's the plant from Renz. Ange doing what he can on the right side. Another flank for Sleepers. Ange punishing Solana in his own smoke. NRG Academy don't have any safe space. It's just dancing around cover is the only luck they have. And it's Sleepers with the pistol.
It felt like every step of that round, Sleepers knew what was happening and had pretty decent control over the situation, right? I mean, they go from that great opening TP play to immediately getting back to defensive positions with that 3A split, and these two players did a great job already anchoring the side. I mean, Duck takes 2. That's all you really can ask from a Fade, especially. And then the rotations come through for the retake, and it looked really nice to get the lead back. To continue that momentum they've established with a 3 to cap off the last half, so see what NRG Academy have cooked up for their eco, but it should be an 8th for Sleepers, and then we get to the territory of, okay, are we gonna get any 3rd round conversion shenanigans?
NRG Academy just taking a look at Hookah, being a bit more aware and conditioned that Sleepers can just double swing out, and that was a huge part of setting the tone for that pistol. NRG Academy definitely need to support Shondex, and Ange doesn't need support. I mean, he gets that first pick, gets everyone frantic over on the A side. The defense is split 2-2, but you need NRG Academy to not hesitate. And actually, even Shondex gets tagged through the wall. He's 3 HP.
He tried to fake that they were rotating. Prowler, though, comes through. Now they have to commit to it before the double controllers really made their way down short either off of this toxic screen. And even if they did, look what's waiting on the other side. Leo with a Bucky.
Yeah, Leo is going to be an important anchor. What is Solana cooking now? He is so relentless. It's just like a wasp, and he tries to sting, and NRG Academy swat him away. And they feel in charge of the site, but as the smoke no longer sections the site, Renz takes a peek, takes a shot to the dome, and Sleepers regain control of the situation, much needed. Chloric, the spike he can maybe recover, but oh yeah,
honestly,
what is he cooking?
WinCon is Chloric needs to get that spike and get through the teleporter, right? And then let Shondex play this timing, and that's exactly what they do. 12 seconds left. The Bucky tracks him through the TP, and all plans are out the window. I saw the vision.
I see the vision.
And Leo says, No more vision.
No more vision. Just sleep.
And they force Shondex to save a sheriff. That's just brutal as well. To the longevity for the chances at getting your third off your first rifle round. I mean, I will say Duck this map has been really, really clean. Just holding his own, 16-9. There it is, right? He has to go for a Bucky because he can't afford a rifle. That hurts.
It does feel bad. And is this the tipping point for sleepers? They can convert this bonus. This would be everything. And to beat one of the best teams in challengers, honestly, that would make them one of the best teams in challengers. They're definitely in that top 3 consideration. Well, they're technically not the first team in playoffs, I guess. No A+ for you, NRG Academy. Look how much they're respecting sleepers, like staying further back at B long, letting the Prowler going max distance to get as much information as possible.
Yeah, so you're trying to invite them in B long so that you invite them in hookah into Leo, right? And Leo should at least be able to find one. We'll see if Giza can get the trade.
Patience from Leo until Giza runs out of his. And how you fry through hookah? You just have one left. Quick reaction from Renz. You're up by 1. Important person is still left on this field, and it's Duck. Some util to assess the situation. Now you've not even going through the front door, wrapping around through elbow. That's the thing that's not smoked currently. Giza's watching it, and only a bit of damage. Wait, this is scary. Sleepers are working their way back in, and it's Sorix 1v2. Renz is a dimensional drift, but you really just need to spam the spike, and Sorix was waiting, and Renz says, hold this.
Yeah, 4K to keep them in the game after a bonus that could have easily slipped away from mistakes even from the last round haunting them. And honestly, I was internally freaking out watching that round pan out, right? You have Giza, who could have peeked that for info and then retucked into hookah. Not quite sure if he had mollies left or anything to play the post. But then Ange makes a similar mistake, thinking maybe he had the timing. I'm not quite sure. And whew, it all comes down to Renz, and I guess in Ren's NRG Academy trust, where he was snake bitten off, it's just, at the end of the day, not enough gas left in the chamber to keep that wall up, to keep that clutch attempt alive, so...
Ooh! Renz is dead there. He was setting up for a dimensional drift play, so that's one win condition gone for NRG Academy. They have to be aware of these sleepers hookah swings, and obviously haven't gone for it since maybe the pistol, but gotta be always having your head on a swivel. No one's really gotten away with too many multi-kills this map. Everyone's really mechanically on point.
Yeah, it does feel like NRG Academy, though, are underestimating sleepers a little bit, right? You mentioned not expecting the hookah swing, right? There, we once again have kind of a dry peek from Shondex. And I think that's where some of these difficulties may lay. And that's where the potential of a 2-0 is growing. I do like this surprise element, but I don't think you expect to in the brim smoke.
As the NRG Academy just have one defender to face, so if they could take this fight quickly, they may be able to even up their odds. But reinforcements have arrived. Duck has delayed for long enough until he falls. He lays the Nightfall down the last second, but NRG Academy safe enough to plant within the box. And I'm worried about this peak. He gets punished. Solana and Leo clean things up to get sleepers a 2-round lead.
The operators are covered too, so trophy on the success as they get up to 9, and yeah, that's a difficult position to be in, right? I understand Andrew wanting to swing, again, you're down numbers, but it felt like there maybe was a plan to double swing off the C's that we kind of saw Cloric follow through on after the fact, so again, what could have been, but NRG Academy, they're just losing too many numbers in these early rounds, and while they're able to remedy enough to get onto the sites, it's still not enough to close things out, right? Again, that Sleeper is staying one step ahead. So NRG Academy, first time out of the map. Mind you, Sleepers have used both of theirs in what's already a close game. So where does the solution come from? Playing slower, waiting for these contact fights, punishing them, trapping them, Lemon Kiwi?
Just not a cute buy for NRG Academy, so I think you're starting to pray to a god that you believe in of how do you stop sleepers from getting to double digits. And do you even invest the dimensional drift with the hero rifle there? Your guess is as good as mine. Maybe it is just Orb Farm Simulator. See if you can get Nightfall for Chloric and go for more of the long game, while can you cause enough panic into Sleepers that they invest their ultimates? Because you saw how they're willing to invest 2 ults into a 2v1. So
yeah,
Sleepers can definitely be reactionary in these moments.
Now this round, I maybe would have hoped that Renz gives the hero rifle to someone else and uses Dimension Drift to get himself a gun. And I think you can use the Nightfall, I agree, to win this round, but all in all, they just need to be ready that Sleepers is fighting as soon as the barrier drops. And being I would say a little bit more committal with this info util, the clone, the prowlers. But for now, cards shown, Haunt out of shower to get the op on the line, and they're taking a page out of Leo's scrapbook. Send a shotgun into U-Haul, but there's a shotgun waiting for them.
Solana is just the final boss, man. He is proving how valuable this clove can really be. And NRG Academy, bought a Bucky, bought some light armor. We're maybe trying to pull off some miracles with Shondex getting up with the Bucky, and it was really riding the whole round. Felt like it rode on Shondex, and if he could get something going there, but hard cope pull that off. Sleepers now double digits. Is this the point where they run away with it? NRG Academy have only won 1 round this half.
I mean, aside from the 1 round this half, we think back to Haven too, right? Where it hit around this point after a really close game, and then, like you mentioned, Sleepers run away with things and close the map out. Momentum monsters, but I do think the ults are here. The timeout was there. Only difficulty are the light and regen shields, and this ratty corner to avoid info util. Hansa. Oh, if he tucked, you might not have seen him, but now, I mean, it's all come down to Ren's dimensional drift, and if they can get into this B site without losing life.
Yeah, dimensional drift, Nightfall, NRG Academy, everything but the kitchen sink, and everybody but Ren's. And that is a huge part of this attack, is setting up Renz for success. He dropped 20 kills on Hafen, and he's been silenced in an important round. And Duck with the big double evens things up, and he's going for more at half HP. Giza will still have a say. And the offensive pit could protect them, but they don't even use it. They get ahead of themselves, and Sorix clutches for Sleepers.
Oh, and that's the round that I think is gonna break the spirit for NRG Academy, right? You finally get into the B site with numbers. We're an even game as it dwindled down to the 2v2, and then that happens. I honestly thought we were gonna see Duck also find a masterclass shot onto Giza and survive. So again, some missed timings. It felt like every step of the way, right? A little bit overcommitment before the Nightfall comes in, a little bit of overcommitment before the Viper's Pit comes in. I think they were worried, especially because of the additional players that kept swinging, that there was just more and more Sleepers ready to awaken from the back sites, and I mean, they were right and lost the fight. So now they're still just gnawing at that B site.
Oh, Sorix trying to help Tanza stay in this, but wait, he sees. Okay, he can still get out. Gate Crash doesn't bring him back to B. But NRG Academy don't know that. Leo with a cutoff opportunity, and ooh. Giza needs a band-aid, but his armor took the brunt of that. Ren's 5 HP, Chloric 5 HP. You need kills if you're NRG Academy, or EEPY are gonna get to match point.
Yeah, I think Ange needs to be the one to open up this site, and it could be gifted to him if Leo loses this fight. That's the big if. Now you have nobody healthy left, and that's easy pickings for Solana.
Just a firing squad. Oh, jeez. And for this to be a near flawless, the economy, it's as good as it gets for Sleepers. And NRG Academy never really got to stabilize in this half. No matter how many good buys, the ults, I think it'll all come down to Shondex in this Convergent Paths next round. And even then, you have to play flawless, and they're out of timeouts.
10 seconds. All right, they used Dimensional Drift, a 48 HP, and do they use it for a 5 HP Chloric? I don't think so, but we'll see. making it look like 3K from Hookah. I like this idea because of the clone. So now hopefully Duck can swing unimpeded out of elbow, but I think it's a little bit late for that. Everyone's just on site. Chlorix just playing down the Hopium.
Yeah, NRG Academy just kind of using this as a pseudo timeout of how do you win the next bazillion rounds? Because this is Sleeper's map pick, and I was saying in the first half hour, NRG Academy's attack was the best part of them. Because when they went up against SAD, they were down 2 and 10, having a really rough defense, and then they came back, still lost 13-11, but made up for so many of those rounds on their attack. And this was a shifted composition for NRG Academy, and it has come down to just a lot of these 1v1 kind of mechanical things where Sleepers are just on it today.
No, absolutely. They're a team that, again, you don't know what to expect. They can upset the best of the best, and they are 1 round away from a spot in playoffs. From NRG Academy, was undefeated and has now lost 2 series back-to-back, being gate-kept from the finish line.
Look at this push through mid from Sleepers. NRG Academy not having their lurk. Oh, Shondex just gets killed mid-voice line of his ultimate. This is not how you wanted this round to start. Your win condition has been killed. Dimensional drip from Tonza. He's gonna know what you're planning, what you think before you've even executed. And the real executioners are Sleepers. Friends, the MVP of the last map gets put to bed, and Sleepers will take the series and advance to playoffs.
Wow, 13-7 as well. From the time the map veto landed, we knew each team had to win their map pick in order to set themselves up for success. And NRG Academy fumbled at the start line, and now they are fumbling at the finish line. Still 1 win off. I made the joke when they were up 0-3, right? It takes 4 wins to get to the playoffs. Are they just gonna keep spiraling into the last round? And oh no, that seems to be the curse inlaid upon them for the time being, losing to team after team right now. And honestly, I mean, you just look at a few of those rounds back on Haven and what could have been.
And you know, we have no doubt NRG Academy could also make playoffs, and now I feel bad for anyone who's going to be seeded against that because they're not going to get that top seed. But to focus back on Sleepers, a big congratulations to them. Remember, this is an all-rookie squad who haven't really competed in challengers, and as Roy described them, young, passionate crack zoomers, but now also playoff contenders. We're going to be so excited to talk to them in this post-match interview, guys, so don't go anywhere.
together, fight together.
Exactly what Core needs. Delivering as the anchor.
Spam early. Through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get his class around this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to 8. There's Alum, that's the Phantom. Brought up by the save.
And trouble without his rifle. Way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And isn't by that bite act done. Early drop down and Ange catches all of it from hell.
And congratulations to Sleeper for the 2-0 win over NRGA, securing themselves a spot in the playoffs. I mean, this is the rookie squad coming in, and honestly, Roy, they're the truth. Like, they're just, I don't know. We accept our new Valorant Challenger Lord team. Like, this is just, they've just so cracked.
The cracked Zoomer Overlords are here, and they're ready to take over. They play under the banner EEPY. It's crazy. And I think the craziest part is none of these results that they've had leading up to their clinch for playoffs has been luck. Like, you can just see in the details of how they play. They're very consistent, and I'm very impressed with this team's performance and the consistency that they're able to apply this identity on so many different maps. And I think the wild fact for me is that this team still has so much room to grow, and that's a crazy prospect because they have time off until playoffs start. They're going to be improving a lot more, and then just the ceiling just seems infinite right now with just how the individuals play and how well they play as a squad.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy to see them continue to develop as a roster throughout this 2026 season. But a huge congratulations to them once again for getting that playoffs qualification down today for NRG Academy. They are going to still continue to fight it out. I think we had those questions heading into this. You know, Roy, you had been talking about how we were wondering what the depth of the strategy book was going to look like for NRG Academy, how comfortable they were going to look on this composition, considering that last minute change from what we had seen not that long ago on Bind as well. And it did have, you know, a really good preview. We started this map off 6-3 lead there for NRG, but something that we didn't really get to talk about as much before we headed into this final map of this best of 3 was also the fact that for Sleepers, they also know how to play up against this comp. It being what they have been running, they have the understanding of what your kind of micro goals are in these rounds, what they're trying to achieve, and what that play style is generally going to look like, whether it's, you know, the slower tempo moments or when you're kicking it into high gear. And their ability to respond was absolutely insane, especially when you've got a Sorex that's been popping off back-to-back maps today. His survivability did so much for them and helped definitely tie everything together.
Yeah, I think Sorex is like the rock of this team. Like, he's the one that you can consistently see on the defensive side. Like, when they have advantages, he's the one, like, pressing the S key, right? Like, something that a lot of the kids on EP don't really know how to press just yet, but they will. But yeah, I think this team is very intelligent. They're very, like, fundamental. They're very, I think that the results are consistent because they have a formula to the way they play. There's a very clear logic to the way they play. And I feel like with this kind of matchup with your NRG Academy, like, you cannot be losing double pistols against them. Like, the competition, the mechanical ceiling here for EP is too high for you to be giving away too many rounds, and it's really unfortunate that a lot of those rounds actually ended favorably for EP. That could have helped NRG Academy make this a little bit more competitive here in the second map. But yeah, just an insane overall performance. Also, Duck putting on a clinic, 23-13, insane.
I mean, when you're seeing such a big step up from the players across the board, I want to talk a little bit more, Roy, about that mechanical skill, because that was something that you were talking about even when we were in the green room watching this team. Like, they're not going up against an easy team. Like, NRGA can definitely shoot back, but like, just the raw mechanics of Sleepers was just so impressive.
And I think Doug gave to Cloric what Cloric's been doing to other teams. And I think that is so wild because Cloric came into this match as the #1 performer in the league. And this person just looked so good and so consistent, putting in work, perfect utility, very good comms on the sites, the micro movements as well, finding gaps between the waves of Viper util and kind of repositioning on the B site. That takes a lot of game IQ. Like, those are not very easy things to do, to be honest. And the fact that they do this so effortlessly is so sick. And then you're on top of that, you're putting up 204 damage per round. Like, it's madness. It's madness out here.
Yeah, a couple of these double kills, I mean, he's just been putting in so much effort. And again, when we're highlighting the IGLs that can also shoot and be able to see this performance was really, really nice. That's what we've been praising Floric on for the opposing end of this. But as you called out, Duck did what Floric was normally praised for. And it was really nice to be able to end off this series, end off this qualifying run, Ash, to be able to see such a big step up within this match.
Yeah, and now when you have these earlier qualifications as well too, we know that, you know, there's a patch that's going to be coming up not too long from now. And for the side of Sleepers, they have a little bit more of that extra time to look to cook and continue to develop their strategy book heading into playoffs. And that's, you know, a big portion of being able to get these early qualifications is having that extra time to also, you know, watch these teams playing. As you get closer to that point in this split, you get to see what other teams are doing, how they're looking to develop, and then also just continue to expand what you're already working on.
And I think that kind of applies to both teams too, like especially heading into a kind of a change in patch and possibly a change in meta. Like you have both teams that are so flexible. Like NRG Academy, we've seen that almost every player has played so many different roles. So I think adapting to, like, you know, if the Harbor is actually as good as it might seem on the patch, like adapting to that, making changes to the compositions, I feel like it's going to come so easy for NRG and also for EP, that they seem to be able to play whatever comp suits them most. And if they feel like the Harbor is going to be working for them, I think it'll be a very easy transition. And I think that's also kind of the unspoken advantage of being one of the early teams to qualify, right? Is like now you get to watch all these teams reveal their map pools, reveal their strategy, reveal their comps, while you get to kind of develop yourself. And it's a buff to be qualifying for playoffs this early. So shout out to them, congratulations, job well done.
Especially too, again, when we're looking at a couple of the teams that were very clear front runners, especially NRGA, to then be able to see Sleepers from week 1 into where they are now, take not just the win, but the 2-0 win. Again, that I think is the most impressive part. Because going into the series, I did genuinely think it could be a toss-up of 2 wins, but NRGA is NRGA, right? I figured this would be a 3-map series no matter which way it went. If we're getting a Sleepers win, it is going to be the 3 maps. But Ash, like the dominance there, like I still can't get over it. And I think too that this team, what's going to be really cool is this is just such the beginning for them. Like it's just such a clean slate that if we're already seeing this spark of brilliance now, like is this going to be how it's going to be for the entire year?
And I think that's where it kind of gets scary as well, right? They're starting to now build up some of these expectations. Teams are going to start taking them a lot more seriously. You know, the second team to qualify just behind Sadie Sports, the only team that they're dropping a series to and having won up against teams like Shopify Rebellion Black, like Core, and now NRG Academy is just insane for this young squad. You got to remember, these are rookie players when it comes to VCL, and to now have like that confidence, I think, is the other side of the coin, right? They're now in this position where they've believed in themselves, they've been grinding so hard, but now they also have like the results to also prove it and to continue to build that confidence as a squad.
Well said.
Yeah, it'll be so exciting. I cannot wait till playoffs now. That was already just a given, but now just even more so. I cannot wait to see where we level up. As for today's broadcast, though, no interview. We do apologize, but that does mean we can just hop straight into our next series, everyone. M80 going up against Pigeons. This, of course, is not a qualifying match as of quite yet. These are two teams that have certainly had their ups and downs throughout the stage. But again, it's not how you start off the stage, it's how you finish. And Roy, I'm looking to where we can see a turnaround today and get one step closer to that playoff spot.
Yeah, and the path for both of these teams here has been so different, where like Pigeons kind of had a rough start, but they seem to be kind of finding themselves, right? Like with every passing match, it feels like they're performing a lot better. They're feeling a lot cleaner. Their most recent wins against Blue Otter as well as Nightblood Gaming, who honestly I consider to be Nightblood Gaming a sleeper roster as well. So I think Pigeons are on the come up. They're certainly playing a lot. The sheer number of volume that they're putting in officials is going to be their way moving forward, especially when things haven't looked good. And I think this is going to be very fun. I think M80, obviously, they're a team that we consider to be a very top dog in this league, and that they're certainly building towards that direction. And it's just a matter of time to see what version of M80 we're going to be seeing in Split 1. I think overall, like my long-term kind of POV on M80 is that they're going to be fine no matter what. It's just a matter of what form they find themselves in as soon as possible.
I think going into today, everything you said about M80 definitely holds true, but I'm also curious with Pigeons, the first team we're going to be talking about, and what they'll be able to show up for, because I definitely think the record that we have here so far for them is really impressive, especially too when you have the organization of M80, you have some of those names on the other end. These are some names we've definitely seen within Challenger scene for a couple of them, and others not so much, but a couple of these wins, like, they've been close. They've been going the distance. But Roy, I'm definitely intrigued to see what they can put up against M80, especially in a big turning point in their stage 1 run.
Yeah, me too. Like this match is definitely a pivot for a lot of these teams, right? Because we're kind of getting into the, towards the later end of things. But for me, the identity for Pigeons is that chaos. Like when things are flowing well, they're very unpredictable. They're very X factor. They pride themselves that they self-identify that chaos is their playstyle. It's how they play. They don't really have a repeatable process to the way they do things. Like obviously they have strategy, but it's really like the get into the flow, have the duelist kind of calling and asking for what they need done and finding gaps. And like Pigeons is the type of team that you don't really, one, you're gonna struggle to kind of anti-strat or have a game plan against, but two, once they get rolling, they can be a really threatening, dangerous team, and you don't want them to be feeling that confident. You don't want them to have that momentum.
Especially too, you're talking about the chaos of the team, right? And I love when you get chaos combined with flexibility, because it truly just shows a mastery like no other within the server. And that's where I want to start talking about Cuz, because if you look back at the last series, just casual 3 different roles, popping off. It's just, he does it all. And I gotta throw this in here for a producer too. He's saying he also has a pet pigeon named Cuz. What are the odds? So you already know this is production's favorite player, and I'm curious.
It's meant to be.
It's meant to be, Ash.
Yeah, it's a sign.
It's meant to be. And Ash, I'm curious with the step up we can see from Cuz in the server today, and what look we get from him today.
We don't know. We won't know until we get maps, Sierra. Like you were saying, the fact that he's able to play 3 different roles in one series and not really have that drop in performance is absolutely insane. And Roy was talking about how, the meta is expecting to shift going forward too. And right now it feels like, even though we are cemented in this double controller kind of meta, having players like Cuz who are capable of just being able to shift into any kind of role that's going to be necessary for the team is just such a huge advantage that you're going to have to be able to carry forward as things continue to progress throughout the season. I think that flexibility is something that we saw in how important it was even during last year, 2025, with all of the meta shifts. Like, there have just been so many stark differences in what we're looking at when it comes down to the approach of Valorant right now. And to have a player like Cuz being one of those backbones here for Pigeons is a huge boon for this team.
Yeah, there's a lot of identity expression right now, because I feel like the meta is pretty open. Like a lot of the compositions and the approaches are kind of, it's up in the air. No one's really found the optimal, efficient method to play Valorant, right? So I think when you take that into account with this team, you'll see them play the double duelist a lot with Cuz and with Jamal, if I'm not mistaken. And it's just that flair, that that chaos, these types of teams, you don't want them to feel very confident on the double duelist comps, because they will start to run you over, especially with the Yoru, especially when they're running the Waylay. Those are not comps that you want to slip against. And I feel like M80 is going to be responding to that for sure. But if things get chaotic, if M80 can't find their ground, or if they start to get kind of run over on their defensive sides, it can be a little dangerous.
Yeah, especially too, looking at this M80 roster. Yeah, we definitely have a roster that is very stacked with talent, but it's also a roster that is still coming together. Yes, we have a lot of great pieces on this team, but we're getting to see a couple sometimes role changes. We're getting to see that it's an M80 maybe not having the run that they quite want. And I love Nismo in the coaching position, but of course he's also then trying to find his footing with this team. So there's a lot of variables. And I think that's what I'm going to be curious of today, Ash, is where we can see this M80 with a little bit more work. We're near the end of the stage. I'm expecting to see the M80 with come to know for the year starting now.
Yeah, I think you look at the roster at players like Alvin, GMD, Bonnie, Derek, and Paint, and there's just so many expectations riding on them individually because of how talented they've proven themselves to be throughout the years. And then you slap the M80 banner on top of that, and that's just like that additional expectations. But you're talking a little bit about how, you know, maybe they didn't get the results that they necessarily wanted, but you also have to keep in mind the teams that they were playing up against, right? You know, those losses were up against squads like NRG Academy, like Core. So it's not like they were taking losses up against teams that were measuring to be around the same level as them, and it's not like they're losing to like underdogs or anything like that. I do think that this matchup up against Pigeons, which they themselves in their roster have a lot of veteran like tier 2 players, this is going to be the litmus test here for M80 for them to make a really big stand in what you've been calling, Sierra, a really big turning point for these teams here during the Swiss stage.
And those losses as well was something that Nismo did talk about in his interview, that losing, you learn from that, right? And when you are looking at a team looking to come together, like last week was up against Winthrop University, a team that's been struggling. So we couldn't really see too much on paper, Roy, of that, what they've learned from the losses. But again, that's where I'm intrigued today with what truly we can see from this team.
Losing is certainly learning, and I think this team is learning a lot. And I feel like this team has so many moving parts when it comes to development and kind of growth that I feel like once these things start to, you know, compound on top of themselves, I think we'll all be very shocked and surprised to see how fast this team is going to level up and start to kind of just stomp their opponents. And I feel like this could be the turning point, like a win here. I mean, I'm going to be frank, okay? Like they are the overdog. Like M80 is the overdog right here. You put paper 1, paper 2, you slap them together. I think M80's Page wins most of the time. I feel like with the talent that they have, the coaching staff, and just the raw experience and the raw mechanical skill ceiling on M80, it's a favorable fight. So for me, I just want to see a clean win. I want to see M80 find an identity that works for them, have everybody look comfortable, and it should be kind of the green light.
Yeah, speaking of a little bit of that experience, happy belated birthday, GMD. Experience both in and out of the server. But you're talking about that experience coming to Valorant. And Ash, this is someone who we got to see a lot of last year. And when you're looking at an M80 that's looking to get wins, trying to get closer to playoffs, like GMD is such a steady role on the team.
He definitely is, and I feel like these statistics just don't give him justice either, though. Like, he's always been such a consistent player, whether it comes down to, like, you know, his utility, his ability to take those moments to frag out, get those multi-kills on the controller role there as well, or just, you know, his experience and ability to be like a mental rock for his team too, help them kind of like reset. I think that that's a really big and important voice and role that he does play for this squad. And part of the reason why we're also highlighting him is because when you think of Astra and you think of VCL, I feel like you gotta think of GMD, and the performance that he put up against Winthrop University on Abyss and Breeze just the other week was just absolutely insane. And I'm so excited to see how he's going to continue to cook in this meta and innovate on the role here.
And he's also such a high energy player too. Like one, I think when it comes to controllers in the league, in terms of value per game, I'm thinking GMD is certainly up there in terms of performing his role, providing great utility, having a good read on the game, also IGLing, also being a very vocal player. And he's got a ton of energy. He's uplifting the mood. And kind of when, you know, when things are stressful and when there's like tensions and things need to be solved, I feel like having people that are just easygoing is really good to have on the team. So I think M80's, you know, he has a good place on M80. But I'm excited for this match. Like I said, I'm sticking to my point. I really want to see a clean M80 right here. I want to see them come in gun swinging, not have this slow start that we've been seeing sometimes from them. Like just come in, have the energy going, have the kills going, have everybody looking mechanically on point. I want to see M80 playing at their peak, so I kind of have like a bar, kind of an expectation to what I should be expecting from this roster.
I mean, if you want some kills, let me introduce you to two people who I'm definitely expecting to see some kills from in the server today and talk about the duelists from both. Especially to Bonnie, again, known quantity. Bonnie is so good. But Samal has definitely been one that doing it most. We get to see 3 different duelists in a series. He is just playing everything. And someone as well that, hey, if we're looking at this underdog team to try and take down M80, Roy, I really needed to start with him.
Yeah, Bonnie is such a mechanical beast. Like you can just tell by his mechanics. Like, in terms of the eye test, he's passing it with flying colors. Like the way he moves his mouse, his crosshair placement, his movement is so refined, it's so clean. And then when it comes down to taking over sites, he's so rapid at it, and he knows exactly how he's pathing. And I feel like a lot of his job is just made so easy with this team because they're either in terms of like, you know, how strict to looseness, like they're on the more strict side when it comes to, you know, their strategy and their structure. And I feel like against a team like Pigeons that are probably the most loose team that we have in the league. So I feel like the dynamic between these two players and these two teams is going to be so interesting because Bonnie also has to fight back against Cuz. It's not even just Zamal. There's two duelists on the Pigeon side. So he's going to have to dip both of them.
It's going to be a fun series. I always love a good chaotic series. And since that's what we're most likely going to get, we're in for a treat. Let's start talking about the matchup for today and go to our map picks and bans, especially to some maps a little bit more chaos than others. I'm already loving the Abyss, but it's going to be Ash Pigeon taking us to Haven to start it out.
And this is a map where previously, you know, they didn't have very much success. There was that like 3-13 loss up against Blue Otter, but then just 2 days later, they find their rhythm with the new composition that they're running, being able to figure out kind of like the mistakes that they were making up against Blue Otter and finding more of that success up against Nightblood Gaming and figuring out like, you know, what really works for them. I think it also makes sense when, you know, you look over at an M80 that didn't have that success that they wanted up against an NRG Academy. But as we go through the remainder of this map pick ban series there as well, I think overall it does make a lot of sense for both of these teams. Like they're comfortable when it comes down to the rest of it. Roy, it's feeling like pretty even across the board.
Yeah, it feels pretty even, except the only thing I'm looking at is the Abyss side. I feel like M80's Abyss has just looked a little bit more constructed when it comes to the recreatability of results. But I feel like the Haven is fine. I feel like both teams are really good on that map. It's going to be really interesting. I think maybe Pigeons has some kind of read, or maybe they're playing to their own comfort. But you look at M80's results on that map. I mean, they lost to NRG Academy. That's a great Haven team. So not really a big loss right there. And that was a little bit ago. So I think they've had time to develop. They've had time to grow. Looking at this series though, or looking at this veto, I'm still leaning M80. I think I'm still leaning quite confidently in M80.
I mean, you say that you're leaning M80. I feel like with your prediction, it kind of makes sense with where you're probably landing. Looking across the board, yep, that just seems like a clean sweep M80. I don't think there's really much else to be said.
2-0.
Let's, yeah, Pigeons 2-0. Congratulations. Do we even need to run this series? I guess we do because contract reasons. So let's just get into the first map. Okay, guys, we talked a little bit about the Asians, a little bit of expectations. Ash, we got them for realsies.
Yeah, and no changes as expected, right? Heading into Haven, I think overall, we just saw a very similar composition in our last series on the M80 side for Pigeons. They have a little bit more of that proactive ability here. I think I'm going to be looking at them to be very aware of any inserts that Alvin is trying to get, especially over towards that A side with the lurk walls that you're going to be expecting over in a lobby. And for Pigeons, it's going to be about trying to disrespect that and deny M80 from getting that information so they can make those mid-round pivots.
Yeah, that's the name of the game here for Pigeons on the defensive side, is disrupt, dismantle M80 and get them to play in a pace that is more reliable for you on the defensive side so you can allocate numbers, right? So expect a lot of those early fights from Kohlberg and Zamal. They're going to want to get into your face. They're going to want to fight you through the Viper walls, through the Viper util. And I'm looking to see how M80 is going to manage that and get into a pace that makes a little bit more sense for them and make sure that they're not getting disrespected and dismantled on their structured defaults.
Chaos versus the Challengers veterans. It's time to see, heading into the first map of the series, who's going to be coming out on top and make the first mark and turning around to their stage 1. Let's get to it. Back over to your casters. Have fun, Lemon, Kiwi, and Zoe. Have fun.
I will. You know what? We will, Zoe, because we've been looking forward to this season because Pigeons starting to look like hawks out there. They had that 0-2 start. They are on a bit of a win streak. And I'm just excited for this next generation of talent. I mean, we underestimated Sleepers, and they just beat NRG Academy. So why not Pigeons over M80, huh?
No, absolutely. I feel like this one's one that it feels like it leans in M80's favor, but Pigeons have always been that stable, not standout team until it came to these upsets. Already in the Swiss stage itself with Blue Otter and Nightblood Gaming, teams that were built to succeed and built off of veteran VCL talent. So what's another one on the road to recovery? The road to playoffs, right? So, I mean, jumping into this, the desk mentioned it, no changes on either side after Pigeons found out what worked for them.
Okay, that turret in mid gonna be marked from M80. Leaving that. Bonnie is another really hyped up Neon, along with the one we just casted over. So Pigeons, although, you know, they're leading a lot on the leadership that Coburg brings with the challengers experience that he does have. A lot of them are new to this. They were just on the edge of qualifying for challengers in the past, and now they're here to put on a show. And Anderson, oh my god, a double kill against the vets, and he gets overwhelmed. And Pigeons have made their mark, as Cuz would mark that now M80 are not going to full commit to this.
I'm glad they didn't, right? Cuz was ready to strike off that site smoke as well. And a big note about Anderson, right? He was playing Chamber before, so no stranger to putting his life on the line. Unfortunately, this time, no rendezvous to rely upon there. It's the 2-1 down, which is the job of a Sentinel, and it gave massive information for this Pigeons reframe, where they're playing very a retake, right? You have Coburg disconnected from the A site, but still getting the backside cross, the plant info. Left. And now that it's been almost 30 seconds since contact's been made, that's where the question marks pop up. That's where they start grouping and going exploring.
Ouch, that helmet's got a dent in it. Cuz patience paying off and no route of escape. And if anything, call 911, but for M80, Paint, 13 HP. May recognize him from his duelist days, but now he's on plant duty, and Pigeons evacuating the rest of M80, and it's a pistol in their favor.
That just looked very, very controlled from the get-go and didn't get too antsy as well after that. M80 squad cut contact either, just went back to the usual. And honestly, this is a map that to me Pigeons picked not because of the weaknesses of M80 on this map. We mentioned that one loss to a good Haven team, but because it is one that it's strategically simple. It does come down to who is aiming, who is blasting at the end of the day. And so far, it's looking like Pigeons are definitely the ones to watch.
And we were talking during the break about where are our expectations for Pigeons, because you got to respect everybody regardless of, you know, resumes, and you can't even compare that anymore after the series we just saw. But expect the unexpected is what you told me, and exactly what Pigeons did to pull off that double kill to get the pistol going.
Well, talked about the flashy start. Let's see about a flashy eco. M80 trying, whittling their ways into this B side. GMD got past the chaos of the swarms of the stuns, but I mean, it's just a massacre left, right, and center here, Lemon Kiwi. I mean, you don't even get a word in. The run's over.
Jesus, yeah. They just walked into a trap. M80 get pinged by the recon,
Absolutely.
And they're floundering around. There's a judge in their face. They're getting spammed from all sides. At least it was quick. And I mean, if there was a way to jump off this map, I think M80 would have opted for that after what we just saw. And clean stuff from Pigeons. Really, what, only losing one player? That was Amal's first death. And look at him. And him versus Bonnie was going to be a big story in this match, because Bonnie, like I said, has been a very formidable Neon in Challengers.
Well, absolutely. Well, now it's the Sheriff versus the Phantom here, and ooh, Anderson, not a similar 2K with you putting your life on the line this time around, but it might draw them into Koof here early.
Ooh, Koof does dodge the paranoia and tries to get away with a multi-kill. A well-timed swing from Cuz keeps M80 unstable, I should say. These rounds are so quick. M80 are trying to execute and just speed on in. They had that spam on the Sentinel, and M80 just fall over to a well-timed crossfire.
Yeah, I mean, the attention draw there was perfect from Koof and well-timed as well, because they were nearsighted, they were vulnerable, and somehow Cuz still survives, still even gets the pick-me-up and goes blasting. And then while you're worrying about the judge and the Sheriff from Cuz, that's when Zamal comes in with that Sheriff. So, I mean, the fast pace has not let up. Neither have the string of rounds the Pigeons have been able to find. 3-0, Monday reset for M80 here now. And it's an eco, you don't want to slow down here necessarily either, but if anybody's spinning up its Pigeons, look at how deep down A long they already are on an eco.
Bro, put the drone down, son. Oh, put the whole gun down and the spike. This round is already sealed. And I mean, it was going to take a lot for M80 to pull this off, but even just getting close enough. Oh, okay. Zamal should have got that, but hey, M80 Paint really like to keep this gun, and they won't. Look, they're almost like vultures. Like M80 are bleeding, and then you have pigeons surrounding them and picking them apart. That's nuts.
We're just seeing how many bird analogies we can make into this cast, right? We have the hawk, we have the vultures. We'll see what's up next, but for the time being, I mean, we expected that round not to go M80's way, but that fashion, right, just screams the confidence Winged Pigeons we're going to be bringing into this server, right? The last thing you would normally want to do is fight early, give them a gun, right? Give them a hero rifle to M80, and that didn't happen. They just won it out. So now, 4 in a row, and Cuz, finally getting burned for the forward aggression.
It's so cool to see Derek in a competitive environment again, too, because he's been mechanically such a beast. A really positive teammate to have around. So I like that M80 can shake off that 0-4, have a first blood. Not really slow down at all. Alvin breaks open the point. There's that 1-4 split, the flood in. Pigeons be waiting at the front door for their chance to sneak in. The shock bullets from Coop. He still has a recon and a drone if they want to take their time. They let the Odin do all the yapping while M80 post plant. Seems pretty ironclad. The only thing they don't have is maybe a paranoia to ease things for GMD. But with the turret, it's already gonna mark Pigeons' presence. M80 can just hide away, but maybe have given way too much space to Pigeons. How the hell did Pigeons just retake this? Payne is trying to salvage the situation, a 1v1, but that should have never gotten that close.
They should not have. I mean, you mentioned the lack of util on that retake for Pigeons, and they say, let's just take the timings in instead. Everyone takes the dive, crosses the line, and they come up with the trades, the success initially. And then Paint just able to navigate that 1v2, right? No stranger to unfair fights. I mean, some of these shots were even blind from Coop, which just makes it an even more unfair matter through the M80 lens. But all in all, they're on the board. They have ults to continue this turnaround, but again, it's going to keep them on a leash, right? Not too far that they can go economically.
Kind of a must-win for M80, or like you said, they'll be back on a save. The ults have to be willing to invest them. Bonnie with a Bucky. Get fast and loose, and Cuz is gonna swing out. Okay, got information. Has the ult. Will have another swing at this, and he's hungry for more. Well, he has to re-peek that, but M80, maybe that was just still good enough delay. The lockdown seals in the site, so now nothing will hinder M80 now besides the shots coming in from all sides. No players detained. Pigeons already infiltrating through the Viper's pit. No one can really find each other. It's a deadly game of hide and go seek, and Paint pulls off a 3K. Is that enough to push M80 over the edge? At least they could try and wait things out. Pigeons have evicted the Viper from their own pit, but just barely. Alvin will keep it up right on the edge. And Pigeons don't know where to go now except to explore mid, and the spike is ticking down. So at this point, it's arming up kills, making M80 really pay the price. And Derek punishes that mid push, and will be just Koof saving.
Wow. I'm surprised at the speed in which M80 were able to get in, get spiked out, and get off after that lockdown, right? And to comment on the Cuz fight, he came back to life after Bonnie had already swiped his weapon, which made it that much funnier because all he had to rely upon was the shorty. But then I turned back to Paint, right? As soon as Bonnie leaves the site, the duelist you expect to be up personal fighting on the site, he comes running in, right? Instead of being that quiet killjoy rapping for impact, playing out whenever everyone else has fallen on the team, he's like, I'm taking the ones in this Viper's pit, keeping Alvin alive, keeping the WinCon alive. And yeah, that 3K was everything to deny a fluid retake from Pigeons. But coming to the next, this is where they're finally starting to feel it on the Pigeons side. You can maybe scrounge together another half buy if you lose this, but you really want to lean to the ults. And I'm getting some fake pressure, it looked like. But now that Minion hasn't seen anything, they just want to speed up.
Right here, get this guy. Get this guy.
How do you miss all of them?
It's okay. Derek's tagged up, but still ready to go. Yeah, he knows that flank is going to be trouble. The front lines being broken down. Cuz needs to time his battles well, and he combines with Anderson, the power of friendship, to put up some resistance to this M80 offense that has not been able to build momentum despite that last round we saw.
Yeah, honestly, I think just the communication there on the M80 side might not have been as fast as it needed to be, right? Bonnie's all the way deep into the A side, hasn't really seen side futility, hasn't really seen much resistance from a stack on the Pigeon side, and the players are still getting mixed up with that dimensional drift Hunter Fury combination happening outside of Garden, and as a result, the players get fragmented, and then Anderson finally is able to make his way back into re-clearing the site on his own time, and we've seen where he thrives in that regard. Found the round for Pigeons, and coming into the next, you can see M80 having a similar start to the last in terms of trying to get deposits, trying to get fakes, trying to gather intel. They've gotten it already, right? Cypher util C. I'm curious though, look at this refight from the double duelist about to happen short.
Ooh, Mr. Anderson. Looking for a neural theft opportunity. Wants to drop the hat. Hand an L. Paint on the angle. Confirms it. No neural theft for the defense. As M80 keep their default. Pigeons. Now look who's stepping up now. Cuz eating the beast. Paint changing the angle that he's taking too. Look how careful M80 are being around spawn.
Yeah, I'm thinking Cuz never intends to fight Paint here. This is more for the info to keep the double duelist stacked on A, but the issue is with 40 seconds left, the call from M80 coming through. As long as they clear this corner, this should be an easy post, and the drone comes through. Cuz, rocking a hard place.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be a hard place for sure. And M80, they've learned their lesson. And even checking every cranny, nook and cranny here from Bonnie. Just shoots through the smoke. One step ahead of Pigeons. And Zamal. Still eyes on him. That MVP duelist. But a 2v5, I don't even know if he could pull that off. Is Coburg splitting off and pushing from Garage with the judge? Would have had a chance in the chaos, but he wasn't in position yet, so at least he'll take his dead friend's Vandal and get away in the shadows.
Willie Paint's hunting. Might find the timing, the pings are there, the roadmap's laid, but all in all, I think what we're seeing is, again, the difference between these two. If M80 get in a position to play the protocols, to play that structured post-plant environment, it's perfect, right? GMD on the high-low with Bonnie, they get the trade on to Zamal, and round looks pretty done and dusted here, other than the Yoru trying to save, of course, in the corner.
Oh my god, this is scary. Valorant not just an FPS game, it's
a hide-and-seek match. Coburg's the champion, I guess.
Something nice to kill them.
It's a horror. It's a horror game for sure. And I kind of like these tricks that Pigeons are pulling off. Like, they lost their Sentinel, so what does Cuz do? Kind of absorbs the space that his friend left behind and still tries to trip up M80, but they're taking every step they can to make sure every corner is being checked, even spamming it preemptively. Like, M80 aren't going to give you a leg up at all.
Yeah, and that's where I was looking towards this. I'm like, I like the play from Cuz. I wish he had a way out after getting the info. That's why I wanted the Yoru C, which they've changed, right? So instead it's the Clove Neon grouping here instead towards the A site, and it's the op that can find first blood context down C long. Punish what has been this proactive just info gathering, right? From the dart, from seeing where the Cypher cam is. And Coburg isn't done! It's the gate crashing left, right, center, finding more and more!
Mr. Worldwide over here, like a pick and C, pick and A, M80 keeping their head on a swivel. Maybe you think, okay, well, if he's flipped the map, maybe he'll do it again. And Alvin is going to signal this site is free for the taking. That is huge for M80. And they'll set up camp. They'll know this op is on the way. And Alvin only has so much at his disposal, but GMD is a paranoia, and they need to be aggressive with this and not give up that space, because Pigeons have retaken before.
Now the tap was they thought the Uto would come immediately, the reflood would come through, and it never did. So now they just have to set up in the post and wait instead for the site smoke, wait for these players just to make contact.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, Alvin holding his own, and Shorty comes out. 1v1, op v op. IGL versus IGL, and it's GMD that shows them how it's done.
Wow, I was about to say, I'm like, to me, that's possibly the best and worst case you could be in, right? Like, you have to hold the line because you have an operator, but you want to play time because the spike is down, and both of them just confident in their abilities. They take the swing, and that's what allowed M80 to get up to 4. One round now separating these two squads, but the money drained from the Pigeons' bank accounts. Now, They really have an opportunity to pull ahead, right? They've been sitting on this lockdown. GMD still has the From the Shadows, so let's see if they have a plan in the back pocket.
This lockdown's gonna be big, and bodies, well,
if they need
it's
it.
just bigger and better. Holy, a scuffle so early in the round. We're just breezing through this map with how aggressive both these teams are. And Cuz will be there with the Sheriff. Anderson on the way too. He's had that neural theft for a while, but not the opportunity to use it. M80 cutting all noise and figuring out their next move.
Yeah. I mean, you expect getting these players to rotate over immediately after the stack that was fighting falls, because you expect that M80 to also follow through on the side, but holding their own. They're literally preying on the tendencies of the Pigeons at this point, right? They expected the refight, they hold for it, they get it. GMD gets 4 as the reaped reward. I mean, already had the ult, but those look good on the scoreboard, on the stats line, and same for the momentum now. 3 in a row for M80.
This is a map where you can have a lot of fun with an Omen ult, whether it's getting at the top of A heaven, teleporting in any kind of smoke around C, just getting info, not even needing to commit to it. But you also need your IGL living as long as you can. So Bonnie back up with the op, no op from the defense, and an Odin that's just ready to spam through any smokes. Koof is also taking up so much space over at A as Coburg is going to call out that mid presence. The lockdown for M80 to fight for it back. And Cuz is picking them apart. M80, we're waiting for this ult to go off and the round already feels over.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the crossfire between Cousins and Maul. They wanted to fight immediately, and that drone kind of just delayed it to the perfect time instead once that lockdown went down, and they are just looking for cleanup here. Alvin left, knows how to hold his own in a fight, trying to isolate. Finds one, looking for more, and the Odin is the most difficult one to get a fair fight against, as Coburg will finally end his suffering, get Pigeons up to 6 now. To go into the last round, it'll be a tie or lead, and Pigeons hold that card.
I'm getting shades of Solana with Cuz. Just the way he plays, kind of like for himself, but always so cerebral, so smart, knows when and where to spam through the smoke, has another ult to play with. So I already know he could have some kind of fun insertion and just really throw M80 for a loop, because you were asking, can Cuz kind of have a way out? That would be really nice, and now he has one, so he could go crazy if he wants.
Honestly, I wanna Cuz a lot of head-to-head with the clothes. Let's talk about Pigeons versus Sleepers, but maybe a tale for playoffs if we get that far. But for now, I do think M80 have looked the strongest on either C post plants or getting into this A space, and they're wary about the C side. And I mean, now that Dimensional Drift's confirmed this is at least an A deposit for the time being, Paint probably communicating that as well. So what do? Do you speed up? Do you reframe? You have a minute left.
Pigeons are like, okay, they're wasting their time, we'll waste theirs. Like that high trip too, catching Bonnie right at the waist if he wants to speed in. And off that information from Coburg, yes, they're still in spawn, pushing up long C. So much map control for Pigeons. M80, oh, what is GMD cooking up?
They're trying to fake, but they're ending A here 100%, and it's drawn off at least the Neon and the Clove, but I'm more worried about the Cypher kill trips and the Odin combination heaven.
30 seconds
a lot of traps, a lot of hoops that M80 have to jump through when just Bonnie's already tagged up. That's not going to be a fun adventure for him. GMD is abandoned, and M80 will find a different way. Paint extends out of B to get a cutoff opportunity, but wait, M80 makes up for it. They got to plant soon, though. 10 seconds left. There's got to be some protection here. And now Cuz will be back. The Viper's pit. Oh, no, this barely has enough time to plant. Bonnie has to pull off an ace to save the round. Are you serious? He gets it, maybe a 6K. Now the song's just gonna get him hyped up, and Koof's like, you got the ace, but not a real one. So 6-5, I guess. What a crazy round.
Yeah, I mean, the fuse will come through. Pigeons will end the half with a lead of 7-5. I mean, I thought Bonnie had that in the bag, the 6K coming, but he takes the 50-50 gamble, loses it, and the Odin connects for the clutch from Koof. I mean, That's just a difficult timing there between Alvin as well over towards C-Link. And I saw this vision. I'm like, if Bonnie doesn't take this fight against Cuz, I expect whoever had the spike that was trying to cross with 10 seconds left was going to fall. I was more impressed that he still gets the kill through the toxic screen. They still get the spike down and the pit. But again, you mentioned the immediacy here from Pigeons. Right place, right time through these smokes especially. And that's exactly what they were able to do, to pounce on the pit before they could reposition, could get into these comfortable positions. But 7-5 side swap. M80 now on that defense where this double controller, this Killjoy should perform fairly well. And now I'm going to be curious to see how the mind games go with this Yoru and how the lurks from Anderson can pay off.
Just kind of looking at the stats of everybody, it's very well rounded for both sides. Like some heroic plays from Cuz, some from Paint and Bonnie. This will really dictate if M80 can catch up or if Pigeons are gonna run away on their map pick. Anderson versus Bonnie, and oh, Bonnie shifts, dip, dive, and dodge. Anderson with first blood. Even Derek, I think, got a peek too.
I love this regroup though outside of A, right? You just put recon util towards garage and you're already this deep into A long. So these players from M80 couldn't just leave that open, right? The Omen re-clears it, you still have your Killjoy, you still have your Viper, so it is just Derek anchoring the site and he has to basically give it up or play for 1 and outs.
All right, Pigeons established, Coburg gone. M80 don't have to break through the choke. They just have to wait to get challenged, and that blind was huge. And Pigeons hold their own. It all comes down to one single player left. Koof with another important clutch to get Pigeons back in this.
Wow, I thought we were about to see some classic magic from GMD, finding 2 and almost the 3rd there. I mean, I would say from a big picture, neither team played that incorrectly. It just came to not enough util in the tank there for M80 to repress the fights. And because they were still having a few rotate over there, Pigeons just had a lot more players, a lot more dogs in the fight. And that's what gets the pistol. That's both pistols going to Pigeons as well. No stinger shenanigans or anything of the like here for M80, so it should be a 9th. And we'll just see how the buy-up goes for Pigeons for the time being.
2-3 stack from M80 and really pushing the envelope. Maybe going towards spawn. There's a trip there, but it's not going to tag M80 yet. Meanwhile, the front lines have been very productive. Outlaw, Marshall, they're having a good hunting season over at C. While M80 for any upgrades they can, but at a distance, it's but a whisper. And now silence from M80 as Pigeons have to take 4 weapons, or at least 3 weapons into the bonus.
And Body 1 HP. Somehow was able to find Anderson amidst that chaos in grass, but looks like they were trying to die to Spike here. Thought last presence was shown via grass. Might be able to sneak in through CT, but you mentioned hunting season. Coburg has found the final trophy. And there it is, 9-5 in seamless fashion pretty much, aside from the one that split apart. Obviously from the flock there with Anderson, again, your lurk garage player, who evidently didn't have a weapon to donate to the cause anyways, so all in all, this is the round where I'm looking for M80 to stabilize again, because they had a slow start, right? 0-4 in the first half as well. It's just, you don't want to get bonused again, right? And that's where that double sniper is mighty scary, I will say. So I'm surprised that they're still going for kind of classic, like, let's deposit our neon and such over towards the A side.
That's why they leave Paint's turret to get all that information at C. Now that that's taken out, Paint has to leave garage to Alvin. And maybe Bonnie puts pressure on himself to make that big play to go through spawn and see if he can exploit that. So that'll be something for Anderson to adapt to later on. Ooh, slow peek. First blood for M80. Really feeling like a must win. If you let Pigeons go to double digits and then M80 have to save, like this is gonna be really tough to come back from.
At least it's the enemy map pick, not yours, unlike our first series of the day. But we mentioned all the work M80 did to put Bonnie here, and this is why.
Oh, Bonnie playing with fire. Someone has to put this man out. He was heating up. A 3-for-1, and none other than Koof, who has to solve all the problems. 1v4, he's got a whole lot of them.
And the 1v1 master. What about the 1v4 master?
Yeah, maybe he could. Hey, if he could isolate 1v1s, I'd be hard coping though. Just any kills to get him to a Hunter's Fury would be huge. And now I just keep thinking about what Roy said of Pigeons 2-0 after the whole desk and us.
Curse.
When M80 is this curse.
Well, this round should be an indicator that it's not curses just yet. Doesn't even let Koof get one on the clutch in the 1v4. Will prevent the double digits there and keep a lot of weapons coming into the next, which is great. Also 1 off from the overdrive, 2 off from Derek's Hunter's Fury, so they're on par to kind of... Or Pigeons are progressing in the ultimates department too, but honestly, this is exactly how even typically played, and Bonnie executed on it perfectly. Now, if they would have regrouped and taken him down, that would have opened up the entire A side minus the Derek anchor, and could have been the difference maker. So, all in all, again, but how you typically expect a bonus to go. This is where things should get interesting, right? Koof, Hunter's Fury, maybe to set up a side exec. I think that's why they're starting pretty C-heavy. Just a matter if they can get past Paint, who we've seen also have some insane multi-kills. We haven't seen him tested as an anchor, though.
Like Anderson as this anchor, that trip right where Bonnie has been pushing the limits there. And okay, a lot of spam through the smoke. Some damage into Alvin. Adjustment of the turret too, as M80 want better protections at B. Even the Viper's wall there too. Pigeons trying to section off the site, see who's home. Kind of this push and pull through the middle of the map. This Paint wants to get vision and catches Anderson juggling with his util. That's big for M80.
Yeah, I'm liking the disrespect they're finally showing towards Pigeons, right? This has been the kind of go-to is while you're simultaneously pressure, Anderson's getting set up on a backdoor lurk in the late round, and that's been denied. The B site's been re-cleared as well by Derek. They never committed to it, so it feels like both timings have now been a miss, and they have still managed to find a plan forward with 40 seconds left on the clock. A site deserted for the time being. Site smoke is out. They're kind of playing the retake game here on an M80 side.
And if you can keep Koof alive with the Hunter's Fury, they have a real chance with this post plant. But they just can't afford to drop anyone else. Get that TP in. M80 will be smoked off from heaven. But they have time to play with. These Pigeons will keep Koof on flank watch. And also in a position for the Hunter's Fury. Ooh, and he's trying to have an exchange with Bonnie. Oh, he's so slippery. He's just dropping in the smoke. And now it's panic. It's chaos. It's slowed down as M80 have the time their swing out of the smoke, but Cuz checks them at the door. Now you don't even need to invest the ult. Or, well, you just need to respond to the spike being tapped. A little antsy on that. Wait a minute. Derek waits for the re-swing, and Koof, the patience pays off. This guy's just the clutch guy.
And just the 1v1 guy. Very nicely done.
That too, yeah.
Again, double digits. I mean, 1v1s are clutches. So we're all chilling out, and it seems like M80 says, yeah, we are not chill. We are entering a zone of panic with Pigeons on double digits. The timeout is taken. Nismo gets in. Said if they... Just mentioned, if you're losing, you're learning. Let's see what you've learned from losing 10 rounds against Pigeons to turn things around. Because, again, they've always had close havens, never winning havens. And again, this would be a nice, more so safety net going into Abyss, which something I noticed with this map pool is both these teams have reps on all these maps. They've been close games or they're like 1-1. So none of these are like safe calls like, okay, we're 100% going to win this map. So that's where my head's at and why there's the immediacy in trying to win this out. And honestly, I think they were doing well when they were puncturing, finding these first kills across the map, waiting for Pigeons to overfight. But now when it's gone to these retakes, it's just not looking pretty on the M80 side.
Yeah, they're gonna have a weird bye going to this. I know they have 2 hero rifles, but what is the rest of the team gonna do? And I think Bonnie had the ult, so could always gift his weapon and, yeah, doing just that. Okay, everyone did manage to buy with the different varying amounts of shields, but is Bonnie gonna ult? He's been so aggressive down A long, but you want to switch it up. You want to condition. You want to have Pigeons paranoid.
Oh. For For now, I do like the B adaptation. We feel like Pigeons have been defaulting outside of mid round after round, just breaking the util, getting in pretty easily. I thought we were going to see Derek a little bit more heavily committed with the Killjoy. So garage peel off is questionable, but just leave Cuz on the line. I'm not against this either, right? You mentioned the differing shield levels on the side of M80, but they are quite fragile.
It's been kind of an M80 special of bring up the Viper walls, spam, see what kind of commotion you can cause. So now Pigeons starting to show themselves in garage, maybe splitting into B, but not really wanting to walk into any trap because you also don't know where paint is set up. And now Derek, Hunter's Fury gets a tag, gets Coop very low and on his last legs. And an important part to this attack, considering Hunter's Fury is still in the bank. Now Zamal can no longer hesitate. He needs to be that fast and loose Neon. As Derek finds his final shot into Coop, finishes off that kill, does more than that, is really trimming down the parts of Pigeons who get the spike down, but lose their headhunter, Zamal. And now Anderson and Cuz have to pull off some heroics. And it's Cuz, oh God, he's gonna get chased. Gets a chance. Wait. That meteor is gonna stack together. There's no way you get outbrained. Cuz clutches again.
What? You're telling me between those two players, neither thought of the possibility of him re-wrapping behind?
Yeah.
Or it was too late, I should say, with Derek at the last second. Had on a swivel turning. This felt like finally M80 cracking the code, right? Literally splintering off these players that were trying to fight to keep B on wraps, right? There was a gap in the cage, for example. They obliterated Zamal through. I mean, that is the round that kind of puts you in the ground, right? Like, that would have been a nice round to get us tied back up towards the 10-10, you know? Now, I mean, money broke. Pigeon should get on to 12. Yeah, that's one to hit the VOD review in.
That's cooked, yeah. And Roy was talking about this on the desk of, we know M80 can be successful, will be successful. They have proven pieces to this puzzle. It was when and how this was going to come together and how clean they could be today. And I don't know, based on the scoreline, it is not their map pick. So maybe we'll have to see what M80 look like on Abyss before we let the desk break them down. But yeah, that was not one of the cleanest rounds. But hey, M80, it could pull out some punches with an eco, right? Or maybe I'm coping.
We can cope. I like Bonnie and a Bucky. I like GMD with a Stinger. I mean, they've fortunately let Pigeons out onto the A side. They've flown the coop, but I do like the flank that's brewing in its stead, right? You didn't have Anderson front B or anything, so if they can close the distance, that's good, but that's already a tall task with the flank being held by this sniper, or I thought. Paint just, okay, why not?
Uh-oh, the timing. Someone's gotta go into sewers. Anderson pulling off the Matrix over there. Okay, and that's kind of some weapons that M80 really needed. GMD's the sole survivor. Paranoia is not gonna help this fight at all, and Pigeons will not take this laying down and take a quick fight before the flank develops. And that's just, again, very high IQ for Pigeons as they get to match point.
No, exactly. Just the understanding they've lost the flank control with Anderson with Cuz falling, so they take the spawn fight instead. Often gets overwhelmed, and well, I thought there was a chance we'd have GMD in that clutch moment. It doesn't go their way. So last time out expended as Pigeons get up to map point, as we mentioned. I think they have some retake tools, right? Especially with this lockdown, if they do want to play again that detached A space. But honestly, I think the best success they've had on this defense was when Bonnie, like, pushed up really deep down A long off of Derek, right? But with this operator coming in the mix, I could see it having also an impact A short. I don't think I want it on C. I just haven't seen enough C long presence from Pigeons, because Pigeons, they've been just mid default, sometimes end A, sometimes end C. So maybe put a judge in garage, right? Alvin, you have your snake bite to get away. That could be a fun choice. Play how like Cuz was.
Yeah, it's another one of those pray to a god you believe in with match point, 4 ults, Coburg with a judge and dimensional drift, like. And yeah, Bonnie, if he can go through spawn, but then Anderson has been adjusting where his trips are. And it feels like M80 have to commit a lot to flanks. Like, they just committed 3 on the flank. It was a save, but it still feels like they have to throw a lot at Pigeons to knock them out of flight.
I mean, hard map to retake on, and Pigeons are proving that point. Mentioned not wanting the op on C, but we're finally getting a C exec because of the Hunter's Fury Dimensional Drift combination, but it also exposes the stack, so do you really want to commit to this?
Yeah, there's that initial damage done to the Neon, but just not getting that trade, which could have maybe gotten Pigeons back into a winning position. Well, it's plan B, literally. Looking at B.
Close alarm bot this time. They realize the turret's been smoked off time and time again.
Anderson can get a body here. Neural theft could be what it takes to get them across the finish line. Does M80 want that mid controller coming through garage and through sewers? Maybe a cutoff for Coburg, all depending on timing. Lockdown is going to throw all these rotations for a loop here as M80 push the spike to the edge. That never got planted, and this is how M80 secure the round. The spike is down, all 5 are alive, and this is the first step to a sprint.
Yeah, if Coburg had challenge broken the lockdown, I wonder how that could have differed, right? You would have had split attention with Koof also in Garden. Now instead they're both alone. Now instead it feels like they're just saving, right? They have 6 rounds. Play for some some eco damage, but other than that, the full stop from Coburg honestly surprised me.
Also, I would have loved if Bonnie had just chilled out. At least GMD recovered an op using the ult. Because
nice.
Credits are very low for the M80 side, so you can't afford to be dropping anybody. But you got a lot of ults out of Pigeons, so there's still not only did M80 win the round and obviously are still alive, but they got Dimensional Drift and Hunter's Fury out.
Yeah, showed the Sea Anchors not to be trifled with. Need 5 more rounds to get to OT. I think they also solved that B hold with the alarm bot. I think they identified well in that timeout that, hey, the turret's not finding much impact there. So instead, let's switch to this turret that also handles garage. But difficult to hear is that off is still C. So Derek is again expected to solo anchor A, or you have to run the retake that you have yet to win on this A side.
Oh, God. So many walls, crisscross applesauce, and Pigeons could just wait this out. Don't have to play fast here. You have 2 pistols after all. And I mean, Zamal, finger guns would do a lot more there. But that's if there's a chance to actually cross this barrier. They're gonna send the clone in to draw some attention, and on that pick from Bonnie is gonna definitely hinder things for Pigeons as they look towards Cuz for answers.
Yeah, I do really like this. They reflooded into A immediately off that side of smoke, knowing they can't retake it. They trust in the retakes on B or C, or the ability of Pain to full anchor with his util, informing him where to lean.
Still match point for Pigeons. Could be over very soon. And shades of Salatov, like we literally just casted this Haven, and a Clove doing exactly this, but really needing to solidify and keep that map control so that the spike, or I keep selling this fake and see if you can lighten up the load on A. Pigeons are smoked off, and Alvin and GMD are not buying it.
Because all the way on to C. With 17 seconds left, you can't even, okay, I was just saying, you can't make it Koof all the way to the C side. Maybe Zamal can. It's gonna be close. So it's gonna be so close. And I think, yeah, there it is. Now it's good. Oh, that call come a little bit sooner, right? They were so sold on trying to make this A fake work when Cuz was doing all of that work. Rough one to lose in that fashion. What could have been like a 3v5 post plant, but that's 4 more needed for M80 now. And I don't think we'll get another Dimensional Drift by then. Maybe also not a Hunter's Fury. We'll have to wait and see. On the flip side, Alvin went off the pit. Derek went off the Hunter's Fury here. They're expecting on another broken buy for them to go fast up B with that overdrive from Zamal, and I don't think they're mistaken from how we're seeing this setup from the Pigeons. So full microwave setup from the Killjoy, ready here, just waiting on the meal to roll up.
This has not been an easy defense to address. Like, yes, Pigeons have been very successful on this half, but then you have the Viper's Wall from Alvin that's made A and B traversing, very difficult, along with not knowing where the KJ util is because of that wall to the ever-present op threat from M80 that has shifted different points of the map. Pigeons gonna show face, and ooh, there's numbers in mid. Derek does not like what he sees. It's gonna get Alvin to put the walls back up.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing everything to try and push them into B, right? The drone makes it seem weak, like there isn't Killjoy util defending the site. You had the snake bite early invested over towards Garage as well. Now you're fighting towards the op, the cage to cross, at least for the time being, but then you have to worry about paint over towards short.
Ooh, Bonnie bites down on Cuz. And now you have to try and push into this op with Sheriffs. The turret gives a heads up. Bonnie answers the call, and paint makes art on the wall. Zamal has to pull out the finger guns in desperation. Gets an upgraded op. Too many angles to watch though. 1v3. He's got speed. Eric shocked to try and deny the plan. Zamal strikes and... Wait a minute, possible. M80, they can't fumble yet another 2v1. The paranoia doesn't connect, but the kneel, the adjustment, the composure of M80, they're not done yet.
Nice dagger swing there to finish it off. And I liked how, again, they respected Zamal and that overdrive, but they disrespected that side exec with that broken by out of Pigeon. That's been the big difference, right? Instead of readily giving up, hey, they're fighting for this, right? Pink gets two, lines them up, right? You have Bonnie there opping backside. It's got a recipe for success, and one that Pigeons have not been able to solve, albeit Zamal came close himself. So now, again, it's one round you need for Pigeons, and they have yet to find that branch to perch on. Now Seaside's out of the picture as well, so A is gone, C is gone. Roger B, reset your sights.
Oh, Hunter's Fury. It's a nope. Garage is not open for business. Derek has been so good at confirming kills with that too, and just feels like Pigeons have to go in this blindly. What could give them a lot of info is, again, a neural theft from Anderson. Any opportunity here would be huge, and that's where M80 do not want to gift this to him.
Yeah, you double back out of short too, trying to find Bonnie, maybe leaving the long angle, but they've worked their way through the Killjoy utility. You know, at least one is on B from that Yoder flash. But this timing from Pain. BC2.
Knows there's trouble, and now the plant will confirm that. Derek keeps Garage, and they'll have their angles around it. This extension from Coburg's what's interesting to me. That win from Pain is going to alleviate that danger, even up the numbers. And he's going for more. Bonnie checks him at the door. Pressure starts to build, and Pigeons could go for the win, but not if Alvin saves the day. And Anchor, ever so dependable. What a backstab opportunity for Anderson. Oh, but the spike is being diffused, and Derek reads it like a book and saves M80, which would have been disastrous if Anderson got in position.
Derek, again, that experience from Tier 1 in the server. There's always been that one with that fifth sense, right? Even when Cuz was making that old rap, he was the first one to turn in that 2v1. And that's exactly what they needed to earth out that final flank play that could have flipped things for the side of Pigeons. They call their first timeout. We'll see one now, probably one right before the 13. Or I should say the 12-12, I'm expecting. If they break up this momentum after a simple timeout, that would, after all that work for M80, it would definitely sting going into map 2.
Yeah, after that last timeout from M80, they've been on a 4-round win streak. It is pretty incredible. And just the way that they can react and answer when there's that extension from Pigeons, being able to trade out, go after Coburg and whoever on B for M80 to just trap Pigeons in the middle of the map and eventually work their way back in. I like the play from Anderson. Need to see this neural theft come out eventually, because that could be what makes these decisions a lot easier for Pigeons.
And I could be wrong, but I feel like out of the last 5 rounds, including the one we're about to do, I feel like we've seen Pigeons on half buys, right? After they saved. So it's been just, again, trying to get over this final hurdle time and time again instead of a full save, and we still don't get the full save now. And that's difficult for me. I mean,
yeah.
see if it suits them well if they get the job done before overtime, but for now I do like this. Feign the Odin pressure, conceal GMD. See if he can pop off. Aww.
And Cuz could be that first point of contact. He's got the ult. Very good delay. Wow, that was right at the moment. Pigeons needed to step in, and then he just has Zamal dancing. He just gets broken down. And M80, again, Alvin has been so pivotal with these delays, the walls, the snake bite, and the timings of when that util is being used.
Yeah.
M80 have been on against match point for so long that they're just so resilient to be able to pull this off at this point.
Good try, Cuz. Good try. And again, it's like after that sequence of rounds, right? I think it was after the final M80 timeout. It's like Nismo said, why are we so afraid to fight for A side, guys? Right? Because you notice it, right? They played like 3 or 4 retakes in a row, down to that last eco attempt that we saw where they flanked, right? And then after that, it was we are hard anchoring the A side, we are reflooding the A side every time before Spike is going down. And every time it succeeded for them now, right? And this round was a great example of them doing it perfectly or near so, right? And that's where I do think for Pigeons, the answer does not lay towards A. In my mind, it is in fact like the C garage or B space, and they too have looked kind of scared to commit towards that side of the map.
Pigeons, this is the round to convert. This is the one you've been saving and investing for these ults. And you still got to just fall back to those fundamentals. Anderson checking out mid while staying stacked with the team so they can still push numbers, but this drone from Derek gonna mark Coburg. Not fully convinced, but now you definitely are. Missing GMD is gonna be crucial. No IGL, no paranoia, but Derek answers. Cuz will be back. Needs to go for those kills, and that's great information. Neural theft thrown into the mix too. M80 are picking away at Pigeons, trying to play bodyguard, and it takes heroics. It takes Coburg with 3, and Alvin to end it all. The 1v1 showdown to get M80 to overtime.
And it is so poetic that they end Relegation with the problem child that got them in this mess. An A retake, right? Finally, the anchors between Derek and GMD fall, and they have to play the retake game. And it honestly comes out of Derek challenging Cuz, who wanted to refight, right? If you respect Cuz and that run it back, you give up all of that space and had to reinvest that utility that you were already shy on to just get into the site. And that's where they've struggled. So holding on to that position was everything. And now everything is a clean slate here. Obviously side swap, so we'll have to see exactly they go for here. I'm just trying to remember the last half. It's been ages now.
Right? Yeah, and this insane win streak. Is that the wind in the sails for M80 to, go off into the sunset? Because they had a 5-7 half, so, but M80 improved a lot since that 0-4 start that they had. Just mechanically, too. They're warmed up, ready to go.
Hey. I will say, this is something Pigeons got away with a lot, right? Coburg swinging out of, I'm gonna say garage, and Cuz swinging out of grass, and they've done it again.
Yeah, the turret from Paint marked that swing, and M80 swung off of that info, and Pigeons knew right at that moment what was about to happen. These gunfights are huge, but we're left with a 3 versus 3. The spike is on its way to A, a little further behind though, and GMD just used the paranoia, expecting an earlier fight. Now Alvin's 7 HP. This retake is as even as it gets. Now Heaven is unhindered as Pigeons assess the site. M80 not showing face in main, right below. Do Pigeons know this? They're playing time. Paint kind of alone on an island. Teammates right behind him, not in the most tradable positions, but Alvin and GMD catch the drop down, and it's Cuz that is the last to fall. M80 take their overtime attack.
Wow, and Alvin finally stabilizing individually as well. Finds 2 there. I mean, that has to hurt, right? For Zamal, 7 HP, 8 HP, can't jump out of heaven, has to go to the box, and Alvin's holding it, right? Maybe good comms from the team there as well about how much damage had been done. But yeah, that feels like a breakthrough, right? They feel like they've solved the defense, right? That's what got them to overtime. So Pigeons needed that safety net to figure out their attack, and it's been stripped out from under them.
7 unanswered rounds from M80. From a 6-12 deficit. Now they gotta go from 0 to 100 and put a stop to this Pigeons attack. And it's been so much part of Alvin and GMD forcing Pigeons to basically have to go in blind. And also M80 are spamming through these smokes, at least a lot through B. Along with that Odin from Derek. Koof has brought his own to the party. Pigeons don't know where to go next.
I mean, they were doing a great job, I think, getting past these layers of utility, right? Snakebite's already out. Most of the Killjoy kit's already off the table. It's like, world is their oyster for now, and somehow they're going back to A, the site that has burned them time and time again, and Bonnie is the only one home.
Bonnie did get hit by that. He's looking for a cutoff. Oh, everyone's getting mixed up in all these neon walls. And, well, Pigeons do a great job clearing that right corner that has caught them before. Pigeons being met with a lot of resistance. Payne and Alvin got the capes on their back, and it's a 1v1 to decide this overtime.
Where are you going?
Very familiar players in this showdown. And the spike has been heading elsewhere to Narnia, and Alvin playing cat and mouse.
No wall for the retake. No orb for the retake. A dart online for Koof.
Cut off. Thinking Alvin will take his time at the choke, that Koof could have a backstab opportunity. No, he's going to play safe in garage. Although the spike is at the back of the site, so very awkward. And knowing that, okay, well, in the 1v1, Alvin will be way too nervous to hold that defuse, right? Koof with a delayed peek. Alvin back on it. Looking for a halfway point, and Koof keeps Pigeons alive.
Has Koof lost a 1v1?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. That's one consistency for Pigeons, and one they are now clutching onto to get to this second cycle of overtime. I mean, you played the mind games, right? It's playing it for backside. You expect the CT wrap, instead just swings instead back out of garage. So very, very nicely done there. And we go again where, to me, again, Pigeons, their defense is what should shine. Again, it's where the M80 also were struggling.
Hey, good to kill that recon that Derek just pulled out, because that 3-stack exposure would have been an indication for M80 to hit C. Or at least to just expect this push. Alvin will lay behind to provide some protection for spawn, since they don't have a Cypher to put trips down the way Anderson does. Turret doesn't reveal anything in mid, so M80 are going to check out C.
I'm curious what Darius Util is going to look like. 1-2 shocks. Take away Anderson's tools here. The drone can spot them out. That's a huge plus as well. If Alvin gets both of these kills, though, do you double back A?
Oh, he's testing the waters. He's got big problems ahead of him, and Samal just slips right in front of the shotgun. Yeah, you go away. And racing ahead of them, too, is Koof. He'll get there fast enough. He has 2 shocks to delay. Anderson has nothing at his disposal, and Cuz is waiting for a wrap back towards C. And now M80 have a 5v2. Get themselves ahead in overtime. There's that first shock, some damage in as Bonnie finishes off what he started. And GMD is right by his side. Power of friendship. M80, spike down, and a pit on top of that. Well, cuz they know where you're at. The turret waved hello, and you waved goodbye to Bonnie. M80, just gonna stick to their positions. I don't really know that there's much that Cuz can do.
He never destroyed the turret from heaven. They know where he is in the reposition. I know side
Decay is
smoke
not
just
helping.
came online. Yeah, like you're out of options, out of time.
The only chance he had is if M80 got desperate and just solo swung him. But I think, yeah, you just depend on the orb and snake bite from Alvin. Good patience from M80, even in these really high stakes overtime situations.
Yeah, I like that they weren't too stuck in their executions, right? We look back to some of the fakes that weren't sold and they were running into the pigeon stacks. The last overtime cycle on their attack, they waited for Alvin. They found those two, and that's what allowed them to convert. But I am nervous right now for Pigeons. Haven't used that timeout, are once again going to the A site that has been their undoing.
Ooh, Bonnie, at a moment, while the recon is being shot, they'll still get a trade. Taking out Coburg is huge. I mean, he has 19 kills. GMD backstab, M80 breaking down the structure of Pigeons. Remember, Pigeons won their attack in a 1v1. Like, it came down to the wire. M80's defense has ever been so difficult to get through. Oh, okay, yeah. And the kills just come free like that.
Swarm Grenade not destroy might be what tips this towards the ending. I mean, Paint's alone. This is a 2v1 you could spring with the Odin, which would make it a 2v2. And they've gotten it.
Paint was pinged. 2v2, yeah. The fact that M80, what, 5v3 at some point? Like, definitely a solid start. Pigeons. Pressure makes diamonds. Spike down. Oh, the smoke's about to go down. GMD punish. The timing on M80's side. And Anderson doesn't want to reveal how far away he is from the spike, but he'll have eyes on it. Smoke. Derek's on it. GMD within the same position. The spam through. They know where the threat is coming from. And M80 have done it in overtime. Down 6-12. They have overcome the best. And M80 will take the map.
Defenders win.
We said it was going to be an absolute battle till the finish line, and this map is already an example of that, right? Pigeons picking into it, thinking it's squared away, it's Haven, we just have to out-aim, and M80 clearly demonstrating that was just a warm-up, that was just a preview of what is to come. A side swap happens, players like Alvin heat up as that clutch factor, and just like that, M80 has stolen Pigeon's map pick.
And the desk were wondering, yeah, a lot of confidence in M80, and we'll see in a moment how that's feeling. But how clean was M80 gonna be? Well, they just had to pick up the mop and actually clean house, and had me worried in the first half, I'm not gonna lie, but that 7-round win streak was undeniable. Really great stuff out of M80. And up next, they'll have their map pick of Abyss, so we'll see how this goes after this.
fight together.
Exactly what Core needs. Delivering as the anchor.
Up through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get his class around this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to 8. There's Alum. That's the Phantom. Brought up by the save.
And trouble without his rifle. Way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And isn't by that bite act done. Early drop down, and Ange catches all of it from hell.
They almost did it. They almost really did. First map of the series, Pigeons up 12-6, but the higher powers being M80, of course, weren't gonna let it be on today. A timeout, a run to overtime, a 15-13 scoreline in the end for M80 to take the first map. I mean, Ash, looking back at that, I thought it was about to be a very different conversation right now, but M80 steal the win away at the very last moment.
That they do, and it was so impressive to see out from M80, just the value that they were able to get from those timeouts that were being called there as well. I think the casters had called back to it while we were watching the match live. There was just something that was had within that conversation, which we might get to ask them about later in our interview if this does end up going in the favor of M80 for the entire series. But it instilled a bit more of that confidence, that conversation of looking to initiate more of those fights, be a little bit more proactive in a lot of those engagements. And that proactivity, when it came down to those firefights, is I think what really helped take them over the line when it came down to the end of this matchup.
And I think also the fact that Pigeons got both pistols made things, and actually the first bonus as well, so they had the 4-0 start and also got the second pistol. Like, that certainly made things so much more difficult for M80. And I mean, Pigeons were playing well. There really just isn't much else to it. They were being very proactive, exactly what we wanted to see from them on the defensive side. And when it came down to the attack, it felt like they were very confident holding the pulse plants down. So I feel like the fact that M80, had such rough starts to each half and still came out on top and still were able to clutch up some of these very important situations that they consistently found themselves in, even when some of the clutches went against them, the fact that this is still a win is impressive to me.
What I really liked looking back at the series is something we had highlighted was kind of this smidge more structure coming up from M80, but the chaos that Pigeons could have. And we got to see a little bit of that chaos from the get-go, which I think was really fun, and I think a really good way too for them to start trying to rack together these rounds, right? But it was just kind of something that had a smidge of a little bit of a timer on it, and M80 just figuring out the ways, being able to push on forward. And I mean, even Ash looking at how the map was able to play out, looking at first kills in M80's direction, etc., like, starts to make sense.
It definitely does. I think that for the side of M80, we really saw where that structure was thriving. And I think that when it comes down to how close of a matchup this was too, there was like that dynamicism between these two teams. Roy was pointing out about how hey, Pigeons is one of those teams that it can feel very chaotic with the types of compositions that they run, with how they like to play and take a lot of those fights, with M80 being that very structured team with GNB's calling, and then alongside the type of coach that you're expecting Nismo to be there as well, and the understandings of how they were going to be pushing each other to their limits in a lot of those rounds, and the responsiveness that was needed from either side. A lot of those rounds did come down to what it wasn't a coin toss at the end of the day. Obviously, there's a lot more depth to it, but when I say that it was a coin toss, it felt like it could have gone either way. Yeah, exactly.
No, that makes complete sense. For me though, there are moments where M80 very clearly look like a well-oiled machine, like when the front line is working and Alvin's able to find, he's able to hold down the lurk space, he's able to hold down a lot of that, solo territory. It feels like that's kind of the M80 zone. Like when things start flowing in that direction, it feels like M80 is kind of unstoppable. And obviously that comes on the shoulders of Bonnie, and it comes down on the shoulders of Derek to set up Bonnie. And then obviously that opens up the mid-round branches to Alvin to kind of play off of. And we can see a performance like that where he just pops off so many rounds where he was having these situations where he's holding it down on the A space, finding kills, punishing Pigeons for aggressing, and just that's exactly what you want from your anchor players and your solo players, right? So instill the fear from them. Don't let them feel comfortable taking excessive amount of space or holding an excessive amount of space. And you want players like Alvin on the team to do that, and he did just that in this first map.
And when we talk about a team being chaos, being able to shut down that space that they're allowed on the map is going to start to snuff the team out, which is really nice. I mean, Alvin, we know that he's capable of holding down site. We know he's capable of opting off. And I think, too, without a performance like this out of him, Ash, we'd already be well into map 2 and M80 down a map.
And Alvin's one of those players where you know he has the ability to step up like this, but I feel like something that we've heard so consistently about him from his teammates is the type of player he is fundamentally, like the type of communicator that he is, the way that he plays that is so like selfless and always, you know, for a greater motive and goal for the team. And I think that this kind of performance coming out from him at the beginning of this series as well is just such a bright light for M82 as we head into a bind where we don't really know what compositions we're expecting from either of these teams since we haven't seen it in VCL. I think Pigeons did run bind once during a Mr. Funhaver event, but comp that we saw there is something that I am not expecting to see on the tier 2 stage here. And Alvin I would expect be reprising the Viper with how everyone's been leaning so heavily into that double controller meta here into our second map.
I mean, heading into our second map of the series, our team's definitely in a bind here as Abyss is not one that's necessarily looked so great in the past for Pigeons. We get to see a little bit of that comp swapping, get to see a little bit of that indecisiveness. Whereas on the side for M80, when you see an Alvin Boy that had a really strong performance, last time we saw him on Abyss, he was popping off with of all things heroic Vito. So I feel like Pigeons, they might have just lost their opportunity here.
Yeah, Alvin looked so good on the Vito last time. I specifically remember his pop-off moments and the way he was defending the site with all his util there. I feel like the fact that he's having such a hot map 1 and now he's coming into a map where he looks so comfortable on is going to be pretty sick to see. But I'm wondering if you know, now that, you know, Pigeons are evolving and then they're kind of finding themselves and they're finding a little bit more success with the double duelist, like, I'm wondering if they will swap their comp on this map or if they're going to keep it the same. And if they are going to keep it the same, I'm recalling the way that they were playing against Blue Otter, where they were like doing a lot of early round gambles and a lot of like 4-player fight A main off like the round start on the defensive side. Like, that's not typically what you want to see from the double initiator compositions. Like, you actually want to see the opposite. You want to see them stall out the plants, you know, buy enough time for the smokes to go down and kind of just retake from all directions. Like, you have so much utility to work with, and you kind of need to draw out the runs because you have the rechargeables and other comps don't. Like, that's kind of what you want to see from them. So I'm curious to see if we will see a composition swap now that they kind of have an idea of what works on this map and what doesn't work for them on this map. So I guess we'll have to wait and see, but I'm expecting some change, and if not, maybe a change in the way they're approaching it.
Yeah, at least looking back at it, even if it wasn't a win, the comp swap they got last time did bring them pretty close, right? And it was just like a day after playing Abyss before with a different comp. So maybe just they hadn't gotten enough time to practice with this new composition to really kind of work it out. And now that it's been about a week and a half, if they do try and run it back, they certainly should have just better ways to be able to approach it. But for the side of M80, even if the first half of that last map, Ash, was a little bit touch and go, they were able to heat up towards the end part of it. People that need to be popping off, like Alvin Boy, are popping off. And I think that is a really scary prospect going on forward, that it might not even matter what comp Pigeons brings out. Like, this is a strong one for M80.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I think that your point also has to relate to the fact that there's so much experience on that roster, right? When you have players like GMD and Derek, as well as Paint Bonnie and Alvin Boy, not to not give them their flowers, but when I think more about the veterancy, I'm going to be looking more towards Derek and GMD. And when you have players like that who are able to really keep these players grounded, and I know that when it comes down to the personalities on this team too, you have great vibes going as well. And that's just such an important factor that doesn't always get touched upon as much and makes comebacks like what we just saw for M80 on Haven even possible.
I mean, getting into the agent select, have to see the veterancy come to light, and if Pigeons can cook up a composition to try and take them down, looking across the board, okay, we're getting a lot of little change-ups from the last time we saw them in Challengers. Okay, Roy, what do we make of this?
This is actually exactly what we saw from Pigeons last time. This is the same composition. They haven't really changed much. Again,
I'm looking at Corrode. I'm just crazy. Never mind me.
No, it's okay. It's Abyss. That's okay. But yeah, I think for Pigeons, the composition is still relatively the same. It makes sense why they've also opted to start on the attack side. They saw the way that M80 was on their attack side, and they don't really want to deal with that. So they're going to set the tone. They're going to set the pace. So I'm looking for them to overload the sites with the util and try to get into those comfortable post-plant situations. That's where you're going to get a ton of value from the KO, from the Tejo, as well as the Astra post-plant utility, and try to get as many rounds as possible on this first half. M80 on the defensive side, look for the Alvin boy towards that B side to defend against things, and look to see how Paint is going to set up Bonnie.
And we were just talking about how Alvin was looking on that Viper, how he was fragging out and really being able to be that solid anchor. The last time we saw him on the Vito on this map up against Winthrop, he went 20-9 to help M80 get that 13-6. It's going to be imperative that he's going to be able to keep that kind of energy going into this, especially when we are expecting him to be playing that role where he is a little bit more alone in that sense. He was such a big part of the success that M80 was able to find today and the last time we saw them on Abyss, and I'm looking forward to seeing if he can keep it going.
I mean, one more map to try and keep that success going to end this off in a 2-0, be one step closer to playoffs. Can this veterancy squad of M80 do it? Or is it going to be Pigeons to show up, show out, and take us into a map 3? It's time for Abyss, and send it back to the casters, Zobi and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you so much. We have been treated to so many good series and maps today. A 6-12 comeback on Haven. And now M80 are bringing a veto. This is cool. We get to see more vetoes, Zobi.
I mean, yeah, I completely agree. I just feel like when you already have such a strong individual, a strong fragger like Alvin, who is able to hold their own space without much util because you're on a Viper instead of like a Killjoy or a Cypher, it is the perfect swap up, right? They live, they die by their own weaponry, and I think that's what's going to really help on this defenses. Outside of the pistol round, you're going to see him hard anchoring B-side a lot. This time it's a 3-strong scale.
Ooh. Okay. The spawn has been infiltrated in the blink of an eye. M80, the confidence swelling after ending on such a huge win streak. That's all they needed is to get back on their feet. And while Coburg helps Pigeons get into a position to answer back. Look how deep they are into B where they could wrap around. Now the spike is heading and being summoned towards Coburg's position. So I'm really confused why Pigeons are giving up all this work that they've done.
Spike down mid.
That's a weird one.
Last player
I
standing.
completely agree, and Coburg doesn't even have time to figure out what has just happened. It's all down to Cuz, who I'm getting flashbacks to him. He was all the way in the backside of C. Like, where's my team on the rotate? He's looking to pick up these pieces in a 1v3. Bonnie one body shot with the sheriff. Send him into the abyss, but it's grouped up. There's immediate trays to swing from each and every angle.
30 seconds left.
Whoa. What a spaghetti of a pistol round. I'm gonna be for real, but there was some hope that Pigeons had all that mid control. They could have walked into B. I think once you shake off what happened in Haven and you just focus on this map, we're gonna see a much cleaner macro-wise Pigeons and micro-wise everybody. But hey, we're entertained nonetheless.
Oh, absolutely. It was a fun one, but I think it also shows that M80 and the confidence that Esk talked about was like a switch that got flipped on Haven like halfway through is staying on, right? 3 players already diving down B long, and now we're back to what I thought was going to be the classic look. Vito set up on B. Usually the Vito's alone though, so pairing with the Waylay, I'm curious to see how it's going to function. I mean, it's nice if your Vito can't get out, your Waylay can with the Refract, but in the meantime,
Take flight.
no presence shown, but the regroup from Pigeons towards the B site. Curious to see what Bonnie does in this test.
There.
Ooh. Bonnie is as good as ever with the sniper. Wondering how much Anderson is going to want to prioritize that, maybe more so on the defense, but you get to see too many kind of sniper buys from Pigeons on Haven. Definitely the Bonnie show when it comes to a distance battle. And Alvin, ever so trustworthy anchor, sporting the veto. And with a 4-1 start, I'm a believer in this.
Yeah, we'll have to to see if he... okay, above or below the 20 and 9 from last match? Let me Kiwi.
Yeah, good start for that.
Well, but no, above or below? Which one's is he gonna get above or below 20? I think he gets above.
Alvin for sure gets 20.
Yeah.
There's no way.
But the
4-1
KDA
start?
will be higher? I don't think so. I feel like he gets more
If
than
the
20
stock's
kills, but
early.
maybe not the 29. We'll see.
At least 20, but I just want to see how successful Vito's going to be on defense. Like, so much util you can be taken away, and does that affect how Pigeons kind of layer it down?
It's so interesting, though, because I feel like we've seen our fair share of Vito in, you know, I saw it in the early, actually, off-season in EMEA, and then seeing it in VCT Americas here now. I feel like usually the Vito's playing off his own util. Here, they're popping it and they're playing opposite because it's anti-KO. But Bonnie is clipped off, and now, I mean, Paint is alone to play off his util instead.
Right, while all of this action goes down, M80 are chasing down what seems to be Anderson in mid. Koof will bring Cuz back on his feet. And this is the type of morale generator that Pigeons needed to have a clean rifle round. Anderson, who was in mid, marked by the drone, fell all the way back to watch the flank, calls it out perfectly. There seems to be a lot of layers of of Pigeons that M80 have to peel back on this post plant.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think Roy laid it out perfectly. Almost every player on this tide for Pigeons has post-plant utility, right? And it's going to be difficult if you let them onto the site, which is why they fought so hard around it. That's why they fought so hard to keep the Vito util up. So again, this round for M80 was more theory versus practice. So again, I'm going to be looking towards these side anchors to do a little bit more, particularly when it's like Bonnie or it's Paint, since again, they're playing Alvin away from his setup when the KO no command's online. But for now, more defaulted look. Feels like maybe there was a miscomm. Like maybe you wanted to see Zamal follow that drone into vent, but all in all, with a 3-stack in mid, I'm glad that he didn't. And now, yeah, they're just, I think they were scared by the pistol round and that 3 scale down one of the extremities. Now they're just waiting for that contact to be made. And M80 said that was just the pistol. Now we're hunkering our sights.
A round 4 off from Bonnie. Not going to see it really activate here unless Coburg has an unlucky peek in mid. Meanwhile, Pigeons putting the pressure down. First flash. GMD playing so far away, out of reach, but Zamal will climb for it. And they'll work their way back in. And oh, in the shadows, even Derek is denied. So Pigeons looked cleaner and cleaner as the steps gone on. Kind of behind that entry of Zamal. Out Paint, flash, out blinds one, and too much on his plate. He's gonna need some help. And M80 are still getting into position. Oh, that kneel from Koof was huge against Paint. Now Bonnie in a 1v4. Oh, you would think he'd want to save the up, but he won't be able to. He'll farm kills instead.
Yeah, I mean, that round, you talked about the layers that Pigeons have. I think we saw even more get compiled on, right? It was more simple with everybody on side or playing for the flank on the B side post plan, but that one you had Coburg on the flank, right? And I mean, Zamal, that kill on to GMD was criminal. And I mean, I liked that fight from Paint. Back on a little bit more of an aggressive role with the flashes in his back pocket, right? The duelist initiators, but that was difficult. And now it's a eco, right? So little gamble stack towards B. Maybe they jump off the abyss. Maybe they won't. We'll see.
Anderson up. Gonna be some bullying in this round, and I'm just excited to see Anderson get some sniping going. But GMD is not really the type to kind of push up solo. It's just gonna be a 4-1 stack for the defense.
Easier more for the info. The true stack is the one pushing down below. That's a hero weapon recovered. This is where you might, if you can get out of this situation, be willing to invest the convergent paths now, later on.
Oh, ankles have been shattered with Bonnie there. That was pretty hilarious. And now after marking GMD, who still remains alive, Pigeons have him cornered. How many can he take down with them? He catches Cuz lacking. That's all good. Pigeons still get a plant, but the forces are diminished. They're at a disadvantage. Koof has the ult. And drone and get some information. Is this going to be the moment you pop it out through this choke point? And they really don't have the manpower anymore. Pigeons now have the flank to worry about, and Anderson looks at the wrong time. Derek makes his way in. Thrifty opportunity. Oh, man. Just like that, M80 are back in.
Our round is a gorgeous Thrifty and one for other teams to aspire to, right? From the concrete B main fight to overwhelm the lurk player to GMD playing his life and still finding one while escaping from a salvo. So there was maybe a mistake there in the Pigeons communication, but it more so comes from this moment from Derek, right? Derek probably calms them like, hey, let's go for this. Let's rip the null command so I can get on the flank and shut down the operator that we know is on the other side. And that's what tips things and allows them to focus on the site, strip away that util that we talked about is so important in the post for Pigeons, and suddenly they're in the lead. Suddenly the money's back. Suddenly we have op versus off. And Evolution's popped the first one of the game.
So early too. Alvin is impactful as ever, and Bonnie's baiting for him, and Alvin takes back over. He's able to slip back towards safety with Derek by his side. Pigeons don't like what's on the menu, so they're gonna lean on what Coburg has discovered over at B.
Ooh, and I love this, right? They expect Anderson to be opping, so they're not dry picking anything, right? Unless there's a safe TP or a frag to get away from it, right? Derek drones, confirms the player vent. Meantime, B has been given up almost voluntarily because they were clearing mid instead. And now this is more of a blessing. No one's in the way of the Armageddon. And now what do you have for the retake? You have Alvin and the Evolution. GMD's also one off the Cosmic Divide.
Spike planted.
The M80 just waiting out. It's offensive smoke here. This push out from Coop could be dangerous. And oh, Derek addresses the problem head on. Here's the flood from M80. Coburg playing King of the Hill over here. But it's the cherry on top, man. A lot of consistency here from M80 on these retakes.
Wow, and again, a great attempt there with that high-low and some great shots from Coburg hitting, but again, just numbers so surely in M80's favor that late into the round that just could not get the round back. So M80 up to 4, showing they're pretty capable of that B retake. Even if there is util online, but they didn't really have to use the util because they were so far committed into the site. Outside of that, yeah, Pigeons, you can't get a post, you can't play the comp out. I feel like if they lose another rifle round, we probably, honestly, we probably needed to see a timeout like now. Maybe we'll see in the next if they don't eco.
Round,
yeah, I'm hoping. But this B side has gone from bad to worse. The Vito util and the triple stars. Be recalled if need be. I do think mid is the answer, and Pigeons going for it on the eco.
Ooh, this drone senses danger, but the power of just the stack from M80 is strong. Have kind of a buddy system everywhere, except Bonnie. Bonnie's pushing through the attacker spawn with an op. Nothing to see there, I guess, but if the hit ends up at B, you'll have to consider Bonnie eventually. Pigeons with that mid control. The hesitation on what the next step is going to be. All depends on what Coburg can find too.
Alvin just gets away. I like that. Don't want to take the close fight up against the Sheriff. You know they're looking for an opening or are going to make it themselves. Conversion path is in. Samo with the Bucky is in and finds 2.
Snuffs the breath out of M80 before paint splatters the wall. And the Hunter's Fury from Derek just to destabilize Pigeons even more. This is quite the hectic round for what, mostly a save from Pigeons? So a 4K from Paint. A wolf in sheep's clothing over there, but a win streak nonetheless forming.
No, 2 of those were for, I think, turning the round back, and then 2 were kind of cleanup kills there out of Paint. And I think that comes to some of GMD's calling there, right? They know they've lost the mid space, so what do? They have 2 players grouped in B lane. They have 2 players because of Alvin falling back, reminder, into heaven over towards A-Link. And it's really, really nice to just have that containment and those trades. Because if not, you get the weapon upgrades, you get the site, and suddenly you're playing up against basically a fair fight or worse off in the numbers department. So all this to stay. Pigeons, 1 speed. They are going fast into B off this Cosmic Divide.
Alvin is by himself. He's sectioned by the Cosmic Divide, dashing in. Easy for Zamal. pure extinction now. No evolution, no health, no defense. What a retake from M80 that could form.
Spike planted.
Oh, if GMD had gotten one of those on the spray down front sight on the challenge of the Cosmic Divide, now with deep double sight smokes, I mean, you can catapult your way in, maybe, which is exactly what GMD is doing, but this op's not going to find much.
Oh, this post plan is strong with Anderson in the wings, too. It's just trades that'll go Pigeon's way. That's how they kind of break M80's momentum, because that was starting to get scary, because we saw just when M80 get the ball rolling, it's a snowball that turns into an avalanche. Just shades of Haven and that 7-win streak that even got them into an overtime. So you do not want to let M80 ramp up.
You do not. And speaking of ramping up, Paint 13-5. On the flip side, I feel like we cursed Alvin. We brought up that he was 4-1, and now he's 5-6. So yeah, cast a curse, and also what we saw again, getting run down there on the B side, Anchor maybe contributing factors. But look at this from M80. You talked about momentum. They took all of this deep space, and honestly, I wish they'd kept it, because look at all the pressure bubbling over AMA. This looks like a surefire commit.
Yep. Okay, cuz Coburg, the bait and switch, that push and pull, it's a tug of war, but no one's on the other end. And Pigeons overwhelm the site just like their composition is really designed to do. And with that null command, it's not really too much that M80 can do to counteract that. So I like the call of the save.
Yeah, I mean, have the op, save the op. That does make me wonder if they're going to change anything A side, because I think that's the first time we've seen Pigeon so hard commit to the A fight when there wasn't, again, that bait between Bonnie and Alvin with an evolution to rely upon. So maybe you flip it back to being a little bit aggressive A main. I'm looking towards the ults as well. Not much to work with, I'd argue, for maintaining that space. So honestly, I kind of want to see what they did previously. Double up the players with the TPs, right? Bonnie with the Refract, Alvin with the crosscut, and let them go to town over towards A main. Because you also want, again, with the null command online for Cuz, Alvin away from his setup, and GMD away from his setup. So I would say, big trust in Paint to anchor B, but I'm not in the server. I can't tell them my plan.
Oh, even better. I swear I thought that was Cuz's null command. So now they have even more ways to shut down and silence
That's what
M80.
I wanted to play, yeah. Away from their util. They flip it, right? So you put Alvin's util on B, but then put Alvin A, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry. I'll keep them quiet.
Or at least don't leave Alvin alone when a Cosmic Divide is online. He was a sitting duck and a dead one too. Ooh, a mid scramble here, M80. Have their op watching. The Pigeons. Well, pretty much have this orb for free, it seems.
Oh. Derek gets the dart off before the null command hits, just confirms at least 2, and then once again, GMD just tries to anchor backside, has learned his lesson about Zamal on the dash over, so it is just gonna be the full stop retake, waiting hopefully for this null command to dissipate.
Zamal dashing into his smoke is that extra layer and adaptation to protect him, and M80 find a way in. The drone watches. M80 seal in Pigeons. Have they sealed in their fate? Here is the flood in. There hasn't been too much of a kickback from Pigeons. They just seem to fall over and take it. Make it 3 for Alvin. He's answering the call.
And that honestly was the textbook Waylay re-entry, right? Bonnie goes in, breaks up the crossfire, drops the hinder as well so that the rest can follow it up perfectly, and something that was the entire idea designed to keep that backside space so they couldn't capitalize off that Cosmic Divide falls on its head. And I mean, this kill from GMD as well, that off angle is criminal, right? Difficult.
Yeah.
Ready. Transfer ready.
The Cosmic Divides have been game winners for both Coburg and GMD. Only 2 rounds separate these two teams, and Anderson still got the op. M80 don't seem to want to fight for the orb. Maybe just the recon though from Derek is getting value, and he's found the perfect timings to get info.
I do like this, the switch. Instead of Derek being so committed towards mid, redroning that, they instead have this Waylay veto crossfire and have Derek playing hopefully for some sort of kill upon this entry, soften the blow. Like he just did!
What? And that's through the smoke. There's just the nowhere. The spike. Hello. It's down. Caught scope and caught lacking. Caught with an L in hand. M80, they adapt. I don't know how many times you can pull off the strat. Now we have to see more depth out of Pigeons going forward. This was a nice hit, but M80 have learned their lesson.
Again, Pigeons is that team that doesn't or has a hard time adapting, and maybe they don't have to. Coburg doing wonders. On for the ace clutch. First layer is down, but given time for Alvin and Bonnie to make this high-low. The Burger Boys duo reunited to play out the 1v2. No. And they are not going to lose it.
Okay, but we were both sweating. Like, no, it's not the first time M80 have been in like these, you know, more than insanely guaranteed rounds and have just been multi-killed from doing these high-lows or stacks. That had me worried.
And this is where, like, we talked about it. We've been waiting, right, for this Pigeons timeout to come. But then the reminder, there's no one on the other side of that timeout. There's no coach in the Pigeons booth. No man in the back corner, right? It is all on this team to come up with the solutions on the fly. And that's what they seem to struggle. They seem stagnant, right? They're going again for another A main exec off rip. And there's no changes. Because M80 right now have the defense solved without much pushback.
There.
Anderson just walked past the smoke and gets shot. Definitely trying something new. Now mid has been quite a scramble, and it's a bloodbath. The spike is down. M80 come out ahead. And that's just going to be the last round of the half in M80's favor, unless Koof, our clutch connoisseur, has something else drummed up for us. And I gotta wait for the round to be over. Whoa, Derek is consistent as ever. He has made getting into A impossible.
Absolutely. And I thought for a second we were gonna have a breakthrough on that mid fight. I think it was Zamal, I say, go up and over the abyss into Ven. And I'm like, wow, they might have simultaneously dealt with that crossfire from both ends, but then the two players in Ven sit him down and the round falls alongside the half. The biggest half differentials we've seen today. M80 up 8-4. See if they can get a second pistol under their belt and keep this streak going.
Pigeons won both pistols on Haven, but M80 won the pistol here on Abyss. And while that Vito is definitely going to be stronger on defense, so maybe that could be the difference maker of Pigeons. This map feeling very good for the defense, but Zamal is going to have a lot on his plate here, and he delivers in stride, and he's got help. He's been hindered. It doesn't matter. The rally and the unite. Pigeons unite in mid, and it's flawless. In the blink of an eye, they've made up for it.
Yeah, I mean, the theory was there. I saw the Nova Pulse come in just a little late when most of the players had fallen. Imagine if it was there earlier, right? But also, you just don't expect these players. And this is something that we praised M80 for in the first half, right? And again, it's a pistol, so we can write it off, was not dry peeking into things, right? And that was Derek usually at the helm. And you're running a double initiator as well with paint. So when we get to the rifles, I'm hoping that we don't get more of that, essentially. But for now, it's a shorty and a dive attempt I'm expecting from Bonnie here towards the A site. Alvin maybe hoping for a lucky overpeak towards B, but yeah.
Pigeons still have that Koof drone, and I think after that orb tap, they know what's going on. Maybe wish they knew the numbers that could be heading their way. And with kind of all the bait and switch from Zamal, M80 have a foothold, and they're just climbing up, rising to the occasion, literally and metaphorically. M80 get a plant down, and then even so, you've let Bonnie off his leash. OB watching over that window with a shotgun in hand. Injuries on the M80 side may make things easier, and Koof has found his moment. But now there's a lot of smokes to try and jump through. Is a GMD gonna distance away? He's hindered. He's been unnoticed. The Tilsabal just slams him right through the smoke. Beautiful retake. I feel like it costed Pigeons a lot, though.
Yeah, I mean, it meets the eye. I would agree. But we just kind of glossed over. They went into this round with those 2 snipers, and the rest had like Sheriff or Ghost, or again, that's why you have a Chamber as the headhunter, right? They took a huge gamble while being down 4-8 at the half on the second round bye, so they could come into the third with what you are seeing now. 3 rifles in hand. Right? And I think that shows that they were looking long term. They understand that they had to put in the work now at the side swap to make this comeback. And again, that's why I was quite worried. I'm like, wait a minute, M80 could just rob them of the second round and then there is no comeback. But high risk, high reward, so let's see it cashed out.
Okay, that knife has been thrown early from Cuz over on B. I usually see most KOs over at A just to get numbers on this A orb, and now it's Pigeons with the other drone to get that information, and that scared off M80.
M80 not let off the gas this half, and the snipers are kind of handling it at first with them all finding one, but Alvin and Bonnie, again, the dynamic duo right now, just paving the way, taking out the remaining side anchors on B.
You know that these 2 have been at A. So watching the flank, Derek with his 1. It's M80 encroaching on those double digits, and where the economy is at, they need every rifle they can get. It's been cool to see kind of the defensive split up. It's not every day you see a Tejo on Abyss and a double initiator where you have info on both sides of the map, especially those numbers. Not necessarily the positions like a Sova would give you. Well, at least Koof can, but it's different with the KO. But M80 look like they're on top of things on their side.
Yeah, it just feels like maybe Pigeons aren't as well versed in what M80's Abyss looks like, because this round was just a pretty direct B split call, right? Charging up mid, and mentioned how, yeah, there were a few snipers, but they brought those Vandals into the round that they needed to see convert, because they, again, wanted that long string of rounds, not 2 and done, and now having a broken bye where Anderson has to be on the Guardian and Light Shield, and see a little bit lighter of a star investment as well from Coburg, so we'll see if they can bounce back, but if they don't, it'll be Nico, it'll be M80 up to 11, and then they'll have to have a M80 style comeback of map 1.
A double info for Pigeons at A main this time, Cuz switching knife early. So if you want to fight that orb, ideally you want the knife thrown in there, just in case. Now Pigeons throw out another drone, and this just reveals that lurk, but I don't think Derek got tagged, so if Pigeons take that fight, they may be walking into a mess, but man, Anderson makes a mess of Derek, and Alvin would like to escape, but actually just stands in front of the smoke. I would have tried to escape with all that spam, but meanwhile, M80 used that distraction to go to B.
And they're gonna just get onto the site with no contest, and the only silver lining here is because of Coburg's position, they kind of know that it was happening, right? So you have immediately this many players ready to flood in on a moment's notice. Bonnie's gonna fight into them now.
I like that nope. Bonnie with the nope button, and well, Pigeons with the W button. That's all they need. Drop down, spike in sight. Alvin gets flashed. Oh, Anderson doesn't see that? I thought he was trolling. Okay, eventually he finds him.
Okay, we saw the
like a
scoped in moment.
Stomp or something.
We saw the scoped in moment. I feel like the peripheral vision might need some testing. But it's fine, all right? We said it. That was the must-win round, right, for Pigeons, and honestly, I kind of questioned the decision to cut noise and just hold there, but I did mention that Pigeons were ready to kind of flood in on a moment's notice, and that's what won them the round, just the immediacy of the fights after losing that, almost intentionally leaving the site so light. I mean, look at it. It is just that one site smoke star, and they are so heavily stacked towards mid and A, and now the retake just got easier, right? They had the convergent paths for them all.
And Pain still has the knife, so if they want to take an orc fight here to get GMD's Cosmic Divide, this is such a huge ult for this map. Kind of seal in a fight. Oh, I like how this flank is maybe forming here for Pigeons. M80 are still trying to get set up. Conversion paths directed towards that high ground. Bonnie focuses on the backside. No one is home. Quite suspicious. Pigeon's going for a full stack retake. And you have Coburg working the flank. So the rest are getting active. Conversion paths now for the retake. Zamal, corner check on Paint. The rest sitting in main. Zamal restabilizes. And M80 have been shaken and now are being stirred on the flank. Alvin expecting it, still can't answer. A big one for Pigeons to win.
That is just so difficult after getting into the site. They really didn't have any delay utility there, right? So the conversion paths come in, they have nothing to deny it, and Small makes the dive in, and it feels like there was a disconnect as well on the M80 side. I was like screaming in my head, like, get Derek some help, please! Like, they're both whiffing, and the players are probably stuck, honestly, slowed as well, just out of sight. And if we are correct, and that was just a comms breakdown when it came down to the final few fights, that could be another source of the timeout for M80, but it could also be the fact that Pigeons have caught up. But remember Haven? They only won 1 round and a half, took a timeout, and then won like every other round and a half. Is Nismo just him? I think we're gonna find out. We're just gonna find out.
We definitely need him to be him, because M80 have only won 1 round in this half, and trying to explode onto the site and find those first picks, but Pigeons are respecting it, like you said, just going for the full retakes. Now Derek has Hunter's Fury, GMD Cosmic Divide. If they wanted to lean towards B, that has been successful. At least it was for Coburg's side. Now the only trick is that if you get locked in and contained by the Cosmic Divide, do you fight or do you flight?
I think the success we've seen on the B site from M80 have come from when they mid-split into B, right? We look at Bonnie and how fast he was able to make up that ground, and you maybe could think about doing it this round, but with an eco, I'd rather save it for the next, save the ults for the next, but very different approach this time from Pigeons. So you see this? They went from having 0 players on the B site to 3, and Anderson scaling down with the Outlaw.
Well, they don't know. Anderson falls back. M80 have to pick up the pieces and the corpses that have been laid behind. Payne has some space. He'll have to just peel for himself, but Zamal is an unstoppable beast. He almost gets away with an ace, and that gets ourselves in a tie game situation.
I love that it counted as a flawless because Zamal didn't die to the molly till after the round was over. But yeah, no, that was the perfect switch up just in time for that M80 site exec, but it did feel like that round was just M80 getting the round over with, right? Like, I feel like you've seen 3 stacked, right? You know the Outlaws here, and you're not stopping. You're still committing to this, like, no halt. And that makes me think, okay, we took the timeout. We have the buy. We have the ults. This is the round. They're gonna need to double digits.
Ooh, Evolution. Alvin, the final boss of the server. Look at all that respect. You have Anderson not even holding the window anymore. You have Cuz with flashes.
I think Alvin should be the first in here alongside Bonnie, right? Get past the flashes, and now the Naruto's been stripped away even more so by the Null command. Great. Gravity well just to buy time, but they're already in.
Oh, quick gap close from M80 and that first pick. They really needed that to kind of alleviate what possible retake could be happening. 8 HP for Coburg. It just gets more and more difficult. The only chance is a conversion pass from Zamal, and he activates it towards the back of the site. Bonnie affected, finished off by the missiles, and Pigeons are going and swinging with haymakers. As Zamal has to address Paint, he takes his ones, he takes W, and this retake got some kick to it. Zamal 1v3.
Whack-a-mole. That one was hard committed to the swing. Yeah, that was great round. Yeah, if you notice, and I questioned it at first for like a millisecond, right? You had 3 players from immediately swing into security after securing that site, after closing the space, as you put it, and then immediately they give it up and they flood back onto the site, and I'm like, huh, why would they do that? And then a second later, I'm like, oh, they thought they were about to all get hit by this conversion paths that they showed too many players, and so what did they do? They redistributed the players out, they minimized the effect of that retake ultimate, and so now, I mean, You got 2 big ults out of the Pigeon side. You traded in yours for that win condition, but hopefully you can replicate with the Cosmic Divide now.
That got really hectic. M80. You could hit him once, and it feels like they won't let you hit him again with the same trick. They always seem to have an answer and a solution. No presence in mid, so M80 will get to cut around towards B. As Coburg waits for it. See if he can get his one, fall behind the box to safety.
You are divided.
Oh, and he's sealed in. Uh-oh, Coburg in jail. He's looking for the key to this lock, and Pigeons are not even peeking on the other side of this wall yet. So Coburg's 6 feet under. Pigeons have to do something about this. And they just would stagger into smokes. Uh-oh. Oh, observers just watching that happen, too. They didn't even swap up.
The round basically over. It's fine. Cuz is saving. I love how he, like, fell while second guessing that he had successfully made the jump. Please give us a replay of that observer.
I'm pretty sure he body hit the ground.
Like he didn't think he made the jump at first, and then he falls off, like looking below him to make sure he made the jump. Anyways, that round, that's again just the full trust they have in Bonnie to get into the site to make that space, and then they follow him up. And second, that communication was so fast as well, right? Where they swung into the Astra Star. And instead of taking the fight head-on into Anderson, they let their teammate take the fight. So, again, it feels like M80 have hit that like coordination peak, at least for the series, and again, shutting down what was a big swing round with coming out of that timeout. They feel like they're trudging towards a closeout of this series.
This is starting to boil over. If you're M80, it was tied 9-9. Their jog has turned into a sprint. And oh my god.
He's like, wait, I made it? Thank you. I love how we just got the replay of that.
Every dog has its days, or whatever the saying is, but maybe see if they can forge ahead as Pigeons have to put a stop to this momentum. And it's a Cosmic Divide, Armageddon, and some information for M80 to work with.
And M80 somehow back out of that mid-stack, mid-fight from Pigeons. The perfect timing. And I mentioned how Pigeons switched up from this disconnected B hold into this very directive B hold when it mattered. But now the A side feels so weak. It's just Coop here.
Oh, and Coop's the drone didn't even see this coming. And Pigeons thought that with that mid presence, M80 were gonna wrap into B again. That's what they did last time. And Pigeons misread. It cost them Coop. It cost them that Armageddon that they could have used. Well, the conversion paths from Bonnie tries to shake things up, but it's M80's dominoes that fall. Now at a distance, they just have to watch how this unfolds. Now getting a bit too antsy. Bonnie loses, and so does the rest of M80. That's a weird one.
I was trying to figure it out. It felt like... Did two of the M80 players get hit by Bonnie's convergent paths pushing into heaven? I need to see that replay back, because I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Like, it was a great play. I think the players just went into heaven a touch too early. And that's where the fight started going Coburg's way. And, like, again, Coburg's the one that survives the majority of that round. We don't even get to see it. And that's a major fumble, because that's the old Gone without a conversion. That's once again where Pigeons are now one round trailing from M80.
At arm's reach, and with still ults to use. And that was a 4v5 comeback, too, from Pigeons. So, huge for them.
Too suppressed.
M80, I feel like they do get on A site fairly well, so they're trying to repeat that success. But other plans for Pigeons.
Zamal is cooking, and the Armageddon is feasting, and so is Cousin over here, and Zamal! Holy! They just get ahead of the game and show M80 how to play the game. We're gonna have ourselves a tie game unless Bonnie just aces from behind. Okay. Cuz
Someone
sent
called
something
Jack
in the
behind.
water there. Yeah.
I almost panicked, but yeah, I feel like this map, it's just been too many rounds where Pigeons make a change and M80 lose that round. And that's where we did call upon Pigeons. I feel like last half we were like, hey guys, we need to see a change, you're getting too stagnant. And all their creativity was stored up instead for their defense, right? They have been unpredictable, which is what we called this team from the get-go, and it might just lead them into a comeback towards that map 3 of Breeze, but job's not done, lead not taken. It is 11-11.
Pigeons are so back. Are we gonna get another overtime game? It's just, we're getting that vibe. Who needs timeouts? You put all your bird brains together and just work it out. Rock, paper, scissors. Now with all the drones, so much information for Pigeons to work with, and not overly trusting it after what Koof got surprised with last round.
Headed towards B. Because Coburg have the ults, so I think this is just kind of a one and done TP angle for Anderson, ideally.
Oh, Anderson's getting hunted and can't even get out. M80 know how to dash in and get that first blood. It's so clean at the beginning of B. Pigeons won't have that entry of Zamal for the retake, and Alvin smells blood in the water and causes it too. Pigeons now sitting ducks, and we'll hope to get Cuz out. I guess he's got money. He's got time to kill. Let's see what Cuz can do. M80 got to be careful of the stack. They'll have Paint watch the corner. And this should, yeah, M80 on match point, series point.
Wow. And that is just kind of an unfortunate round. A little bit of a miscom there between Zamal and Anderson's plan to TP out. He gets caught out right there trying to support teammate, and Alvin, this double fight should never have gotten to, so that was a huge win as well with that TP for safety behind him. So yeah, that stabilization works. Again, when Pigeons don't do anything out of the ordinary, M80 win, and that's the difficulty here, is do Pigeons have another surprise strat to get themselves to overtime? Oh, this would be a surprise.
Oh, walk it down, put it down. Alvin with 2. That's a huge dent into the chances of Pigeons to come back into this game. As Cuz still has an arsenal, but he's gonna fall back. M80 have shifted gears. They know Koof might be in trouble.
Yeah, I'm giving snaps to that call right now from GMD, right? They pop the null command, you know, the op is there. At least halting and waiting out the null command, if not committing to this A rotate, is the perfect call.
Pigeons gotta keep their head above water. Uh-oh, Koof doesn't want to be sensed here by the recon here of Derek, and it wants some surprising timing! Almost gets away with the third. GMD main character energy here. He lives on. Derek watches over, cuz 1v1 to push us into overtime or the end of this series. Derek, it's not on him. He can just wait for the spike to be tapped, cuz has a way to fight in this. But if Derek just plays anti-flash, then oh, and cuz isn't looking the right way. It's easy for Derek and M80, a 13-11 win and a series under the belt.
Wow, I mean, it's such an anticlimactic end, but the mind games were so apparent there, right? Double shots, Hunter Share. You don't expect them to just be holding the cross, the anti-flash angle, but Derek, of course, the stability of M80, the one to get them across the finish line and clean. They secure that 2-0, and a reminder, that wasn't for playoffs. That wasn't like our first game of the day. These two teams were 2 wins, 2 losses. So now Pigeons, they're sent to a match that is for elimination from the Swiss stage versus next match. M80 finally get to play for that promotion spot.
Hey, M80, it was such a good game of adapting to each other. Really rock, paper, scissors. And for how back and forth this was, so impressive for Pigeons to put up that good of a fight. To have this overtime and for the resilience of M80 to come down 6-12 on Haven, to win that out, to having a very even game despite Pigeons mentally, you would think, being pretty shattered after how Haven went, to now M80 being one step closer to playoffs, as you said. I'm going to be excited to hear about their interview, which we hopefully will have. Don't you worry. But first, we'll hear from the desk. We'll see you there.
Fight together.
Exactly what Core needs. Delivering as the anchor.
Through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get his classic round this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to 8. There's Alum, that's the Phantom. Brought up by the save.
And trouble without his rifle. Way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And isn't by that bite act done. Early drop down and Ange catches all of it from hell.
Well, it's a series that has to go all the way to the last possible moment, but in the end, it's going to be an M80 victory, 2-0 over Pigeons, to be one step closer to moving on into the playoffs. I mean, getting into that second map, Roy, after the first map win, we had highlighted that the second map was going to be difficult for Pigeons. They definitely make it close, but it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, there's like a parallel universe though where Pigeons actually win that series in a 2-0, and then we're having a completely different conversation and a whole different vibe on the desk. But M80, they stepped up, they're one step closer to playoffs, and we got to see some glimpses of glory from M80. Like there were some rounds that were extremely decisive, extremely convincing, and obviously there were some rounds where Pigeons were battling it back. And honestly, it's been a huge step up from Pigeons, I can't lie, throughout the season. Like the first two matches were really rough, but I feel like they've been progressively getting better, and they made the series look super close.
I mean, considering the fact going into this, it was definitely they're an underdog vibe, into then how we saw the matches play out. there could have been that world where this was different. And Ash, it was up to M80 to really try and kind of play around Pigeons in this chaotic play style they were bringing out. And I love the little back and forth we got to see from both of these teams.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that dynamic that you were talking about there, Sierra. I think you also talking about how, you know, they have to find the calm in the chaos here on the side of M80. I think that's something that this roster has overall just always been like really good at doing. When I think back to like the TSM days with Alvin Boy and GMG, I feel like that's what that roster was always just really good at. Now being kind of able to carry that forward into this season, and with, you know, coaching staff like Nismo, having players like Paint, Bonnie, and Derek joining that core two there as well. It all comes together very nicely. Paint had so much impact in this matchup. On top of that, like on that KO, he was absolutely killing it. The timing when it came down to his utility, whether it was the 0 point to cancel out, so the engagements on the floods back in or the pushes towards site were great from Paint. The fragment as well, just denying those opportunities to get that plant or buying that time for the rest of the team for those rotations, had incredible impact and contributed so much to the success that we saw here from M80 today. Honestly, if it weren't for Paint's performance, it's hard for me to argue that this would have been an M80 map win.
Honestly, even the first map, it was actually Paint was, he put in a lot of work. Him and Alvin were putting in so much work in that first game as well. So I think that applies to both maps, but specifically on Abyss, I love the KO from him. I feel like he's getting a lot more comfortable, like you were saying. And I like the fact that he's like kind of like in the in your face kind of KO, where he's like, you can tell that he has like the duelist imprint on the KO. So I think that's actually like, it suits him quite nicely. And I feel like he's developing really nicely in that role. But I kind of want to just like reiterate something that I mentioned before, and it's kind of like the game of margins for M80 right now, where like they have so many moving pieces that are still in development, and they're kind of, you know, they're slowly getting on the same page, and everyone's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. And I think we're kind of seeing that, where like now we're seeing Alvin Boy stepping up a lot, we're seeing Paint stepping up a lot, and I feel like, you know, once Bonnie gets super comfortable, once GMD's, you know, he stops paying so much tax, and of course Derek kind of gets integrated into this roster, I think this team will be very dangerous.
Definitely think so too. Like M80 just keeps getting highlighted for the potential that this roster has. And again, when the pieces, as you call them, the moving pieces are still being put together, obviously we'll get to see a little bit of the growing pains there. But I love that we've talked so much about Paint here. I mean, he had called out after this first week that, yeah, he gets to learn KO from the best in the biz, get to learn from Nismo himself. And so to be able to see the impact that he makes there has just been incredible. We did get to see a Pigeon try and step up here, Ash. I mean, a couple of really good ideas, but again, just not quite enough to get them there.
Yeah, I think that the structure thing that we have talked about is where we've seen Pigeons kind of falling a little bit flatter in some of these head-to-heads, and that's not to take any credit away from them. It was absolutely a very tight series. We really did think that first map was going to go in the other direction, but there are just some of those like little moments when it comes to those fights that just seemed a little bit messier on the Pigeon side, where we're looking to see that kind of develop a bit further, especially now that we are in that position where they're going to be one loss away from not being able to qualify until playoffs. It's that do or die heading into next week for them, and it's going to be so important for them to be able to really tighten up those protocols. But it feels like they are just nearly there, but missing that little piece. M80, though, overall, it's been a great performance. I think that claw back on Haven as well really set the tone there heading into Abyss.
I mean, this was a big turning week, big turning match for both of these teams. So Pigeons will be fighting for their life moving on forward, and M80 one match away from getting their own playoff spot. And to talk a little bit more about it, we have none other than Bonnie on the line for our post-match interview. Bonnie, first off, congratulations on the win. M80, you guys are positive, you're getting these wins. This is a team with so many moving pieces. We keep talking about this roster coming together. How does it feel back end with these wins, and how are you feeling coming together as a team?
I mean, first of all, winning is always a good feeling, but losing those two matches, I think, really set some fire under us, and we just been improving day by day. It's been fun.
I'm glad that it's been fun, and I love to hear about the improvement. You talk about a fire being lit under you. I got to know what sparked that fire in match number 1, because It's 6-12. It looked a little dire, but you guys get the win. How are you guys able to pull that one off?
Kind of just we have a nice plan to fall back into it when things go rough, and everyone kept a really high energy. And I think that's what made the difference.
I mean, it takes a double overtime, but you get the win, close it out of it. Amazing. Now, at this point, you're one match away from playoffs. How are you feeling confidence-wise, especially now that you've had an opportunity to really scout out these other teams?
Oh yeah, definitely confident. You know, from what I'm hearing from my teammates as well, like themselves individually is also getting even more confident. But we're gonna learn from this match as well. You know, it wasn't as clean as we might expect, but just looking forward for the next.
Last but not least, I know when you got to join M80, you tweeted about how they believed in you, right? And we get to see you back in Challengers. We get to see you with a really great group of individuals. I want to talk about what that means to you, being able to show your skill on another level now.
I'm definitely super grateful even now. Never been on an organization this big, you know, always been grinding for this opportunity exactly. And well, this is just like a start to it. You know, this is not where I want to stay forever, and I want to be professional.
I mean, this is certainly a great start, and they are certainly lucky to have you, Bonnie. Congratulations on this win. Thanks for chatting, and best of luck in the next one, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So wholesome.
That's right.
I love to see that. I mean, last year, Bonnie was someone who we had eyes out on, and now getting to see him on M80 close to playoffs, really makes my heart happy.
Right? He seems so wholesome, first of all. And second of all, why is it that all like the really cracked, super good duelists are just all such like they just come off like so gentle and so kind IRL, but in the server they're just absolute demons on the duelist role? Like, what is up with that? It's so wild. It's a wild thing.
Yeah, like his introductory post to M80 was like, "This is the last thing you'll see before you die," and then Bonnie's just the big grin. So awesome. I mean, we love to see it. Definitely gets people, you know, rooting for the team, especially as we look at our bracket again. M80 just one match away from finding themselves in playoffs, being able to fight for what's important, all of those points.
Oh my God.
Earlier today, we got to see an EP qualifying as well, but yeah, everything else that's going on, Roy, this is about to be chaos.
Yeah, also shout out to Core. I think they got the W over SRB. It's an insane series. So EP and Core are joining SAD Esports. The three unlikely teams are the first to qualify. That's really impressive. I cannot lie. But I'm eyeing out that 3-2 bracket. That EG, NRG, M80, SRB. Like what? Those series are gonna be so crazy. Those are really fun. I hope we get to catch that. At least I hope I'm on broadcast when those are going down. Those are gonna be fun.
Yo, if we're not on broadcast, we gotta watch Party at Roy, because it's gonna actually be like insane, the matchups that are gonna be on deck. Like, it's just so exciting because of how close like every single matchup has been, or even if it hasn't been close, there have been like those upsets that have been going on throughout this split. So much that we're still like learning about these teams, and these teams are learning about themselves too. And that development story for every single roster, I think, has just been the most exciting part of Split 1. Is always my favorite part of the season as well, because there's the ability for teams to catch you off guard, and then you also get to see like that growth arc throughout the season if they have a little bit of that slower start. But man, this Swiss stage has absolutely been spicy.
And it's only going to get spicier. I just cannot stop staring at that 3-2 bracket and realize, I don't know, man. I don't know. Bring me on for that watch party. These are going to be amazing matches to be watching. But unfortunately, matches we have to be waiting for. That is it for Valorant today. It's going to be the conclusion, our last final games of Stage 1 coming up next week. You will not want to miss any of them, as we get to find out which teams are going to be the last ones to qualify the Stage 1 playoffs, and who might have to just put it up, like hang it up until Stage 2. It's going to be a great time. Don't miss out, but thanks for tuning in today. We'll see you all next week.
On the second round, Eco. And speaking of dicey, a 3-scale down a long that it looked prepared for on the NRGA side.
Leo in the corner, but NRG Academy sensed something was up. All that movement, that sound, Renz, the high-low, it's a collapse. Sandwich, perfect scrumptious for Renz. And NRG Academy just one step ahead.
Yeah, with an outlaw, it's not really one or the other. It's
Big double evens things up, and he's going for more at half HP. Giza will still have a say. The offensive pin could protect them, but they don't even use it. They get ahead of themselves.
they have a plan in the back pocket.
Lockdown's gonna be big, and bodies. It's just bigger and better. Only a scuffle so early in the round. They're just breezing through this map with how aggressive both these teams are. Because will be there with the Sharon, Anderson on the way too. He's had that little depth for a while, but had the opportunity to use it. And maybe cutting all noise and figuring out their next move.
You expect that getting players to rotate over immediately after the stack that was fighting falls, because you expect that M80 to also follow through on the side for holding their own. They're really preying on the tendencies of the Pigeons at this point, right? They expected the refight, they hold for it, they get it.
No other dash in to get that first blood. So clean at the beginning of B. Pigeons will have that entry from Zamal.